Oh, okay. All right.
All right,
Sure.
now, reload. I'm gonna type in
Okay.
chat. Please refresh
Oh, hey,
page.
it's working. Oh, no, but it's slowing down already. It's lagging already. But
The only thing I have open right now is OBS, Discord, OBS, Discord, my notepad, and my internet. That's it. And I have a pretty good computer.
I just showed my cards to the... Okay, so it's about a 6-second lag.
Okay, that's regular lag. That's normal, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it actually lagging on stream? Is it like pixelating or anything?
It's better.
Doesn't look like it.
Mine.
No,
it's fine on my end so far.
Ziggy, yeah, we're live.
Ziggy, we're actually live. Oh my god, can you actually believe it? Like, there's no chat section anymore. If you would like to watch the secret content, okay? Secret content, literally in the middle of the warp hole, or whatever you want to call it. Warp zone? What do you call that? What freaking time warp? If you want to see that, just watch the VOD.
Love it, Floofys. Love it.
So, by the way, everyone in chat watching this right now, you just freaking jumped forward in time. How does it feel?
Like by 15 minutes.
You literally jumped.
Yeah, it is 15 minutes.
You literally jumped 15 minutes into the future, chat.
Yeah, but there is
So-
bonus content. We did continue talking about interesting things, so you should go back and watch the VOD.
We actually did talk about stuff that you'll just never hear, unless you watch the VOD.
I have a chat-related question that I think will be very interesting.
Oh,
This
God.
Ziggy Sawdust person. A few weeks ago, I had someone come into my chat. This is before I knew who Ziggy was. I guess this would have been like a little over a month ago, and they were named Ziggy Stardust.
I saw that.
And they,
I saw
and they
that
kept
person.
telling me about how they were a streamer and all this other stuff. I was like, cool, I'll check you out. So I checked out Ziggy Stardust. So who is Ziggy Stardust?
I know, I saw this person too, and when they came into my chat, I've only seen them once, and this is probably the only reason why I've only seen them once, is that when they came into my chat, I was like, oh, Ziggy Sawdust, how's it going? Because I'd seen them before. And they're like, I was like, oh, are you the same Ziggy Sawdust? And or you changed your name? And they're like, no, I'm not the same person. That's the only thing I've ever heard them say. I never saw him again.
Oh, he sold it as though he was that person. So you have a person who's using a moniker, Ziggy Stardust. CYGGY and then Stardust.
Yeah, that's how you know you've made it.
I've always wanted to ask.
In fairness, like I really like Ziggy's stream. It's really good stuff.
I've never been there.
Think about how good your stream is to where people are impersonating. That's how good your stream is. That's an amazing stream.
One thing I've learned from starting streaming myself is how many people are live at the same time. It's like, I want to watch this person and this person and this person and this person and that and that and that and that. And it's just like, there's too many people.
It sucks, yeah.
Yeah.
There's so many people you want to watch, and you're like, I can't do it all at the same time.
There's so many people I want to watch, and then like there's Croaky's live and everything, and then there's Nate that I don't have time to watch.
Wait, what?
Well, and I suffer from the problem that like
I'm just kidding, Nate.
I guess
love you.
that if you have more than 2 streams open, you don't count as a viewer, which isn't a big deal for a lot of people. If you're in Mistman's chat or something like that, like, okay, they've got enough viewers. One fewer, one more, one less isn't a big deal. But if I'm in Nate's stream, like I want to support Nate. I want Nate to get a viewer. I want that to show up. So yeah, I only ever have 2 streams open at a time ever. Max.
Okay,
How did you
that's
figure that
actually
out?
really good to know.
Yeah.
How'd you figure that out, John?
The Twitch Reddit. I spend a lot of time on the Twitch Reddit, seriously, trying to help people and stuff.
That's one thing I never got into, actually. I don't want to switch subjects too fast, but I do want to talk about Reddit, so I'm going to write that in my notes.
Yeah.
Actually,
got a
speaking
hot
of the
take
Twitch
coming
Reddit,
in.
I need to go post a clip there.
I have a seriously hot take coming in for the Reddit chat.
I need to post something on like Reddit or Twitter or something. I had this insane clip of me playing Mono Red, and I just went over it because I just rendered a Mono Red, my Mono Red video. I went 12-4, so it's 75% win rate, and everything over 70% is like freaking insane. I mean, it's a very small sample size. It's only 16 matches, but still, I had a match where my only out was to draw Bone Crusher Giant off the top. Okay, but that's not the only thing that had to happen. Okay, my opponent also had full control of the board. They just resolved an ultimatum, and I had nothing. And I was like, my only out, they were at 2 life. My only out is draw Bone Crusher Giant off the top. But the thing that I'm leaving out here on purpose is they had a Mazemind Tome on 3 counters already. So
Wow.
they also had to not use it. They also had to, if they used it on their turn, I died. If they waited till my turn and never used it, I still died. If they waited till I drew for, if they did it on my upkeep, I died. And if they did it when I drew for, the only way I ever win is if they just use it without me playing my card out of my hand. I have to hold Bone Crusher Giant in my hand forever until like I die. So I don't even have Bone Crusher Giant at this point, but I know it's my out. So I'm like, okay, I have to draw Bone Crusher. All right, draw for turn. Freaking Bone Crusher. Are you kidding me? That's insane. All right. And then my opponent still has the Mazemind Tome on 3, and they didn't use it on their turn. And I was like, oh my gosh, step 2 accomplished. Okay, we got this. They didn't use it. They didn't gain 4 life. All right, now what we have to do is they have to use Mazemind Tome on my end step when I go to pass turn, and then I'll hit them in the response. But they also have to not have a counterspell, and they had like 6 cards in hand. They had to not have negate or like anything, right? Like nothing. So I draw the Bone Crusher. I like have chills at this point. And my chat is like freaking being like, oh my gosh, you drew Bone Crusher Giant. Is it even believable right now, right? And this is going in my YouTube video. It's already in there. But so I draw Bone Crusher Giant. My opponent doesn't use Mazemind Tome on their turn. It goes to my turn. They actually use it on my end step, and I Bone Crusher them. And I'm like, oh my gosh, is this a thing? Oh my gosh, is it happening? Is it happening? And then they don't have a counterspell, and they just die.
Nice.
And I was like, yes. Oh my gosh, it was the best. And I actually won the game, and then I won the next game in like 3 minutes. Like, because I'm playing mono red, I just ended up curving out and won. I think it was either that game. Yeah, I lost game 1, and then game 2, that's how I won, and then game 3, I just destroyed them.
I really should play more traditional. I play too much best of 1.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, it's insane. Like, the amount of things that had to go right for me to win that game was absurd. But hey, I played to my outs.
Yeah.
We can talk about best of 1 versus best of 3 too. Why do you play best of 1, Floofys? Not to say that it's worse or anything, but like why do you like it better?
I just feel like I want to get a game over and get to the next game, and if I'm online, I don't feel serious. Like, just 100%. If I'm in an LGS, if I'm in paper, yes, I feel serious. If I'm just playing on my own, I'm just like, I just want to play and then get to the next game and play and get to the next game. Like, it's especially bad if I'm playing against any sort of controlling deck, because it's like, if I'm playing a best of 3 against a controlling deck, we're going to sit here while you keep wiping my board, while you keep countering my spells, and then we're going to play another game of that. I don't want to do that.
You need another 2 games because you're going to win game 2.
No, I'm not, because it's a control deck, and I'm going to play the entire matchup like this.
That's just my resting face in general. That's like,
so you don't like control
when
gamers?
I do that.
Wait. It's I have my hand like this, and then I'm going like this. Because spacebar passes the phases, and it's less effort than clicking the mouse. So I'm just sitting here like.
Yeah. I kind of agree. And as a content creator, I play best of 3. Like, if I play Magic on my own time or whatever, right? Because that's the way Magic is or whatever, right? But as a content creator, I think it can be boring. So I also prefer best of 1 to keep the pace of the game moving, to keep things fresh, like to keep your viewers engaged, and everything like that. Like, it's notable when 3 out of 5 games is whatever, Coco Angels and Historic, or
Oh yeah,
something like that. But like, still, that's only 3 out of 5 games, and then you continue playing other games. Like, it's getting to those extra moments that kind of matters as a content creator. So I play exclusively best of 1 on stream.
And there are definitely decks that don't work in best of 3 that work in best of 1 when you can take someone by surprise. The cheese strategies.
Did I just hear a Jaffer strategy?
Yeah.
I was in that tournament today. I went 2 and 3.
The cheese strategy. But anyway,
Yeah.
what are you saying about cheese strategies?
Well, like if you play a deck that does something silly that people don't expect, like if you like the rogue deck lists do better in best of 1 than best of 3 because they might pull out a series of cards that are unexpected, and then as soon as your opponent can be like, "Well, I can see how that works, so board in these things." Like, well, okay, and then I just lose 2 games in a row. No, Steve, not rogues, rogue deck lists.
Oh,
Rogues
I honestly
are
thought
another
you meant
thing that
Dimir
needs.
rogues.
No. So, okay. Side tangent to loading ready run here because it's relevant to a thought I just had.
We need to talk about that too.
So, we do need to talk about that. But there's an episode where they're going to the Pro Tour, and Paul, and one of the characters is like, "Oh yeah, I got this. I got this." No, I hate Dimir Rogue, Steve. Shush.
Same.
I have this deck. I've been looking at the top tier deck lists, and his friends are all like, "No, you know how to play against the top tier deck lists, but this is the Pro Tour. This is where new deck lists are born." So it's like, here's Turbo Fog, here's Combo, here's a deck where you play like Magma Vortex or something, and the best hand you can draw is Magma Vortex and a bunch of mountains, and then you whatever Days Undoing to shuffle it all back in your library. And it's just like, I have this card in my library and I just pitch all my mountains and look, I yeet them into your face.
Yep.
But like those are sort of cheesy deck lists where it's like, okay, if I know you're playing that, I will board in ways to get rid of the enchantment that lets you yeet your mountains at my face, and then you're just stuck. Or, oh, you're playing a combo deck. Well, if I can like hand attack your 1 combo piece away, then I win.
That's the thing I want to talk about open deck list versus closed deck list. When you have an open deck list, you know that's coming, so you can prepare for that. And even in best of 3, if you have a sideboard card that can answer that, then you know that's a possibility. So you can get rewarded by playing a closed deck list best of 1 that you can with any other format, I think.
I concur.
Like closed deck list plus best of 1 is like the best possible if you're playing a non-meta deck, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and that's the thing, right? Like that's all I play. I don't touch meta decks, unless it's like viewer deck day and someone requests a meta deck or something. I build on my own, right? So when it comes right down to it, like I personally feel like, and this is apparently a really controversial topic, and apparently I'm in the extreme minority. Apparently everybody else feels like open deck lists are better. I think closed deck lists are better. No one likes endless mirrors unless you are like the most hardcore of all spikes. Everyone likes a little variety. This is why you play this and not poker or whatever. Like your cards do different things.
Or chess.
I don't want endless mirrors. I want variety. If you want variety, closed deck lists encourage variety, because then you can be caught off guard, like you guys were talking about. You can be caught off guard with some Panharmonicon combo deck or something like that. You are not bringing Panharmonicon combo to a tournament with open deck lists. It would be absolutely silly, right? But you can bring it to a tournament if you feel like it's a good position in the meta and all this kind of stuff, like as long as deck lists are closed. So I think variety is good in the game of Magic.
I think there is room for both open and closed deck list tournaments. I think the deck list should be open if you're really looking at the top tier echelon of play. Like, if you're really looking to see who is the best of the best of the best, then the deck list should be open because it's skill testing to be able to be like, okay, I know what your deck does. I can figure out, what it can do. And then maybe if I'm just like, maybe a free to open side tournament where it's like, oh, or maybe even like what would be the term for it? Like I can't think of it. Where it's just like,
I think you got muted there.
no, I kind of lost my train of thought.
Oh, that's okay. I was gonna say
I was just
I
like,
ride the
open
middle
deck
Stop
ground.
talking out of nowhere.
I kind of ride the middle ground just because when I'm playing tournaments, I do kind of like to look at their deck list. But as a content creator, I deck lists because I like to brew. So I mean, it's just different. I mean, I play obviously a more competitive person geared channel than some channels are. So I predominantly would brew for competitive reasons, but when I'm actually brewing, like, you can't include ridiculous combo cards or anything if they're doing, or they're just going to wait to counter that one thing or kill your one Legion War Boss, which is your win condition. So for content creation, closed is way better. I don't even think it's like arguable.
Yeah. Well, and again, I also think that there was a case you made that if we're talking about Luis Scott Vargas is going to be sitting down across from Gabriel Nassif or Paulo Vitor Damarosa or something like that. Okay, fine. Like, open deck lists are fine. Like, we're watching the greatest of the greats, battle back and forth and all that stuff. That's fine. But I don't necessarily think that that is the same as some random other smaller tournament, right? Where,
yeah, I think
necessarily...
for me, it's like the ladder in tournaments are just so different. Formats, what I mean? I like open deck lists and tournaments, and I don't really. I think it would be kind of a waste of time grinding, and I do 90% of grinding. Like, that's what I do for streaming. So it seems like closed deck lists are the way to go.
I'm just hopping on here. What are you guys talking about? Also, hi everybody.
Hello.
What's up? I'm Herbie.
We were just talking about open closed deck lists, but I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure if anybody has that conversation about, do you prefer it all the time open? Because I feel like that would be kind of strained, because you'd always be looking at what they had. I feel like for like speed of play, you wouldn't want that for like casual play. But for tournaments, it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's really good for tournaments because it's like Magic already has enough variance, and I think when you like have open deck lists and when you know what you're going to be facing against, it kind of helps you like know if your current hand is a keepable or a mole hand in that current situation. So that kind of cuts down on the variance a little bit. And it just makes, I'm just all about like having more playable games of Magic, because that's easily like the least fun part of Magic, when you just play like a non-hand, against an opponent.
But doesn't the London Mulligan rule already reduce variance to a ridiculously huge degree?
I mean, that already helps a lot for sure. Definitely.
I'm not a huge fan of that. Yeah. I like it in limited though a lot. I like the London Mulligan for sure.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the London Mulligan, the thing that it does is just reduce variance, right? So
I can't imagine having played Fires of Invention decks without the London Mulligan. Like, for example, it would have seriously hurt the win percentage of that deck.
Agreed.
Definitely. I mean, the London Mulligan definitely boosted the playability of like combo decks and stuff like that. But, I mean, that's a start. Yes, it does like decrease the variance in Magic, but I'm just down to just always keep increasing that bar of like, how much can we decrease variance in Magic, because that's easily the most like annoying part of Magic.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah, but then you eventually end up at chess, right? Where there's no variance. It's, this is what your opening moves are, and this is what your opponent's opening moves could be, or whatever, right?
You can't really like remove all of the variance from Magic, right? Because as long as we're drawing off the top of a deck, like, that's the engine of the game is variance. But I think there are things around it that you can like maybe minimize. I think
it's reasonable.
Yeah.
I do adore things like Chaos Draft and Cube, where things can be crazy, chaotic, like. Maybe you do draw a completely unplayable thing. I would love to play more Chaos Draft type situations. I saw that there were some people streaming one today, and it was pretty cool.
Who was doing Chaos Draft?
A whole bunch of people were doing it today. Metal Mario and Garbage
Are they doing
Andy.
it on Arena?
Yeah. So they use the Kanata.
Yeah.
All right, but I do need like just a minute. I'm gonna order some food really quick, and then I'll stick around until it's done. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten much today.
Sounds good.
Give me 2 minutes, and I'll be right back.
That means that we should talk about all the hottest topics for 2 minutes.
Yep.
I can give you my Reddit hot topic really quick.
Let's go.
Okay.
I have used Reddit one time in my life.
In your life?
Ooh, that's hot.
And it was to join Wall. It's because I'm a stock trader, so I joined Wall Street Bets, but I don't look at it. I just wanted to be in it.
You've used it one time in your life? Oh, well, same.
Nice.
So, Level 99 Herbie, are you my people? Do you use Reddit at all?
I don't. Listen. I don't post a lot on Reddit, but I use Reddit a lot to answer questions I have in life for certain things, like just like certain things like what are the best cameras I can get. I put that on Google, and at the end of it I'll put Reddit, so I can like see a list of like what people's actual responses are, not just like a bunch of ad stuff. That's how I use Reddit. I use it on Google.
Well, and see, I have made one Reddit post in my entire life. For those that have been around my channel, like my first big break in streaming or whatever was getting absolutely raffle stomped by Ali Eldrazi, like absolutely curb stomped. And it ended up in his highlight video, and everybody's like, "Oh man, I wish we could see the other guy's perspective. I bet he was so salty." And it was like, "Nah, man, I don't get that way. That's not my life." So here's from my side. That's my only Reddit post ever. But like I will comment on other people's posts on a daily basis, like every single day. Because people
really?
get on there and they just like 90% of the posts I comment on are like people that feel like they're at their wits' end, like, and they don't know what else to do besides apparently make a Reddit post. So they're like, I'm a streamer, and it's been, I've been streaming for 0 people for 9 months or something. Like, I don't even know what to do. I'm ready to quit or something. And, I'll just tell them, like, give them advice on that sort of stuff or whatever. But yeah.
Like,
as far as actually making
I feel like some of Reddit is just advice, and then the other point of it is just like I don't know. I don't quite understand it, because like, are you supposed to read all of the comments and like just as like just basically just like a long Twitter thread, or are you supposed to like post things that help people, or are you supposed to post things that like are events oriented? Like, I don't understand. Like, is there a supposed to do on Reddit, or is it, because I've heard that Reddit's like such like a toxic community and everyone on Reddit is toxic, but like, can anyone tell me like the opposite side of the story rather than someone just being toxic?
See, that's my thing. I think Twitter is super toxic. Like, if I could avoid Twitter, I would. But Reddit, like, it's made for conversations. So my biggest problem with Twitter is that it's made for hyperbole. You get this many characters, you need to communicate not just your point, but how you feel about that point in this many characters. So instead of, here is this reasonable opinion and I feel this way because of these things, it's, here is the most hyperbolic statement I can possibly make because I feel this way. So that's why I don't like Twitter in general. Like, I use it, but I don't like it in general. Reddit's the other way. Like, it's made for, you can either post really long or really short comments or whatever you want. And then people will respond to those, and then you respond to those same people. It's similar to the way a Twitter thread would go, but you're not limited to hyperbole. You can actually have discussions, and that's why I prefer it to Twitter anyway.
The thing about Twitter though is there's things to communicate other points, right? There's a thing called a Twitter. You can create a thread, which is say what you want to say, one dash whatever, and then in the comment say it again, and then you hear all these like long stories on Twitter, and you can also make a tweet longer.
Does anybody read those?
I read them.
I very occasionally will read through those, but like, you know what I miss? I miss old Envision Free and BBS type forums, like where you could have a community and you found a group of people and you kind of stuck with them, or you thought this community is stupid and moved on.
Dude, seriously. I grew up on those. Like, I would just join this like old video game forums that like I found from like Electronic Gaming Monthly, and then we would, there was like a bunch of people that I like hung out with for like from like the ages of like 11 to like 20. Like, I was seriously, we'd start transferring to other message boards, and eventually it was just like this private thing. But those were the good freaking days, like, because you got to know people really close, and then you got to have this like really rich discourse about something.
Agreed.
Imagine if instead of Discords, your favorite creators had forums instead.
Yeah.
I think that might, I don't know.
I think Discord's still better. I think Discord would be better than having a forum, because you can do so many more things in Discord. Like, we're doing this off Discord. Can you do this off Reddit?
Yeah. No. Or okay.
Sure,
what if instead of like Magic Twitter, we had like Magic forums again?
Like Magic the Gathering Salvation, you mean? That's where that like that's
like wouldn't that be like, wouldn't that be like peak 2005?
If you could, Remember early
Kinda
in the
missed
stream, I was talking about
2005
not
though.
doxing myself. If you could figure out how to dox me and figure out what that old username was and go back on MTG Salvation, you would find hundreds of posts by that old username discussing how they should unban Stoneforge Mystic in Modern.
You were that
Like,
guy?
yeah, I was that guy. Like, and I'm talking about way back. This is pre-Splinter Twin ban and all that stuff. Like, this is way back. Because I was that guy. You know, what's 4-4 gonna do in Modern? You know, they've got Siege Rhinos, which of
No,
course is like
I mean, honestly, like I was hoping like Discord would be more like the forums that I used to frequent more because I just like really miss that connectivity. But I think just the problem is with Discord is that everyone has one, and then I think like
Yeah.
people who
Yes.
use it are spread
Big
too
yes.
thin, and it's just like no one. You dabble in a bunch of different Discords, and like there's just too many. That's the only issue.
You know what my hot take is?
What?
Hear me out.
Let's go.
Join the Discords together.
I know, dude.
Start consolidating Magic
I
Creator
agree, James.
Discords.
I
People have
agree. I
tried
think we
that.
should all hang out in the same place.
Like
People
what
do
if-
do that.
Like, well, I guess technically, isn't just like joining the Discords together just like freaking Twitter? But not really.
Well,
but
so
like,
here's
But
the
we could
disadvantage
have a
there.
longer conversation.
No, I don't think you can have a longer conversation in a more crowded Discord because, like, the problem with Twitter, you can't have a long conversation on Twitter because there are going to be people jumping in and jumping out and jumping in and jumping out. Like, the problem with everything being instant is you only have time for shorter messages. You have time for 140 characters, and that's it.
well, yeah, but you
know,
have time.
if you don't
to
make
watch
your point in 280, 148, 280 characters, you're done.
Well, yeah, but you have time
and
to
a-
watch 2 hours of TikTok.
TikToks are
I mean,
fun.
I don't watch TikToks,
Well, no, I'm
but
not saying you specifically. I'm saying people. Like if you
Yeah,
if,
yeah.
you,
Oh,
if, you
but,
have
like-
if you have time to scroll mindlessly through TikTok and realize that 2.5 hours went by before anything else happens in your life, then you can then like you could use that time to spend on Discord talking to people.
yeah.
and the other concern is, and like, you know, again, this is I don't typically like to discuss like money oriented things very much because people get uncomfortable, but that's one of the things advertisers look at. Like, do you have other communities? Like, you know, what's your
Mhm.
YouTube channel look like? What's your Discord channel look like and stuff like that. So when you start talking about combining, right, advertisers are going to take a lot less stock in your Discord. So it's easy to combine when there's a bunch of us, whatever, 20, 30, 40, 50 viewer Andys. But then suddenly what happens when one of us breaks out and we're 1,000 viewer Andy? Well, suddenly, like, let's say Charizard James takes off 1,000 viewers next week and just averages 1,000 viewers from now on. Everybody else
Easy clap.
that's combined with your Discord no longer has a Discord. It's Charizard James Discord, right? Or whatever. So suddenly,
would that be? It would be true? That would be true to advertisers probably, right? But not to everyone else.
right. But then again, so what happens when I start taking off and I've got 400 or 500 viewers? I'm able to have a sponsorships thing or whatever now. Except, do you have a Discord? Well, I mean, yeah, I'm a part of this Discord, or you know, or this is part of my, you know, and it doesn't matter how much of the Discord is actually mine, right, or whatever. It would matter to the viewers the other way, right? So I don't know. It's tough.
Well,
right?
if you blow up, you just gotta build your own Discord. then it's
Oh,
time
you know
for
what?
you to create your own island.
You know what? This is actually a crazy idea. All right, another hot take. I'm spitting them out like fire, freaking dragon.
All right.
style.
Oh yeah, they call you Charizard for a reason.
They call
so.
me freaking Charizard for a
Charizard.
reason. All right,
Charizard's not a dragon type.
listen, Floofys, you're out of here.
Is it not half fire, half dragon?
Before I
Fire
forget,
flying.
what I was
Fire
going to say.
flying.
All right, I forgot.
Sorry.
No, no. What if every streamer's Discord was connected? Every Magic streamer, and like that was a community, right? And then every like Minecraft, that's a community of Discords, right? But you can have your own Discord within the Discord community, but you could also see everyone's thread in the Discord community. But you have the option to do that, or you have the option to see each individual person. That's not my hot take, but I think that's a good idea. My hot take is
Inception Discord. Holy crap!
that would be
What
cool,
just
right?
happened?
That would be an amazing thing, right? You get the
Discord
option to see
within
individual
Discord
ones,
within
but you
Discords.
can mute individual ones, but everyone's in the whole thread. I don't know how that would work, but I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Maybe I'd spend money on Nitro if that happened.
yeah, right. But my
That could
thing
be an
is
extra.
within these communities, all right, within these communities, say you specifically the Magic one, right? You have a Magic Discord, and then like every streamer that plays Magic, like Magic Twitch streamer Discord, right? And then everyone that follows the streamers would join this Discord. and it would just be like one huge thing, kind of like Reddit. But then you have all these integrated things like video capture and all these things that we're doing right now. Okay, but what if at a certain point, if you like make some kind of level above partner, say Twitch partners with Discord like they already partnered with them, right? There's this level above partner where you could make your own streaming Discord out of the people and streamers that you connect with personally, and the people that want to follow your specific ones. So now you have a whole specific thread. Like if you like 500 concurrent viewers or more, then you can just start your own kind of like huge thread.
So you're talking about like Discord reforming entirely, so we can no longer create our own individual servers?
No,
or like
you would still
what
have individual servers. Like you could mute individual servers if you wanted, but they're all grouped together until someone branches off with like the 500 concurrent viewer threshold or whatever, and then they go ahead and create the other one, and then you can go follow all of those people if you wanted to.
I think it's easier the way it is.
But like,
I think we should go back to
you're
your
going
magazine.
through and you're
that
like,
idea,
what if this
like
and
that
this
thing-
and this? And I'm like,
would group everyone together and not have everyone like into like a billion discords, and then say like one sentence in a particular discord, and then like never talk for a week. Like everyone would be all together.
I mean, I also feel like most Discords, even if there was a super Discord or minor Discords or 500 viewers or 1,000 viewers, it still wouldn't change the number of hours in a day I have to go and make comments in people's Discords. Like, I feel honored that I made Person of the Month in Steve's Discord, and like, there's just not enough time for all of the everything that exists as it is.
Yeah, like you can probably point to a couple different people in your Discords that are like the people that you know are in there, right?
Sure.
Like I know for me, I can point to like 3 or 4 people that are just like there every day, and then maybe there's not like a full conversation going on every day, but they're there every day and they're like at least like making efforts to talk to people.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
And I'm not a huge streamer, like none of us are huge streamers, but like we can still tell like who's in there, and like I don't know how it is for any of you guys, but I know that I'm in like a bunch of Discords, like too many to like I have to scroll through them to find them.
I know.
Oh,
I mean,
you know,
it's
you
not-
can put your Discord servers into folders, right?
Didn't know that.
I can't.
I literally
can't
never
do
go
that,
to the folders.
but I've only done that for the tournament Discords, like my Stream League tournament Discord, the Fade to Karma, Comnet, Aether Hub, and like other like the actual tournament Discords.
Yeah, so I have one folder for MTG streams, one folder for non-MTG streams and Patreons, one for various Discords that friends made, family, other acquaintances, one that's just called Helpful that has the OBS community, the Stream Beats, the Alpha Gaming, like all the ones that are too big for me to ever really want to comment in because the chat moves so fast that I don't feel like I can never really get a conversation going.
Yep.
Then one for the LRR streams that I'm in, and one for old clans, gaming groups, and other big pubs, which is where I have the Gladiator. I've got Team Fortress 2 Classic in there. I have a couple of companies that I worked for that we eventually said, okay, we want a game outside of work, so we'll make a Discord.
Now that's different for me.
I also,
like for me, I just have like a bunch of streamers in Discords, and that's it. Like not even my friends' ones or anything. Because for my friends, I just have a freaking Facebook Messenger group chat.
I can't stand using Facebook anymore.
I deleted. Okay, I didn't delete it. It still exists. Like I haven't used Facebook in literally like since I don't know 2012 or something.
Facebook's
Like
changing now. Like it's like that's where you used to like post your pictures and stuff like that. But now it's like
Sure.
Facebook is like for the marketplace, for the groups,
Mm-hmm.
and that's really mainly it. But like you don't really use it for putting your face on it anymore.
so
That's
level
also
99
good.
Herbie, do you use Facebook then?
Not really, but I've sold stuff on there, and I know like a lot of friends that are in like groups and stuff in Facebook, and they use it for that. And there is Facebook gaming now that I'm
Yep.
not sure how that's doing, but I mean
Okay.
that's something they're handling. But I feel like using it as like a social media, as like updating like what's going on in your life, is probably on the bottom of the list now behind all that.
I can
I
tell
did
you that I
use
was listening
Marketplace a
I
bit.
was listening to a different podcast, today actually I think it was, and they were talking about the same thing. So, like,
Yeah.
but the thing about it is they were someone that has a Facebook or has like a Facebook contracted for Facebook gaming that moved from Twitch to Facebook said that they consistently get like 150,000 viewers concurrent,
Mhm.
and that's like way over anyone's ever going to get on Twitch.
I think Facebook definitely bumps it up. So there was, I don't remember if it was CGP Grey or Kurzgesagt, but they were getting their views stolen by Facebook, where basically someone would host it to their Facebook videos page, and then they were getting millions and millions of views, but Facebook was counting views as someone scrolled past this, we autoplayed it for 2 seconds, and they continued scrolling. That's a view.
It's like the first Mythic Invitational.
What? What, Nate?
You got
Deal.
cut off a bit there.
I was saying the Mythic Invitational for Magic embeds, so they had like it was insane. Do y'all remember that, chat?
Well, it was
Yeah.
popping. I remember that it was popping in views.
Yeah, it was embeds because they stopped
they-
doing
they-
it. Now it's
They
Mhm.
paid for a bunch of different websites to host the first Mythic Invitational.
Oh, okay.
So similar to like whatever AetherHub or something. Like when you go to AetherHub's website and you see AetherHub affiliated streamers, they were doing the same thing, but they were paying a bunch of different websites to do this thing.
What the hell?
So
Were they like embedded on like CNN or something? Like they had a lot of views.
CNN. What?
CNN.com.
yeah,
They were.
I forget, but
They were embedded on Google.com.
It was... So I actually just hit affiliate recently. I was trying to join Team Aether, and it's all bugged, and I can't join right now.
Yo, congrats
I don't
congrats
think
for
it
making
works
affiliate.
anymore.
Thanks. Well,
Congratulations.
so I've had the
done.
button to hit affiliate since December, but I had like at the time just the 50 follower thing, and I'm like, right, I'm gonna hit affiliate, and I'm gonna get pre-roll ads, and no one's gonna watch my stuff. I'll wait a few months, learn more, and then hit the button.
I didn't think of it like that though. I didn't think of it like the pre-roll ads are gonna screw me. I honestly thought about the pre-roll ads as like a rite of passage. Like, yes, I have pre-roll ads. Like,
I honestly
like not
first
that,
time-
not that they would make me money. Not that they would make me money
did not
because I
even
don't
consider
really
it.
care about that. I care about growing my community. Okay, like the money is secondary. It's not even secondary. It's like fifth on the list. But like it's an eventual goal, right? But I didn't look at the pre-roll ads and clicking the button as like no one's gonna watch me. I thought of it as now I have the more chances for people to watch me. I kind of looked at it more of a positive.
Well, it is nice to
Alright,
be able
so-
to get subbed to.
I will say I don't see being an affiliate as a mark of distinction. Ever since Twitch made it so that like the Monster Cat thing was a way of just buying affiliate.
Oh, I was affiliate before that, but yes, I can understand how like
Wait, what is that?
Yeah, what is that?
So when a lot of the DMCA stuff was happening last year, Twitch was like, we have this Monster Cat bundle, and if you buy it, you're an affiliate. It's like you could have no followers, no average viewers, but you had purchased this thing, so now you're an affiliate.
I haven't heard about it for like a few
You
months.
can just
to be
buy
honest.
affiliate now?
Uh-huh.
I don't think you can.
Oh,
Anymore.
Let me go find it.
I don't think you can anymore. I think they took it down.
yeah, I believe they did stop doing it. But again,
Okay.
my thing with affiliate is it's a near-term goal. Like it took me a couple of months to get there, but like it's still it's attainable. Like you can see that in the future coming. Like, so I don't know. My problem with affiliate isn't even that, you know, anything about it. It's that there's no goal from Twitch between affiliate and partner. Partner is not a near-term goal. Like, yeah,
No.
okay.
Oh, hardcore.
If you're exceptionally gifted, there's something very special about your channel. Yeah, some people make a partner in just a few months or whatever.
Yeah.
Most
Mhm.
people will spend years and years and years before ever
Never
making
getting
partner.
there.
Yep.
You know,
I don't
the
think most
difference
people are even
between
going to
3
get there.
viewers and
To get-
75 average viewers
75
is
a lot.
like so extraordinarily different.
You need to make
And
serious
it's-
sacrifices to get there, to get partner.
Mm-hmm. And the amount of time you have to spend streaming is like, okay, you need it to be a full-time job.
Yeah, affiliate, like you just need to go on maybe at least 3-4 times a week. Then you'll eventually get there, but it's only a matter of time. But partner, it's like you are not seeing your girlfriend, you're not seeing your parents
Yeah.
as much.
Like if you're on your way to partner, like even if you have like, 15, 20, 30, like even 40 average viewers, I know that John Likes Games, you have consistently have probably like, 50 to 60, you jump over 100 sometimes I've seen. And you have to really make hard sacrifices, and I can't believe like that you're even in the place that you are. Like, it's so awesome that like you have a family, and your daughter streams, and like you've gone through so much, and like even to be at this point and still grinding and still being just creating content all the time, and every like almost every day is just like so like I respect that for one, and I really admire that for two, for sure.
Aren't you like
It's
a
true,
teacher?
she is better than me, but the thing is though, again, like you still don't get anything a partner, right? Like I mean, okay, technically you can. There are things, there are cool things you get, but it's not you don't get money. Like there's only about 40,000 partners. Last month there was over 9.5 million active streamers on Twitch alone. That doesn't count Facebook, doesn't count YouTube or any of that.
Mm-hmm. There are also a lot of inactive partners even that have just been like, I'm done.
Yeah, if you, I made it. Did anyone watch Ludwig's How to Become a Big Streamer YouTube video?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm surely like everyone has watched it by now. But if you saw those numbers, and then that was from like last month or a couple months ago, it was like if you become partner, you're like in the 0.00 like 0.002 or something like that percent of just every streamer on Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry to cut short. Sounds like food is here, so I'm gonna drop off. It's been awesome being on here with you guys. Thank you so much for having me. It's been a lot of fun.
All right, Floofys, thanks for hanging out. I look forward to
Floofys.
Yeah, I look forward to having you back on.
Yeah, I look forward to it as well.
I'll come check you out. I haven't checked out his channel, but I'm gonna.
By the way, everyone check out Floofys.
Recently
Thank you.
Follow train.
Literally everyone freaking check him out. Okay, you've heard him on
right
here.
now.
You've
I don't think I'm that great.
Go support Floofys. We're gonna go ahead and shout him out. If you're a mod in here, you can shout him out, or else I will. Have a wonderful rest of your night, Floofys. See you next time.
Thanks. Have a good night.
See ya.
Is his Twitch name actual Floofys, like FLOOFYS? Or no, it's 3 O's, isn't it? No, it's 2 O's.
No, just 2 O's on Twitch with a YS.
Is there any numbers after it?
No,
okay.
I don't think so.
Okay, good. I'm gonna go ahead and switch the.
I'm gonna click on it.
But yeah, I see what you're saying, James. Yeah, the numbers that people that make it to partner is insanely like it's a very slim number, but also it's because like most of the streamers that do start streaming on Twitch just kind of want to go on when they are just playing video games and like don't have like a real plan going forward. If you do like structure, if you do decide, I mean, you don't have to do this when you obviously doing that is totally just fine, and I totally support that. But like if you do like decide that like you do want to start recording for YouTube, like Ludwig said, and like decide that like you want to have a consistent schedule, like that number gets cut in like more than half, for you, the person that's trying to do it. Like I feel like it's just that commitment. Like we said, the sacrifice. When you get to that point where you're like, okay, I'm gonna make some real sacrifice to tackle this, then it does start becoming like a real thing,
What do you mean by cutting in half? I didn't follow that part.
Or just like not in half. I mean, that was kind of a lot actually, but like that percentage of like making it, the percentage of people that like make it in Twitch, to like even just like partner level, like just like when you do decide that you do want to make that sacrifice or sacrifices to make it there, like it does greatly increase your chances of getting there. It's just that first step of like making those sacrifices is always like the hardest thing, I think, for most people that go on Twitch.
Yeah, like I don't understand that on a personal level because I've wanted to make the sacrifice from day one. Like I realized I wanted to stream, and I was like, I'm streaming today, and then I made a stream schedule like the same day.
you are totally in the minority of that, though. I mean, most people that go on Twitch just go on Twitch just to like stream and hang out with people while they play video games, because they're already going to be doing that anyways. It's almost just an extension of their video game addiction.
That was
like,
the reason why I started, actually.
Yeah. But
When
yeah,
Twitch's
most of them-
discoverability is pretty poor as well. If you
And
want to
yeah.
actually be discovered.
Yeah.
I mean, like, who here started streaming like last year?
Me?
Yeah, I did last year.
We all did, right? Like, I don't think like Twitch was really prepared, and also Discord, with how many Discords popped up, with the numbers that increased to like they can't support making it as a streamer now is like way harder now because everyone started streaming during quarantine. You know what I mean?
Seriously, I did it because of quarantine.
Mm-hmm.
I started streaming before that. I had a head start. I was bad. It was not entertaining content.
Well, you wanted to start streaming. If anyone hasn't looked at the StreamCast podcast episode for John Likes Games, you can type in ! YouTube in chat to find that. But if anyone hasn't listened to his story, please listen to it, and we're going to talk about it a little bit today too. But you wanted to stream back in like 2012 or something like that, right? A long time ago, 2013 maybe.
Yeah. My account I actually created in like 2011, like my Twitch account, because I've been watching ever since then, right? Like I remember watching, and there was literally 3 Magic streamers, and there was Kenji and Pomp and like nobody, and occasionally like Samsoni1 would pop on or something like that, like but even back then I thought I could do this, like I should do this, right? But yeah, it was Justin TV back in the day.
And that was back when you didn't have OBS the way it is now, and you didn't have Streamlabs, like so you had to like do all these different kind of weird websites and put them all together and to actually have it make it work, right?
Exactly, that's exactly it. So again, for me, like I mentioned on the StreamCast before, I was just comfortable. Like I didn't need to do any of that stuff. We were coming out of being really poor. Like I had finally got a good job, I was making enough money to survive. Like we didn't need anything. So rather than like, I wasn't hungry, so that's what I think you need to do. If you want to be successful, you need to have a reason. You need to go out and get it if you want to be successful. Like Herbie was saying, a lot of people not only do not have that drive, they actually believe that they can be paid to play video games. But I don't think anybody gets paid to play video games. Like full stop. You get paid to be an entertainer. Some people are entertained by you playing video games, sure. And then you could theoretically get paid. But if you're not entertaining, you will not get paid, right? That's all there is to it.
I think there's a really weird threshold to that, though. I think there's a really like weird threshold that like if you're really 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 good, like top 5 in the world, you don't have to be entertaining. People will just be entertained by you playing the game.
Agreed. And that's exactly what I mean. I think that is what drives that opinion, is that people will tune into, some big name streamer who's got 15,000 viewers, and they're just sitting there mindlessly clicking. Like League of Legends streamers are really bad for that, at least in my opinion, where these people are literally actual factual pros making all kinds of money, and they stream in their off time, and they're just sitting around there on the phone doing whatever, and they're still crushing it. So people watch them not because they as a streamer are entertaining, but just because they're so darn good at the game. So I agree, there is a threshold, but the threshold is still overcome by being entertaining. When you watch somebody on League of Legends or Magic the Gathering making these plays that just absolutely blow your mind time after time after time, the person could theoretically sit there in silence and do those things. So then random poor Andy, who is just maybe even a little better than average, starts trying to stream. That's probably not going to achieve the same results, right? Because people aren't entertained the same way. You don't cross that threshold of being so good. People will just watch you, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's also a really good example of that is Disguised Toast, right? Because he's like an above average Hearthstone player, right? But he eventually came on the scene because he did pretty good in the tournament, but he also just created better content than everyone else, like more interesting and engaging content than everyone else, and he just like changed the whole game, even on YouTube. He like changed the YouTube game for Hearthstone too. And more people watch him than like any other Hearthstone streamer. Well, like I say that in a general way because there's a lot of Hearthstone streamers that are very popular, but but he kind of like changed the whole game for competitive card game players, right? Because like instead of watching the person that makes #1 mythic all the time, and by all means those people deserve to be watched, I think, because like they're
Sure.
so good. But like he's a player that would just like make mythic every time, but just like 98% every month, kind of thing. Like just to relate it to that. Like yeah, you could make it to like 100 mythic sometimes. Like I've made it to like number 14. I know Nate, Herbie, and John, like you've all like probably made it pretty high in mythic. Like you know, but you're not like consistently #1 mythic. Like we can't all be Rumty, right?
Right.
We can't all be Nerdy Steve, right?
For real. It's true.
But like
Well, I think
you know, go ahead.
no. I do think like there are like two categories of like kind of Twitch content. It's either like you're really freaking good at the game, but if you start streaming and you're not gonna be as good or be better than these players, then you just gotta make sure that then you just gotta go to the other side. You either have a really highly skilled player who may or may not have the most vibrant personality, or you could have a complete entertainer that's just like even if they suck at the game, they're still fun to watch. And so like you got to figure out like which side you're gonna tackle or like what you can like feasibly like bring to the table. Like yeah.
How did you get into it, Herbie?
Like yeah, Herbie.
I'm
Like
just
Herbie,
curious.
I think like you're a good example of like sucking, but no,
No.
no, but being extremely entertaining to where you're gonna get viewers. But like not saying that you suck. I love you, Herbie. Seriously.
No. No. I know what you mean because like seriously, like my viewers find great joy in watching me suffer. Like I'll play games like Flappy Bird and stuff like that, and they'll just like, and I'll make a goal. I'll start doing predictions and stuff. If I don't get 30, we'll see. Blah blah blah. Like, and then like all the chat will be like doubting me doing it, and they'll just watch me suffer. And it's like I think you can either be like really good at the game or like really suck at the game, and either side of the spectrum, the complete opposite, will be entertaining. And I think that's like where you want to be.
No, like
How did you?
I personally I have a very like not very prestigious like Yu-Gi-Oh career, but like I've made top cut at a lot of stuff, but like in Magic it's just become like it's just like a little bit more of a road bump for me. Like I'm not the best. I'm not like one of the best like I was for Yu-Gi-Oh. So like I have to make sure that knowing that in my head that I'm not one of the best, I have to like consciously make sure that I'm entertaining. Because like if you're neither, then people aren't going to want to watch you in anyway. You have if you're not good and you're not entertaining, like I don't know if you could make it on Twitch.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like, okay, I haven't even had the real conversation in my head that if I really actually like want to make it on Twitch or anything. Like, for me, I did realize for me that like I was never gonna be as good as someone like Reed Duke, William Jensen, Javier Dominguez, all these people. Like, there's no shot. I just don't have the time to do that.
Yeah.
But
You could have a
so
shot,
I'm like,
but-
okay, I'm just gonna if I decided to, but I'm just not willing to have those sacrifices to get to that point. But so I'm just gonna be I'm just gonna be an entertaining guy to watch.
Yeah.
And I think for me, like everyone's definition of being entertaining is different. But for me, I think like I find watching someone like Andrea Mengucci stream because like I feel like they're having fun. Like I believe that they're having fun. It's to watch someone. It's fun to watch someone having fun. And I think like I don't know. For me, it's very simple. Like I just like I do Magic, but I also do like YouTube videos. I like watching like food videos and stuff like that because it's like I just want to like have fun. And I think like if I just force myself to keep playing Magic, personally, just for me, like I don't always find just like playing arena fun, but like the best I can do is just to have fun with it as much as I can. And I think like if the streamer is having fun, and it's probably good content.
Yeah, Herbie.
Is that why you got into it? You just wanted to have fun and hang out with some
I don't
people?
know what to expect. Well, I used to do this like all the time, like with my friends. Like before I even started streaming, like I would just like make videos of me playing a game and send it to my like a group message with like 6 people in it. You
That's
know
funny.
what I mean? Like I just like I don't know. It was just like kind of a fun thing to do for me. So it just felt like natural when I finally had enough money to get a gaming PC to start doing it.
What about you, James? What brought you to streaming? You said you really liked it. What brought you into it?
Quarantine started. I was working at my work at home job. My brother had always watched Twitch for like years, and I just had no interest in it because he was on the he watched a lot of Hearthstone at first and watched a lot of like Crip and a bunch of huge streamers, and I wasn't really interested in playing Hearthstone. So I was like, whatever. I didn't like, and like also one of my passions at the time was Yu-Gi-Oh, and no one streamed Yu-Gi-Oh. Like still like the height of Yu-Gi-Oh like on Twitch is like 800 and something viewers in the whole category.
Do they have
in the whole?
They have a
category.
software.
There's a couple of them. Like a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh players play like tabletop and stream tabletop Yu-Gi-Oh. And they tabletop competitive Yu-Gi-Oh from them just like playing in real life. But there's also a website that you can go to called duelingbook.com, to where you can play using any card for free against like random players, and there's a ladder and everything. But it's not like sanctioned by like Konami, which is the creators of Yu-Gi-Oh, or anything. So like it's not supported monetarily. So the only people supporting it are like the handful of people that are running the website. But it's not like an official thing, so nobody takes it officially, so no one streams it. But it's a good thing to play on, but just no one streams Yu-Gi-Oh because it's just not interesting to watch. I think for that reason. But the Yu-Gi-Oh community is humongous, but the Yu-Gi-Oh community is kind of steered more towards YouTube, and the YouTube Yu-Gi-Oh scene is insanely large, like even larger than Magic, I think. But Whoa. Just no one streams it on Yu-Gi-Oh. The height is like 800 and something viewers. Like it cracks 1,000 sometimes, but that's like pushing it. And then Magic at any time on Twitch will have like 8 to 12,000 viewers depending on the day. So you can like, it's just like a huge disparity on Twitch. I don't even really know why, but so the story is that and you can find this on YouTube too by typing in !YouTube in chat and figuring out my YouTube story if you want to listen to it on there. But I'll tell you now too that I started streaming because one day I got a nice computer because I hadn't had one. I've wanted to stream because I watched Jeff Hoagland and Crokies play Magic. And those are the only two streamers I watched. Never had any interest in watching any other streamer. So I was like, one day I was like, I got my computer and I was like, I want to start streaming. And then one day, I didn't really know I was going to start streaming that day, like that morning or the night before. But I was like, you know what? I'm going to be playing Magic tonight anyway. Like, why don't I just stream it? And so that's why I started streaming. And so that day I spent like 2 hours downloading OBS and everything else and like learning all these things, and then just went live. And no one can hear my voice, and I didn't have a webcam. The only way day one that I can talk to people watching me, which is only my friends in real life that I asked to watch me, was through the chat. And then just every single day after that, I just improved and making it so that people could hear me, which I used headphones from my job that had a mic on it, and that's the only way people could hear me. And then I made affiliate after a week, and then I got my camera after I hit affiliate, so no one could see me until after affiliate. And like the reason why I wanted to start streaming in the beginning was because I said I might as well stream it if I'm going to play anyway. But then after that first week, and I was like so hyped that like I got a camera, so hyped that I like learned all these things, and I was like, I mean, if I can learn these things and I'm like this excited about it, like I'm going to keep doing it. So then I made a streaming schedule and I did all those kind of things, and it just like culminated and snowballed into what it is today.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It is fun, man. You get all hooked on it. Like streaming is pretty like you get all hooked on like, oh, you start off and you like have so many things on your Streamlabs, and then you start like getting so meticulous about like maybe my camera should be over here, over here, and like I don't know, it's just like a freaking Pandora's box.
And then like you got all these different websites that you can integrate into your stream. Like you're like, oh, I have freaking this bot, and like what if I go to this bot's website? What can this do for my stream? Like you see like so many different things among the Magic community. Like Jaffer, I know Jaffer and Howling Minds have the like yellow around their like the outline. So and there's like so many things that different people can do, and some people have like the emote spam on the or whatever that they can like flourish around their screen, like a bunch of interactive things that you can do. And a lot of people think that that's like a click of the button. Like sometimes you can click a button, but that stuff takes time and thought, like so much time to do.
Yeah, sure.
I have a completely different story to that too, because I never used Twitch. I barely used the internet or social. And it was right around like December, and because when it was happening, I lost my job and I had nothing to do, and I was just like, this sucks. But I was always kind of good at Magic, and so I had been playing Arena, And so I started just kind of like, I had free time because I lost my job. So I was just brewing and I was just doing really well. And I kept playing my own list and I was like getting to top 10 Mythic. And I was just like, if I can keep doing this, maybe I could just like find a way to make income on the side. And so it was like, I don't know, January or something, I started interacting with streamers and stuff like that. And I kept brewing and I was filtering my list through other streamers like Danny T-Law. I was friends with Nerdy Steve. And the first time I played my own Mythic, I had to stream. I played my like card for card own list. That's because Croakies had played one of my lists. And so I played against it. No, I was like, okay, I've got to do this. Like, I know I can do this. So primarily when I started, it was just because I thought I was good at the game and could monetize it. You couldn't really, I mean, I don't really monetize it that much. You just make a little bit of money, but then you just start really enjoying it. You know what I mean? And so now I've really stepped that back because now I have a job. I have an MBA degree that I'm working on. So I have no time to like grind and build like the same way that I do. So my content is more just like playing with viewers and stuff like that. I still get to Mythic and play in the MCQs. I won the Arena Open. Like I still play competitive stuff, but it's pretty cool that the streaming community and stuff, it just like, it's so fun to be a part of it. And so why I got into it was just really weird because I had no experience watching Twitch. I didn't even like use social media or anything. I'm a very in-person. I like to call people, that kind of thing. And I was mostly just an athlete. I just didn't do things online. But I've completely converted.
Talk about how you like. There's a story behind how you know Danny and Croakies too. I know you told me. I know you told me, but can you tell people if you want to?
Yeah, no, I mean, I met him really early on, right? I don't even know if he was streaming yet, just because I was playing against him, and I was using a weird list, and he was at his stupid little, Twitch.tv. So I was like, oh, I can just look this guy up. He puts a Twitch thing in there.
Yeah.
So I messaged him, and I was like...
That's marketing at its finest right there.
It works.
It works. So I messaged him, I'm like, you build lists too, because I love when people... We should build lists together, because that's all I do. It's so much fun. And so we just kind of became friends through that. And then he just like one day, I guess Croakies rated him one time, and then he was just huge after that. But it's just, I don't know, just engaging with content creators has been so fulfilling for me that I just could never go back. You know what I mean?
I feel like we just like, I mean, it is going to be interesting when the world opens up a bit and then we can like socialize in a normal way again. Because I feel like a lot of us did get into it because it's like, this is the majority of the socializing I do now.
Seriously,
you guys on Discord and on Twitch, but like that, the world kind of forced my hand to do that because
COVID was brutal. Like not being able to see people. That's what I did. I just saw people so foreign to me, and so. But now I can never go back. It's so much fun. We're doing this now. This is super fun.
And that's what I'm thinking. Like, people are just thinking like, oh, it's gonna open back up. It's gonna be different again. It's like maybe like a lot of people will realize they kind of just enjoyed that way of communicating with human beings right here on Discord, not having to leave your house to do it.
It is kind of nice to be able to just sit down.
I mean, it's crazy. Like last night, like I hung out with some, like Sidetrack and like StriderStone and Taj, like a Melee player, and we were just like watching like a stupid Japanese game show, drinking.
That's so fun.
Hanging out on stream, just like and I feel like it's like hanging out with your friends or whatever, and it's just like it's so much more convenient.
Yeah, I'm the opposite side of that thing. Like.
Yeah,
COVID didn't change my life at all. I never left the house like normally. Not like literally now. If I leave the house more than once a month, it's exceptional. Like for the longest time, we have 2 cars and neither one was running properly between November and just like 2 weeks ago. So like whatever, almost 6 months worth of neither car at our house running, and it didn't matter because I never leave.
Wait, aren't you a teacher though, John?
We have a daycare in home.
Oh,
so the wife unit and I work at our house. So I wake up, work till 5:30, and then I stream at 6. And then after I stream, I go to bed. So I never leave on the weekends. Are you kidding me? What? Leave? Are you kidding me?
Wow. I think we're glad you never leave. Then we can watch your. There you go. It benefits us. Benefits us.
Well,
Yeah,
that's why someone like John started streaming than any of us, because it's like John was already in that mode of living where
Yeah, he was
already
ready to
at home.
go.
And then we just followed after. We're like, oh, what's this about? You know, this John likes games lifestyle, and we're like, oh, I'm gonna hop on this Twitch thing too,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
it's cool.
exactly.
because this is how you do it. If you're just at home, based at home all the time, this is how you interact with humans.
Well, and my thing is, I'm actually kind of naturally introverted, all things considered. Like,
Right.
it's different with my people. Like right now, I'm having a great time. Like, I could sit here and talk with you guys all night long. That doesn't bother me, right? But like when it's strangers, that's different, right? So I have never been to a nightclub. I have been to a bar one time because my boss forced me to go. It was a horrible experience. I don't want to go back. Like, none of that stuff. Like, that's just not my life. So like, being able to actually interact with people and stuff and have meaningful and positive interactions with people on the internet, it's fantastic. I mean, before, like, I had my friend group and it was like, whatever, 5 or 6 people, but that was it.
Yeah.
And like, again, like, I played WoW since 2004 and stuff, but like, I wouldn't even use Dungeon Finder because I didn't like encountering strangers. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
What's Dungeon
Yeah,
Finder?
I'm not even kidding. Like, because I didn't want those strangers. So like,
Wait, is that like
doing it-
Craigslist for D&D? Like people like personals for D&D people to find around the city?
Dungeon Finder? No.
Dungeon
For World
Finder.
of
Is that
Warcraft, right?
Craigslist
Oh!
for World of Warcraft?
Oh,
where-
that's what
So it will find like 4 people to like, it will automatically find them. You can run the whole dungeon and then leave and never say a word, and there's no big deal. Like, so that's most of the time. But like, I don't like strangers, So like, I wouldn't even use
Yeah.
that.
Well, I mean, did you know Nate, John, before today?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
We have
for a
mutual friends.
For a second, when
Correct.
you got into the Discord call at first, I thought you didn't know each other, but then I was like, oh, well, they've definitely seen each other a lot. I don't know if they've actually met in person before. I mean, in person, quote unquote.
Yeah, I guess I don't really do this that often, like actually interact, but interacting through chat quite
Well,
often.
like, this is why I wanted to do this in the first place. Like, why don't we just, like, everyone's talking about like COVID and going back to stores and everything, and like wanting to see their friends again and like talk to them like this. Why don't I just do it right now? Like, why don't we just talk to our other streamer friends, like, and just hang out?
It's pretty fun. I found some, like, Herbie and I never. I'm gonna go to his channel, go watch him. So I mean, like, this is a great way to meet people.
Yeah. No, I agree, dude. I mean, that was kind of the same thing. Like, I think viewers actually like that. Like, that's why I started, like, I mean, when I started doing the YouTube stuff where I was just doing reacts and stuff like that, I would just watch it by myself and, like, kind of, like, felt like hanging out with the chat watching YouTube together. And then, like, I started bringing on people, then I started feeling like, oh, I'm hanging out with, like, Steve right now,
And,
watching
like-
YouTube,
And
and,
also,
with
like,
the chat.
StriderStone goes to your, like, every Friday, right?
Yeah. And then now when I'm finding out, like, you know what? Like, we should all hang out and watch
Yeah, we should all
stuff
just
on
hang
YouTube.
out.
Because people, I think that's why like Twitch got so popular too. I mean, because like there is a lot of like a huge increase of streamers, but there's also a huge increase of viewers on Twitch. But like people just like enjoy hanging out, the feeling of like hanging out with somebody, and then when you have more people in the on the stream, like it even like that's what's happening right now. Like it's like we're hanging out with the chat, us together hanging out. I mean, I feel like I'm in the same room as you guys, but in reality, I'm by myself in my bedroom. talking to
Yeah.
myself, there's no one in the house. It's weird.
Don't dox your bedroom, bro. I mean, to be honest,
You'll notice I pulled my curtain down.
to be honest,
so you can.
your bedroom, Herbie, is like nothing I've ever seen in my life. Like, your bedroom is like legit.
What
Bro.
do you mean?
Like look at that freaking whatever that is, that wall, that curtain, or whatever it is. Like, you got
Oh, yeah.
like, you have actual design. For me, I have like a lamp.
No, dude, that thing is back there so that you don't see the mess behind it.
I mean, still,
love it.
it's a good idea.
That's
It
that's too hot. You don't want to see what's behind that, Charlie.
No, you're right. I
Jay.
really don't. Please don't lift that. Yeah, just don't do it. That's just a cover up. That's like your mom saying
Yeah,
you
it's a
clean your
cover-up.
room and you're just like throwing stuff under the bed real quick. You're over
definitely.
here at like 8:59, and it's like you stream at 9 o'clock. And you're like, well, crap. I guess I gotta throw everything behind this wall.
You gotta make it look presentable, kinda. I think that's why
Yeah.
people who do green screen is so genius. It's like
Mhm.
just hide everything behind you.
Yeah, this is actually a
Absolutely.
green screen. The bike has been fixed.
Yeah, Nate
Put a
doesn't-
little bike
Yeah,
there.
Nate doesn't actually bike.
Yeah, I've never been on one.
Make me look fit.
Yeah, exactly.
Add an image of a bike there. Add the shadow effects.
Yeah, it's a really good green screen.
Dude, it took him like 8 hours to make that, dude.
That's so good.
I've always wondered because like it's like how do you set up the right streaming thing? Because I didn't have a green screen. Some people, you ever see how they have like all their games, like board games, all the cool stuff they have?
Jeff Hoagland has that in the background, just like board games.
Yeah,
So does
Those are-
Steve.
Nerdy Steve has all his board games too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like that look. But the way that my house is
You can
organized, I
always-
didn't know
you
how
can
to
always
make
change
that
your
work.
Green screen from shadowed bike to games.
That's true. I could just program it differently. Yeah. So-
For me, I have like lamp, bedpost, made bed, and like a piano stand. I actually have my piano right next to it, but you can't see it.
You play?
I'm a keyboardist, yeah.
Oh, I love piano.
Really?
Awesome.
What?
Yeah, you didn't
For
know?
real?
You didn't know
I
Charizard
didn't
James
know.
plays a keyboard? You never seen a Charmander like freaking tickle the ivories?
I didn't, but that's awesome.
We should do a unique thing about it, about each of us. So Charizard, you can keyboard. How long have you played?
Oh, at least 10 years.
Oh, that's awesome. What's
Wow.
something you do nobody knows, John? You can do.
That nobody knows. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. If you go to the Urban Dictionary
Nothing.
Oh
and
no.
you look up TMI,
Oh, no.
What?
if you look up TMI, there is a story about John oversharing. Okay, so like, there's nothing the internet doesn't already know about me except my real name, and I can't share that.
It's Likes Games.
So,
we already went over this. Like, this is a nice last name.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. No,
Like games.
yeah, exactly. Likes games. Yeah. So I don't know. Like,
It's
do
Gaelic.
me last. Maybe I'll come up with something. Maybe I don't know.
Okay. About you, Herbie.
Trying to think now.
Or John, how about something interesting that 1 or 5 people might know, but it's interesting? Okay, let's do this. Do you wear dress pants and dress shoes?
Not. I mean, yes, but not on stream. I don't wear shoes on stream.
You don't wear shoes?
I do wear.
You got
I do wear
Crocs
black
right now?
pants.
You have Crocs?
Well, I mean, I don't. I had them before the flood, but I don't actually own Crocs now.
Does he,
Yeah, I mean,
does
I
he
have-
look like a Crocs guy, Herbie?
Hey, you're
Dude.
wearing pants.
Yeah,
I
he's
was.
wearing
I always
pants.
thought. I always figured you never wore pants.
Yeah, me too.
You guys wanna know
wearing
who-
the top?
You want to know who's a Crocs guy? This guy.
Oh my
Ah!
God. You're a socks and Crocs
There we
guy.
go.
You're not just
I
a
got.
Crocs guy.
I'm a Crocs and sandals kind of guy.
You're not just a Crocs guy. You're a sandals. You're a freaking socks and Crocs guy.
That's right, mate. Goddamn right, mate.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my lord.
Okay. Now we have to have a slightly less interesting but more interesting thing than that, Herbie. You can't just say you wear Crocs. Okay, there's gotta be something more.
Well, what did I do? I don't know. I was like, I used to do well. Charizard James talked about keyboardists. I toured with a band one time all around the circumference of the U.S. How about that?
Was this in a dream?
Playing in a no. This is real. Playing in an experimental, like kind of like noisy, lo-fi band. Playing some percussions, and it was like the most busted setup. It was just like a cymbal, a crash. There was like some bongos.
Were you sitting on that like chair instrument thing? I forgot what the name of it is. That you hit with your hands.
Chair instrument thing?
Yeah, you ever seen those? I forgot what it's called. It's an instrument, but it's like you
Bongos?
sit on it.
No, I didn't have anything that advanced. Not like that.
what's
It was
called?
so
It's called a
scuffed, man. It was so scuffed,
Is it called a
and we
timpani?
toured. I have no idea.
No, timpani is where you have two. You have the big tubs in front of you, basically, and you have two mallet sort of things, and you beat on them, and they go like
Oh,
that.
no, I'm talking about the thing that you sit on. Is a cajon? Anyone know what
Cajon?
Anyone know what a cajon is? I'm not kidding.
Is that Mexican food?
It's-
Cajon? A couple of cajones for the boys.
No,
Keep them coming.
No, seriously, someone look it up. I think it's called a cajon.
I have no idea what that is, but I did not use that, man. But
Wait, do you have a
the
moderator in chat? Come on.
The chat is
freaking.
freaking. The
No, I
chat
don't
is
have-
doubting me.
I don't have a mod right now for some weird reason.
The The chat is saying that I made this up. No, it happened. Okay, I toured with a band. We toured around all over. We came from we started in Portland, Oregon. I was not just stoned or on mushrooms or anything, but that did happen during the tour. But we toured around the circumference of the U.S. We ran out of money during South by Southwest. Okay, we went around all the way to New Orleans, New York, all that stuff, and then we went to Texas. Ran out of money. I swear to God, I can't make this shit up. I'm not lying.
It is a cajon, by the way. Peachy Baby says it's a cajon.
Is that real? It is? What is
Okay, so Wife Unit looked it up. Cajon is a box-shaped percussion instrument originally from Peru, played by slapping the front or rear faces with hands, fingers, sometimes implements such as brushes, mallets, or sticks.
Wow.
I can't believe we knew this,
I mean,
James.
John,
Oh.
Herbie, and Nate. I don't want to tell you I told you so, but I really don't want to tell you I told you so. But
How the hell do you know about this instrument?
it's a percussion instrument. I'm in music.
That's true. You would.
I
know
was
about
not
that.
aware.
So approximately how many shows did you actually do, Herbie? Is this
Dude,
like you turned around the U.S., that means you did one show in Portland and you did one show in Florida and you're like, oh crap, we're out of money? Or like...
That's
No.
kinda funny.
We went all around. Like we
That
went
is
from
all around.
Portland. We met in Des Moines, Iowa. Then we started going to like
Where's
all
Des Moines?
Iowa.
Iowa. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Whatever, Nate. You're from Des Moines.
I'm in Des Moines right now. That's
Are you serious?
yeah.
Wait,
Bro.
where's Orlando again?
No,
Yeah.
and we inched our way up to like Portland, Maine. And
Bro,
then
I
went
wish I
down-
had seen you. We should
Yeah, I
have
don't
been
know. Maybe you would have
friends.
seen. Yeah, we played some shows. It was a weird thing. It was like this, like kind of this whole like we had like our setup was like old Casio, so it was like very lo-fi, noisy, kind of like weird experimental weirdness.
Where did you play at while you were here? I want to see if I know what it was.
Dude, it was
Or
some
wait.
warehouse. I don't know.
A
Do you know-
warehouse? Oh yeah, no, I chill in
Do
the
you know
warehouse.
Night? Are you in a warehouse right now?
Yeah, it's a green screen. Don't worry about it.
It's like green screen. Take it out. Dingy warehouse.
Wait, so when you say traverse the United States, you don't mean like you went to Iowa and then you went to Maine, you went to Portland, and you went like back like to
No,
Florida. And back
everything in between there too. We stopped by like we played like maybe we traveled for a whole month and toured. And
So
every day was almost
we-
a new
we-
city.
We need the YouTube video to prove it.
Yeah, I was gonna say we need to. Can we listen?
I don't
Can we
want to
li-
find it. I know there's probably something out there, but I don't want to find
It's all
it.
right. Just sing us a song and we'll be good.
No, I didn't sing.
Listen,
I
he played the cajon. He
I'm
can't
not doing
sing.
this.
You can't sing if you play the
Oh
cajon.
my god.
Yeah.
The video's got to be out there somewhere, but fuck that.
It's out
I'm
there.
not. No.
All right, chat. We have the power of Twitch chat though.
I was
Chat,
gonna say,
all you
chat,
have
will
to
you
do
please find this?
Is type
Well,
in-
obviously, no.
Oh. Twitch chat.
I'm not gonna give any more information. Hold on.
I mean,
Might
we
make
have all the
this
information
into-
we need. Level 99.
Look up
Herbie.
Des Moines Warehouse.
No.
Imagine working out.
I'm finding it.
No. Stop.
Then look through every single show ever made.
Anyways, Nate, how was your?
Yeah, there
What's
you go.
something about
No.
you?
Nice
What's something about
segue.
you?
No,
How
we're-
about
we're-
that?
No, dude, Herbie, we're not getting off the subject until we find this. You can't just slyly change the subject like that.
Hold on.
Something about me. I'm incredibly interested in researching
Researching what?
Herbie did. What Herbie did. That's something interesting about me.
Okay.
That is a really interesting thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Recently, I did on the ladder in historic. I found out the Herbie band. That's
That'd be kind of cool if it was Herbie Band. That's a good name.
HerbieBand.com.
Oh, that sounds like something different.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Careful about the links in the chat, you know.
Yeah, careful about links in the chat with HerbieBand.com. Be careful about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I never experimented with a green screen though to speak out green screens while Herbie's looking at this up, or Nate's looking this up, or Twitch chat. Please look this up.
Sorry, I'm trying to look for.
I
I'm
am.
trying to see if chat will find anything about it, but I don't know. I'm having a hard time already.
I don't have a. Oh really? No, I have a. I don't have a green screen because I'm facing my wall, and then this obviously behind me is my bed. So if I had a green screen, I'd have it like between my bed and my computer, and I don't really feel like dealing with that. There's also a fan right above me. I don't really feel like it could work unless I spent way too much effort doing that when I could just not have a green screen. I don't
Makes
know.
sense.
Like I feel like if I was in a like large hallway, I could just like paint the other hallway wall green. Like I know people have painted their walls green behind them.
Yeah, it does work. And the good thing about it actually is that one of the biggest enemies on your green screen is ripples. So I've used actual cloth green screens in the past, right?
I see a ripple, I think, now that you say it.
But well, actually, it's not. See, normally I have the screen like shrunk for my own personal thing. So my webcam doesn't have, or well, it's camcorder. So its zoom is a little different. So I have to actually shrink it in OBS or whatever, which is why you're kind of getting my lighting.
Right.
So what you can see right now is the variance in its lighting. So because you got to light it separately.
I'm not seeing a ripple.
So,
I'm not seeing a ripple. I'm seeing light.
Correct. You're seeing a dimmer spot because you don't normally see this spot at all.
Yeah, no,
really. When I'm in a normal spot with the normal thing.
Right.
But either way, with the wall, as long you have to watch about matte and gloss paint though, because it'll reflect light and that's bad. So you don't want.
Like I wonder how much better, like higher quality. Like maybe I need to watch more Harris Heller videos, but how like the higher quality of my stream setup would be if I don't even think it's low quality right now, but I think it would be higher if I just like had like drama experience in high school or something.
Wait, hold on, James. Can I ask you a question real quick?
No.
We're talking about stream setups, okay? Dude, is it true? Do you still have one monitor?
Yes.
Yes.
How are
my
you doing
gosh.
this, man?
Seriously, I was making fun of him. I have 3, and I feel like I need another one right here. Like legit. Admittedly, 2 of them on my main PC and 1 on another one.
I mean, if you want me to tell you the secrets on how you do this with one monitor, I can tell you right now.
Tell me.
Let me hear it.
All right. So right now, I'm looking at my OBS, okay, in studio mode, so I can change stuff, but that's not seen on stream. I have my Discord behind it and my internet, so I don't need to look at those, okay. And then I pop out my chat in the Twitch dashboard, and then I crop the chat to be on the edge of my OBS, and that's what I'm looking at right now. But I have to keep my Discord with all of you on it up and never minimize it, because if I minimize it, no one will be able to see. But if I had another monitor, I'd just be able to put it on another monitor and not worry about it.
Oh, you're gaming.
Huh?
Yeah.
You see the chat when you're gaming.
I pop out the chat and I put it next to my arena. Oh! I put arena as I don't full screen arena.
Oh, I didn't consider
Oh, you have a
that.
small arena.
I actually can't full screen
Small arena.
A tiny arena.
I can't full screen arena, unless I had another monitor.
So here's what I'm hearing. Charizard James is streaming wrong. That's all I heard. I don't know. I love your stream, and I think your content's great, but I had no idea you were doing it wrong this whole time.
See, actually, that's actually a good sign. If I'm doing this and no one has any idea, then I'm doing something right.
No, dude. I honestly do commend you on that, bro. Like,
For real.
the fact that like I couldn't even tell, and that like I've seen you run tournaments and stuff like that, and they all went well, and you do it with one monitor.
Yes, I ran the entire Dream League tournament with one monitor.
That's insane.
That is insane.
Agreed.
I would run
like.
Okay, next level up, no monitor. That's the next level.
That's when you're one with your stream.
Yeah, you're just feeling the confuse.
You're like Neo.
No. Like I hook up my phone to my computer with like 4 different adapters and just work off my phone with like a hard drive connected to my phone somehow.
See, I had envisioned you would insert an HDMI. Well, never mind. We'll just.
I don't know where with no monitor I would insert this HDMI cable, but I don't think it would be. I think it would be painful.
You know.
Moving on. Just insert it right into my eye is what I mean, or like my ear.
Straight into the matrix.
Yeah, ear. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, right into like the motherboard. It's like right.
Yeah, not somewhere else.
You have one behind your neck, right? Underneath the barcode.
Yeah.
underneath the park.
Yeah, you got that right. That's how I'm hanging out right now.
I
Oh my
walk out of I walk out of Walmart self checkout backwards.
They're like, what? I'm only 99 cents.
It's
Wait, what's the self
it's like you ever watch those videos that's like know your worth? I mean, that's how you know.
Oh my god.
Scar the barcode behind your neck
I mean, so
to
you
find out your net worth.
I have to run to the bathroom. Keep going.
All right, so you found out my secret. I don't know how I run a tournament off one monitor, but I was not only running the tournament and doing every scene change, but I was also casting it.
Yeah. See, that blows my mind. Is there a reason you don't? Like I'm legit curious.
Dude,
They're not
John,
expensive.
I know
It's like-
I know what the answer is. There's more than one James. He's cloned. He's a cloned species.
Ah.
This is impossible.
I mean, I figured that, like, when you're, okay, wait.
Oh my
who's
god, we
this?
got Jaffer. Yes.
We do have Jaffer in here.
Yes.
Oh, whoops.
Jaffer's still in tournament mode right now.
Why is my camera working? What the heck?
Because your camera's on an OBS, probably.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
probably need to
might
close
be it.
OBS.
OBS is off.
Yeah. There's nothing else using your camera.
Oh no, there is.
It's called overbowel
Did you
syndrome.
did you check did you check your FBI agent?
Okay, for some reason it's not working and it's not on. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second.
It's all good. It's all good. This is like my streams when I do Fucked Up Friday with Strider, man. Welcome to the scuffed life.
I mean, Strider. To be fair, Strider's scuffed way before he goes on your channel.
True. I don't know. It's so funny because like I brought, like, I don't know. I think it's just like funny actually when like you don't have your shit together.
All right,
But
Jaffer.
like chat
Okay,
will give me a
finally.
hard time.
Jaffer,
There we
you
go.
It's a Jaffer.
Hey.
What up? What up? How was the
What's
tournament?
up, Jaffer?
So right now there is a ceiling light up there and a ceiling. It's pretty white. That is what's up.
Can you imagine Jaffer with no green screen?
My mind is completely blown right now. I
Wait,
don't even know what's
we
I don't
added
even know how to
someone?
process this.
What's
Yeah,
up,
what's-
Jaffer?
What's in the box? Jaffer, what's in the box?
The box.
Random stuff I need to throw away.
Is it a box of Pringled magic cards? Useless magic cards?
Probably a couple in there.
Sprinkled.
Jaffer.
The life of
join-
magic.
Oh, you guys didn't see it earlier, yeah.
Jaffer, join to the conversation we were having. We were talking about how I ran the entire
Yeah, how-
Stream League tournament with one monitor.
Where all our minds are blown
Why?
because it's, yeah, one monitor and yeah, explain, James.
Why?
How could you do
That's the
that?
important question. Why?
Why did I do that? Because I don't have another monitor. Hashtag
Like-
monitor fund in Charizard James's Twitch channel.
Everyone use your
you-
Twitch Primes on James so he can get a fucking second monitor.
I'm on board for
Twitch
it.
Prime,
what?
Twitch Prime.
That's legit the reason.
You know,
Yes.
James, you could milk that you could buy the second monitor. No one would. You can just keep getting monitors, Twitch Primes.
Just
can really milk
infinite
that.
Primes.
Yeah, just infinite primes. You'll have like 5 monitors and be like, no.
Just
You
have,
know what?
Just have the monitors and just still never use them and just say I don't have them.
They're just sitting in boxes.
The thing is though, it's kind of legendary that James is under that. Like I know some like really big streamers that like use a mouse pad and stuff like that. Like there's like an Among Us streamer that uses a mouse pad and like streams just off one monitor, and they're like known for that. So maybe that's
Who
what
doesn't
James
use
is
a
going
mouse
for.
pad?
I gotta
Or
say,
not a mouse pad.
after-
I mean a trackpad. A trackpad. Sorry.
Okay, wait, what's a
who uses a mouse pad or trackpad when you have like 5 playmats at home?
trackpad?
Exactly.
That's
That's
true.
what they're made
Wait,
for,
why
right?
would you
Not
say what's a
magic.
trackpad? That's like Zoomer talk.
Is it
What's
the
a
thing on? Is that what
trackpad?
you call the laptop?
The
mouse?
laptop mouse? Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I guess
Imagine
I just didn't
gaming
realize
with
that's
that.
what it-
They're streaming
that
with
would
that.
suck.
And
I gotta
having, like-
say, after today, I want 3 monitors now. It was a pain going through a whole bunch of windows on one monitor while I have a game. From like Discord, I'm streaming for coverage on the Twitch.
Dude, I mean, and when you do tournaments, you need like freaking 4 or 5 monitors. You need one for MTG Melee. You need one for Discord. You need one for chat. Because sometimes people talk to you on chat trying to get troubleshooting. It's like, what are you doing in chat?
Wait, well, my thing is the reason why I have one monitor still is I've never needed another monitor. Like, why can't you just pop out your chat and put it next to your freaking whatever you're using?
That's like saying, why do I live in a one-room house? I can just put everything in one room.
Yeah.
Because it's better with 2.
James.
Why have a stove in your house? Why don't you just cook on a campfire? It's literally
just do it.
Am I a campfire streamer? Am I like the Neanderthal streamer?
Yes.
Oh my God, dude.
Once you've had more than one monitor, you won't go back. Like,
Dude,
it's serious business.
You want to know why I got a second monitor? Because I do a lot of marbles on my streams, right? Just to like take a break from Magic. I've done way too many marbles rounds where I thought I would switch to like full face cam, and then I would think that I was on the live screen where it's showing my screen, and I would broadcast a whole marbles race, which is me screaming.
Just like your face, you mean?
Nobody
can see the marbles.
Yeah, I'm not reading chat because I only have one screen, and everyone's telling me like we don't know what's happening, and I'm like, oh my God, and he got first, like a dumbass. And eventually, I got tired of it, and I got a second monitor.
Oh, that's good.
Herbie, I remember watching your stream like for the first couple times after meeting you, and I forgot who it was. There was another streamer that that kept hanging out in your chat that I found out about. But they're like, you need to get a second monitor. I'm like, he's on one monitor, and like you went on like a whole spiel for like 30 minutes every time this was brought up. And then after you got your second monitor, you went on another like whole spiel for like 30 minutes, like how you're not going to go back to one monitor, how this is great. It was kind of funny. But I gotta agree, never going back to one monitor.
Yeah, I don't know. I like making a shit show. I don't know, what can I say?
My thing is like if I got another monitor, like I would put like Arena on it, and it'd be like the same as I had one monitor.
No, you have Arena on one screen and you have chat on the other.
Well, I have Arena and chat on my screen, regardless.
Okay, so for the record,
this is how you use one monitor like a pro from Charizard James.
I just don't like understand.
Okay, this is one of those things. Like, okay, go put yourself back in whatever 2012 or something, and you're still on a flip phone, and everybody else has got these stupid smartphones. It's ridiculous. I just want to make phone calls, maybe send some texts. It's no big deal. I just need a phone. I don't need a computer.
That's so different.
Change there too.
That's so different.
Right?
That's so different.
It's not different. It's the same. Once you do it, you will know. And it's like, no, wait. This is so much better.
No, but what can I do with the second monitor that I can't already do with one? Nothing.
Everything will just be bigger. Just having a bigger screen. Now your arena doesn't have to be as small as they are now because it's all windowed. But my arena's still
not small. It's like it covers like 90% of the screen. I just have my chat on the right hand side.
Yeah, I guess maybe you just do different things on your stream, but it's really useful for me to have like other things pulled up, and then you can like pop into other people's chats and stuff if you need to, and you never have to turn your game off. So if you're playing competitively, you don't even have to worry about it.
Yeah, like if I'm playing in a tournament and I'm streaming it, I have my game up on the left screen. Left monitor, then on my right monitor I do have OBS up, but I also have up like MTG Melee. I do Stream Raiders on my stream, so I do have that up on the right monitor as well. That I switch over to in between matches and stuff. And just every other program, a different program you use on the other monitor, basically.
Like, I would need another monitor. I would need another monitor if I streamed my entire computer screen playing Arena, but I don't. Sure. I stream the application of it.
Understood.
So when I alt tab or when I exit out or anything, it doesn't stop Arena from showing up on my screen.
I tell you what, you buy a second monitor, and if you don't like it, I will buy it from you. Scout's honor.
Oh,
I swear to God.
Oh,
I will buy your monitor from you.
Dude,
if you don't like it, if you're like, no, I want to go back. I want to go back. I'll buy it. Buy it from you.
Like, the thing about this argument is, imagine your keyboard like together really slow. Do it. it's just better. It's just an easier, more accessible experience for you. You can do more things at once. Sure, you can minimize all your things on one screen. I'm sure you can do that. But like, why would you want to when you don't have to?
I don't know. It's what I'm used to. I've just always done that. So it's like
I
in my brain to do that.
I bought my second monitor on OfferUp for $20. James,
Wow.
you got to do it.
You know, like I could actually just like take a monitor. Okay, if I could show you right now. Oh crap.
That was me. Just
Nate.
don't worry about it.
I'm waiting. What do you need?
I have monitor. You see those monitors?
Hmm?
But those are my work monitors, so I don't want to use them.
Oh yeah, I have the same. I have another setup for my work too.
Yo, what's happening?
He's showing the monitors.
Wait. Who just is Jaffer not in here anymore?
Oh, hold on.
I'm in here. Can you hear me?
You stopped sharing your video.
Yeah, I did because for a reason. I'm adjusting the camera.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh.
Okay, cool.
The fuzziness has really bothered me.
Okay, cool. By the
I'm
way,
like JohnLikesGames now.
By the way, yeah, you're JohnLikesGames. Yeah, I would JohnLikesGames meet Jaffer. Oh wait, that's yourself. Level 9 Herbie, you're fine. You're fine.
I'm good.
Okay. So while Jaffer fixes his thing, his camera, like I just want to remind everybody, Twitch Prime is a thing. Link your Amazon account with your Prime account. Click the down arrow on subscribe on the bottom right of your screen. If it says subscribe for free, it's literally free. You get everything that a subscriber can get, and you can do that for free for one Twitch channel. Okay, and contribute to the extra monitor fund.
Yeah, exactly. Let's get a payout for James, and then James has to promise with the payout has to buy a monitor.
I have to buy a monitor. I will literally show
And
transcripts.
I want a full report. I want a written
if
report.
James doesn't like it, if James doesn't like it, then freaking
Then
John will buy it from him.
I'm telling, like, I could use a fourth monitor.
Exactly.
Honestly, the thing is, but John made the perfect. He knows you're gonna like it. So it's like the easiest bet in history.
It's like legit. I'm glad we made this bet because I would have been willing to eat my hat. You didn't like it.
Oh my god!
I'm telling you, it's different. It's like it's a different animal, man. It's just like picking up a smartphone for the first time, like where you didn't get it, now you get it, right? It's different. I'm telling you, it's good.
But
like you'll like it.
But like I don't know, I'm kind of attached to my setup.
I just like the Charizard would be like, I walked. And someone's like, I will buy you a car. If you don't like it, I'll buy it back. No, but I have legs. I can walk. What's the problem?
I like my walks.
Yeah, I love my walks. I listen to my podcast
like,
on my.
If I need to go faster, I get on my scooter. What's the problem?
That's funny.
Exactly.
What's the problem? I got this scooter back in '97. It was $3 at a garage sale.
Please tell me it's a Razor scooter. Those things are boss.
Oh, I had a Razor scooter.
Oh yeah, love Razor scooter.
I've gotten so many bruises from Razor scooters by trying to tail whip them.
When Jaffer comes back, we have to ask him what nobody knows about him.
I'm here right now. I'm trying to fix my camera.
Oh.
What do we know
I
about
want to
you?
distract you.
Oh,
Samson.
Wait.
Samson, you want in? Samson, you want in real quick? All right, Samson, you go to my Discord and join the general voice chat.
Okay, I'm gonna give up on this.
Giving up? You were trying to do your green screen?
No, it's just I don't like how fuzzy it is, or pixely it is. But I'm just realizing because it's not a tiny camera like on stream.
Sorry, you took my position anyway. Everybody thinks so. You're getting away with it. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going.
Hey,
I'm
Samson.
tired.
Samson in the chat, by the way. Streamer shout out to Samsoni1. Even though I have zero mods. I have 0 mods here. Oh wait, Jump 6 is here. Jump 6. Can you shout out Samson for me?
I'm not looking up there. There we go.
What's up, Samson? What'd you do today?
I did the MIQ, and then I did SCG, and then I spent the last 2 hours of my stream building stupid Lutri combo decks with Tainted Pact.
Oh my god.
Well, that sounds awesome. That sounds amazing.
That sounds miserable.
Yeah, I built 2. We built a Dimir Control Lutri combo deck, and then we built Sultai Ultimatum Lutri combo. which is just we took the Sultai Ultimatum deck from Historic, made it a. The Lutri is also our companion, by the way, so it's a Highlander deck.
I was gonna say, so you have one ultimatum.
Yes.
Okay.
So we also have the Sultai Ultimatum deck, but it's also a Lutri combo deck. But it also can infinite turns you with Regrowth Time Warp.
Fantastic. Love it.
I haven't broken Historic. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Don't worry about it. It's fine, or don't worry about it. This deck's actually off, and I'm off of it in 3 months or days.
I actually don't know if it's actually good or not. I think it actually might be competitively viable, which is what scares me.
How is a Lutri deck competitively viable? Can you explain?
Because you have Thassa's Oracle in the deck also. You go Tainted Pact, Thassa's Oracle, and Lutri.
Oh my gosh, there's Tainted Pact. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Tainted Pact is
strong. That might have just changed my mind.
Nope, I just messed it up.
I have a weird tangent, but you said Lutri, and it reminded me of Luris. Probably the funniest thing I've ever streamed, and someone was playing against Orzhov Auras, and I don't know what they were playing, but they were like, okay, we'll bring in some cages so they can't play anything out of the sideboard. And turn 1, he untaps and plays his own cage. Who even has Grafdigger's Cage in their Luris deck?
My favorite was
the most 5-head play I've ever seen.
I was playing Rakdos Arcanist, and I played against Goblins. This is the 2 cards that happened. 1, they boarded in Anger the Gods against me. 2, they boarded in Grafdigger's Cage against me.
See, that's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna be like, what are you doing?
I named one of my streams Luris Cage Combo just because I was so blown.
Hey, how goes?
Luris Cage Combo. It's real. That is like the best way to get at somebody, though. Have Graveyard Hate deck, but you have Luris as your companion.
The funny thing is that they resolved their cage, and then I thought to them they had 2 Muxus in hand. I'm sitting here like, what are you doing?
That's awesome. Only in Arena. Can you see that?
It's true.
Only in Arena can you hate a game so much.
I got like
we never even got to all the Magic drama.
I got 11 years worth of hating League.
Wait, Samson, you played League for 11 years?
Yeah, I've played it since season 1.
Wow.
Whoa. Well, tell us what we want to hear, Samson.
I'm just a silver scrub. I could have gone like a lot further, but I was just like, nah, Magic's more fun, and I don't require it to stay like 20 years old if I ever want to actually like make a career out of this game, unlike League.
What lane do you main?
It's usually mid jungle at the moment, but right now I usually just main whatever lane is usually feeding the most in my elo.
All right, thank you for your time. I'll see you next time. I play in whatever lane feeds the most. No,
it's because I play it because then that lane doesn't feed, so then I'm the one doing it. So if anything happens, I have myself to blame.
I mean, I feel like that concept goes to more than League of Legends. It's just like the trend waiver.
Yeah.
I've never played League of Legends, unfortunately.
Don't. That's all you're walking into.
I played League of Legends like 5 times, and they were all with Master Yi, and then I quit.
So you press Q a bunch.
Yes.
League of Legends like playing basketball in video game form.
Basketball in video game form?
Like 5-on-5 or something.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like playing
basketball.
You need people
not
to
a
like
bad analogy.
I was just imagining
you
you
to win.
sweating profusely.
No, in video game form.
Yeah.
Like it's just like it's gotta be a group effort to actually pull off a win. If there's only just like one really good player, it's gonna be tough.
Yeah.
Right?
Sometimes.
Or can you just carry a team if you're god tier?
I'd say it's more like hockey, just because like good player can just carry your entire team without a doubt.
That's kind of funny.
Hockey, by the way, probably the best live sport to watch. Maybe I think.
Agreed.
Look at Herbie just sneaky switch the subject.
Dude, it's like Quidditch, dude. It's like
we forgot about Herbie's secret touring band.
You see what he
videos.
did? You see what he did?
It's like he's forgotten about it.
Let's talk about hockey. Talk about hockey.
No.
How entertaining?
I'm Canadian. Hockey's like my bread and butter.
No hockey yet.
How entertaining hockey?
We're not going to talk about hockey yet. We're going to talk about
Vancouver. What a great time for hockey player
fans.
fans.
No one knows.
No shot. No, I can't even find the videos. I can find No, I'm not gonna say any clues in the chat. No way.
Nope. Don't need to know.
You're not gonna find about my secret path. My past.
Yes, we will. You're gonna find out because you're.
You might
I
have
got a
to
list.
like
I got a
cringe.
list.
He was
Anytime I
raking
got
up
that,
a tree,
list.
a
I
music
got a
tree. That's funny.
Yes, we will.
All my
You're-
past is really
yes, we
cringe. Anytime I
will.
look at my past, I'm just like, man, how did anyone fucking deal with me?
Yeah, Elliot. Everyone on
God.
here is still only here because they're waiting for Herbie to slip up.
Nope.
True.
Are we doing like a 6 hour? Are we doing like a 24-hour podcast right now? Like how long
Let's
have
just
we
do
been
it.
going?
Why not?
Well, we're gonna go till like I don't know till whenever.
I pass out. Yeah.
We're gonna go till specifically Jaffer passes out, which is like 3 minutes from now because he's been doing a tournament all day.
Yo, me
What
and
do you think, what do you think
Me
won the
both.
tournament? Without looking at stuff.
Did you do standard or historic?
It was historic.
If you said standard, he would have been like it sucked.
I don't know. Like,
No, no. If it's historic, it sucks because there's literally like.
I'll just guess auras.
I'll guess Joan Food.
Herbie, what do you guess?
Auras, because I love that deck.
If
John?
I had to guess what deck won,
Panharmonicon combo.
That would be legendary. That would be legendary.
I'd tip my hat to them.
James, what do you think won?
John Food.
It was John Food. Mono
Yeah.
White mid range almost took it.
Mono white mid range.
What?
Yeah,
What's
it's
mono white mid-range decks doing well in your tournament?
Yeah,
It was
it was the
only
first
one.
one too. Also one.
Yeah.
Who won? Do we know who it is?
It was Frederick Tan.
Hmm.
The Mono White mid range list
Oh.
was interesting though. They tried to make it kind of like Death and Taxes in a way.
I'm looking this shit up.
So like Rydane and all that kind of stuff, you mean?
Yeah, like Redane, Thalia.
Like Panharmonicon.
It's just like how many Panharmonicons? Four main, or was it just like one or two? You know?
Just can you imagine Panharmonicon with like Cauldron Familiar? Like it's actually meta.
Oh boy,
That is kind of insane.
I'm telling you.
Can you imagine?
Cauldron Familiar
Could you
gets
imagine
banned.
gaining like 18 life with cats in one turn just because you had Panharmonicon?
Heck yeah.
Don't give
Russell.
Samson
I
any
know
ideas.
the Mono White Pilot. Mono White Pilot's like known for playing this deck in historic ladder.
Hmm.
Oh,
God.
What's the first historic card getting banned? You say
Looting.
Looting. That's kind of what I thought.
I
too.
think looting.
I just wonder if Cat.
I'm
gets
gonna
banned
get
eventually.
looting banned.
I
See-
think the first person that would get something banned would be Strider because like he comes up with like the most insane decks.
He gets
That's fair.
Waking the Trolls banned in historic.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Actually, no, I actually have two thoughts. I
Turn
either
one,
think
Waking the Trolls.
I'm either gonna get looting banned or I'm gonna get tainted pack banned. One of those two cards is like not gonna survive.
Maybe Tainted Pack doesn't survive.
Yeah, my hot take on the bannings is I think Brainstorm's actually gonna be fine. Like
Agreed. I don't think
it's gonna be
Brainstorm's gonna
strong.
be banned.
Like I think if you're playing blue, you'll probably play
Well-
Brainstorm. I think it's good. But like
Is Brainstorm better than Opt without fetches? Like, is it still better?
Yeah.
I think Brainstorm is better because we have Thoughtseize in the format, so it can
That's
protect
fair
your
enough.
hand.
And
That's fair
IOK
enough.
now.
Yeah, and we have IOK as well.
And I think that balances it out a lot, actually, because I
Mm-hmm.
feel like with Brainstorm and like Faithless Looting, I feel like it like breaks like combo cards, but having like two discard spells available actually kind of like it's freaking annoying because it's kind of oppressive. Like a
If
deck
we didn't
like
have
Feather.
Brainstorm, I wouldn't have been surprised if they unbanned Veil.
Really? No way.
Because like
Veil?
Veil's perfectly fine in Modern, and Modern has plenty of hand attack spells.
Veil of Summer.
Yeah, Veil Summer. That'd be interesting.
But since they printed Brainstorm, I could Veil will probably stay banned because Brainstorm is basically the next best thing to keeping your hand the way it is. Because we had Foretell before, and now we just
Yep.
have Brainstorm to keep. So imagine the thing I'm biggest worried about is the ultimatum decks in Historic now get to hide their ultimatums with Brainstorm.
Mm. If you could get one card unbanned,
Cat and Standard.
Cat and Standard, it's
Ooh.
fair.
I mean, I feel like
Hands down. I don't have to think about that.
I feel like that would be okay. I feel like Cat and Standard would be okay because you have like ultimatum casting like Shadow's Verdict and stuff.
It would
feel like
make
Cat
people
would be okay
probably
in
want to
Standard.
stop playing again, but
I have a card I want unbanned, but it's not in an arena.
oh, what is it?
Mycosynth Lattice in Modern.
No.
Um,
That shit can stay
Are you
banned.
serious?
I'm a
Jaffer?
Eldrazi Tron player. I want it.
Yeah, and that ruined. I did not have fun during
No
that meta.
way. No way. There's no way Michael Synthata comes back.
Like,
I know.
there's
What
no
about Wilderness
way-
Reclamation? Can we bring back Wilderness Reclamation?
No.
No.
I had to deal with that bullshit enough in for Red Bull untaps.
No, just bring back Fires of Invention. That card's fine.
I'm okay with fires. Yo, fires
Hey,
be hot.
just so you know, yeah, Fires may have died for Teferi's. It is possible.
No,
Can you imagine
no, I
having
think-
Fires without Teferi,
I-
so you could have just destroyed it?
No, I think I think the companion change actually made it so that Fires of Invention is fine now because you can't just cast Yorion for free. Like after
Well, they
you,
said
after you cast Fires.
also they banned fires because of potential activated abilities being printed in the future. And so far, I haven't seen any activated abilities that warrants fires still
Yeah,
being
me
banned.
neither. There's no
Perforos.
Cavalier of Flames crap.
We had Perforos
Somebody-
before.
I know.
There's
it's
two things in chat.
terrible.
Winota and Historic, and then somebody said Oko.
Yeah,
No to Oko.
Yeah, well,
Winota, Oko.
Oko.
Winota, I feel like Winota and Historic should come back because we're about to see Winota be probably tier 1 in standard.
Hushbringer just shuts it all down, dude. Hushbringer.
We're about to see Winota in standard be one of the best decks. I'm telling you. There's the new
Standard?
Because the double striker, that double striker
yes,
is great.
Boros Winota will be played. And I'm telling you that the double striker is a real card.
There's also the
I like
two
the double
drop that
striker.
stopped the new two mana Torpor Orb effect. If you pay 2.
Yeah, there's that too. That card's good. It's a rare too.
Oh,
Yeah,
are you
I got
talking
it.
about?
Hmm.
What's the new taxing effect one where ETBs take
Yeah,
2 more?
That's the one
Yeah,
we're
that's
talking
what I'm
about.
talking about.
The Pleasant
Yeah.
Kenobi card? I don't remember.
Yeah.
The Pleasant Kenobi card.
I don't remember the name of the card.
It's like a cat. It's not cat use. It's like I don't know. It's like a. Let me find it. I have
Those kind of effects are awesome.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be awesome to just bring
White is
Burrow
getting
to
so many
play
good
for free?
cards, and I'm so about it.
Yeah, it's so
I just
weird. Historic's getting really weird.
Historic's gonna.
It's playing like an Eternal format a little.
Historic is playing like Modern.
Except it's weirdly. Was anyone else like super confused with the direction they're trying to put Historic with
Yeah.
this recent anthology?
Yes, absolutely.
Because
I
like
think
before,
that-
they're just like I thought they were just trying to make their like a better modern format, and then they just commander cards in the format. I'm sitting there being like, what the fuck is this bullshit?
Yeah,
Like with the
so
whole
weird.
Historic Anthology 4, everybody's like, all these cards are bad and stuff. And I was the idiot on Watsy's side, being like, no, everything's fine. Don't worry about it. This is good. This is fine. Because none of the cards were super powerful.
Mhm.
And a couple of them might be fringe playable and stuff, but I don't want them just jumping the power level in huge chunks, right? So Historic Anthology 4 for me was fine. And then they give us all these crazy powerful cards immediately thereafter. Make me
I know,
look like
right?
an idiot
Wait,
after I
John.
defended them.
John, hold
They
on.
love
hold on.
shaking up the format. They
John.
love shaking up the
I
format.
also love how Bolt's still banned. It's like Bolt. We can't have Bolt. Urno existed for a year.
Hold on, John.
Dude,
Weren't you the one that
that's what
said
I'm
you
saying,
wanted the
Sam,
power
Tony.
level to increase?
Yeah, well, but that's what I mean. Like, I want incremental increases, just small. Like, right? I
But
like
that doesn't
it's
make them
a
that
little
much
bit higher
money.
power level.
When they do shakeups, it forces people to buy product, start spending more wild cards because the whole meta just changed. Like they love making big splashes because it's the most money that it's what makes them the most money.
Everyone remember when Ball Lightning was considered too good for Historic?
Was it?
Yeah, it was taken out. It wasn't added in Jumpstart.
Oh my gosh. Because I didn't remember that.
That was in
So,
Jumpstart.
true.
That was in Jumpstart, and it wasn't added to Arena.
Wait, what was in Jumpstart?
Ball Lightning.
Bolt Lightning.
What?
Yeah,
What?
that's the one thing I don't understand. Like they give Blue Brainstorm, they give them you got Thought Season, IOK. Like what the hell? What's up with the what's with the Bolt hate? What's
I
a lightning
think I know
bolt?
why.
Not
I
looting,
think I know
but
why.
like-
I think I know
Let's-
why the Bolt
But
hate.
looting is a different kind of deck, though. You're gonna
Yeah.
combo off with that. You're not gonna burn the face with that.
Arclight
card.
Phoenix is for sure going to be a deck now.
I just want to
Yeah.
go back to where green is not the best
Combo.
card.
It's combo-y.
That's
Agreed.
all I
That's why I
want.
want Bolt added. So then the
Please.
format has to change to being red focused now, because everything now has to pass the Bolt test.
Yeah.
You also have to fact that 50% of like every ladder is going to be mono red.
Well,
if that doesn't change a metagame, I don't know what does.
because right now it's the Bone Crusher test.
Yeah.
The Bone Crusher.
Yeah,
card?
and I wonder if that's why they are, if they're going to be printing some release threes, and they're who's even going to play these. You know what I mean? If we put Lightning Bolt in the format, whereas I mean, well, because I was thinking about that because you the same thing like Uro was, but I think they want people to play with those big flashy cards. I think they
Yeah.
think that and it sells mythics, it sells packs. Like putting a common in that essentially makes mid range unplayable. Like,
Yep. Every
I
minute
don't think they want to do that. Yeah, exactly. I don't think they want to do that.
No,
Where like
it doesn't.
interaction.
It doesn't make mid-range unplayable, right? Because you could just Thoughtseize or IOK the freaking bolt out of their hand. It's not that hard. Monk ass.
Thoughtseize is like most of Bolt, right? If you're a lot of mono red decks want you to Thoughtseize, go ahead, take my Bolt. I don't have to spend mana on it now, and you still do 2 damage to your face.
I have played many Death Shadow games of putting myself down to 15 turn 1 and then looking at my opponent's a mono red opponent. It was just like bolt idle, and I go, huh? Yeah, I'm in trouble.
You have a huge death shadow.
I'm in danger. I want to talk about real quick that's been brought up a couple times here and there on Twitter. Last time I saw it, Mythic Meebo brought it up. How there was a discussion of Pioneers going to get phased out because of Historic.
They're just two different
formats. There's not much support for Pioneer.
I don't disagree with
right
that.
now.
I don't think there's even conspiracies. I think capitalism is going to take over once he does. If it's not making them money, they're going to get rid of it. It's just,
the
it just
thing
seems
is,
to make sense.
Pioneer's in a weird spot, right? Because it had a lot of steam before quarantine, and it really suffered from not paper because it's a paper format. So obviously, right now it's like not really represented. But I think we're just gonna have to be patient and see like what Pioneer and what kind of support it gets once like paper Magic happens again. But right now, Pioneer is non-existent.
I agree with Herbie.
Blowing up before the pandemic.
There is some there's been some super qualifiers on MTGO for Pioneer.
But they're barely firing.
But
I agree with Herbie actually that it's going to be like the paper Historic. And like people are going to be like flooding to the format, I think.
But the thing is, the weird thing though, the thing that I'm confused about is that it had kind of its own identity, but now that Historic is kind of changing into this weird thing where it's like, oh, now we're getting splashes of Brainstorm in there, and now it's starting to look more powerful than Pioneer. So it does kind of put Pioneer in this weird place.
It's also easy, and Historic's also just more accessible than Pioneer is right now with the pandemic. It's
Absolutely.
Easy. It's like, you also just you can play Arena on your phone for crying out loud now.
Yeah, and you don't,
and it's not that bad.
Oh my god,
it's
bad.
It's not ideal.
It's bad for me.
And Nate would know this. You don't have to buy Pringle cards.
Yeah,
holding them.
Horrible.
I just can't wait till we get tiny leaders.
Oh my god!
Remember that? Remember tiny leaders?
I tried getting my LGS in the playing. I was seeing a girl that played tiny leaders only in Magic. That was the only thing she touched Magic.
No way!
So you got into tiny leaders. Let me guess.
I got into tiny leaders for like 2 months. I got people, at least 4 people on my LGS when I was working there, to play tiny leaders, and this went on for 2 whole months. And I felt stupid afterwards.
I want to have experience where like I'm like, oh, you play Magic? What do you play? And they're like, just tiny leaders. You just be like,
Jaffer, it's okay. I've liked plenty of bands, just so the girl that I like will think I'm cool too. It's all good.
Like, I don't know what tiny leaders is.
You shouldn't.
It's basically mini commander. Was it 40 cards? And your commander's like CMC 3 or less?
60.
Yeah, so it was a weird form. It was like a mini EDH.
Take away the fun. Like, and then you have tiny leaders.
It's like, imagine like you try to make EDH but less fun, and it wasn't Brawl.
Oh no, it's a fun format that's not official MTG format. That Weird Cards created. But was it? You have a Planeswalker as your commander, basically.
Gladiator, right?
Not Gladiator. Gladiator's the Arena one, which is a lot of fun.
It became really popular from.
Oh, I have one of those decks. Yeah, I remember that.
No, I think it's like Gatewatch. It's not Gatewatch. It's like Gatewatch or something like that.
I think I have one of those decks.
Oathbreaker.
I have an Oathbreaker deck.
Yeah, like I got my LGS and playing that for a little bit, and it's just it's way too easy to break that format.
That format's way too easy to break.
Like, isn't that like a board game kind of?
I never played Oathbreakers either, but it's like a different way to play EDH, right? Like they have this, you have this one like big card.
So with Oathbreaker, for those that don't know, your commander is a Planeswalker. And you pick a signature spell. So you pick a spell within its color identity, and you're able to cast that as long as you have your commander on the field, and you get commander tax on the spell as well. So you just built a deck around that, essentially. My Oathbreaker deck at the time was the 3-mana Domri, the new one. And then it was just basically have a whole bunch of dudes, little dudes, and Creator Hoof, draw cards, kill you.
Yeah, and like
And then-
the idea is cool, right? Like have Nicol Bolas as your commander, and then also Cruel Ultimatum, right? Like that is really cool thought. The problem is that's people don't always build their decks around flavor, right? You know,
I
so
built Narset Windfall
it can be
'cause I'm a
broken.
monster.
It was a format in my LGS that everybody, once they broke their deck, it was hard to try to make a deck casual.
Yep.
Like it just we couldn't do it. Like every time we built a deck, like I could just do this to break it. Might as well do it.
I just played Wilderness Reclamation as my.
Is that your favorite card?
I hate you.
Oh,
Nate.
yeah.
I went from
Far
loving
away
you.
my favorite.
Like,
card.
from loving you to hating you
I've had
so
many
quick.
discussions with Nate over DMs when like Wilderness Rec was legal. I was on
Oh
SAP.
my god.
Yeah.
Look, Nate. I went from respect to disrespect super fast.
All right. We'll take it back. There's a more offensive card out there. Fate, please. We can all.
What do you
Put our
mean?
hate
Nexus
for
of Fate
Nexus of
was
Fate.
played in that deck.
No. I'm talking post Nexus ban. Wilderness Rec decks. Those were fun. The Nexus.
Am I like one of the
decks
few
were
people who actually
terrible.
enjoy the Oko meta?
I enjoyed the Oko
Probably.
meta too.
I mean, Gruul was kind of fun to play in the Oko meta.
No, same
I
thing.
just
Gruul.
like
I played
Fire.
Golgari Adventures and it actually was decent.
Listen,
I just played Fires and because
Fires was fun.
Fires was fun because Wish Fires was a blast.
okay, wait, hold
Wishfire's
on.
really fun.
I want to talk about something that someone said in the chat real quick. Okay, I deserve everyone's attention here. Okay, Jolly Frying Man said, "Is unbanning Nexus on the table since Time Warp is better?" Heck no. Nexus of Fate is
Not
better than
better.
Time Warp.
Time Warp is not better. How is it better?
Nexus of Fate is better than Time Warp.
I
Yeah,
agree with
it's
that.
instant speed.
Yeah.
Well, one's instant speed, one recycles itself.
They're used for different things. Time Warp, you like will have a Liliana or something, a Planeswalker, maybe some creatures. You get an extra draw step, you get an extra combat step, you get an extra main phase, you get an extra turn, right? You can go back and get it. There are cool things you can do. It's not broken. Nexus of Fate is used entirely differently, right? Like you use it specifically in decks where you break it, like the 0 win conditions, except for Teferi deck. Is the most common place to play it. You still cast it for 5 mana because you have 5 lands out. You use Teferi to untap 2 of your lands, so you float the mana, and you still cast it with 5 mana. So you can still cast it at the same time you would normally cast.
Okay,
Time
hot
Warp.
take.
Here it comes.
They should have put Nexus of Fate to 1. They should have limited it.
Yes, but that makes things super awkward for new players.
That yeah,
What do you mean? It makes it even
confusing
better.
for
They
new
only have
players.
to get 1.
No, but no, it's
it
like
makes
hard
it
to
confusing
explain.
for rulings.
Yeah, they said they won't restrict cards in non-vintage formats. That's how they balance vintage. Is instead of bannings, they have restrictions.
And
And
if they had a banning, then they unbanned it.
Okay.
fair.
Did anybody ever get to play against the no-win Nexus deck back before they had the auto, like you could click
Raise your hand.
past the
Yes.
auto blast
Raise your
priority?
hand.
Yeah.
And this is before, yeah. You would wait for hours because they would just loop it. If
So
you were
annoying.
patient,
So
And
I was
then you
so
would
bad.
think,
happy
like,
when that person
step-
got banned. I
I
was so
wasn't on
happy.
Arena back
That's
then.
why it needed to go, dude.
Remember that Shahar stream? Was it Shahar or was that I forgot who got that person banned for doing
Yeah, I remember that.
what about the pets? Clicking on the pets
Oh,
over
the
and over
pets.
again? Lagged you out? That's so great.
you can still lag people out by just hovering over all their cards. If you just have a
Wait,
macro setup.
what?
Are you
Yeah, if you have a
serious?
macro setup- if you have a
There's
macro
glitch
setup,
if you click on
What
the
is a
pets.
macro setup?
if you have a macro setup, you can just hover over your opponent's cards and keep hovering over them, just like spam
And they'll just
hovers to
time out.
highlight that you're hovering over them.
They'll time out.
It will not just time out, it will lag their system.
Yeah, and they'll just
I
and
had
they'll
it
just win.
That's
Hmm.
crazy.
It's also highly
I had it
illegal.
happen
So
to me.
it's also highly legal, and don't do it.
Yeah.
You'll get like
Just like
banned
how you
from
can
lots
have a bad card in your sideboard and open deck list and nobody can check if it's like actually in your sideboard or not. You can just have different deck lists with,
That is so weird. That is such a specific weird thing that no one really normally does. Like, I wonder what kind of
It had
more
happened to me in the day.
exploitable things like happens. Like, what if you just like do like circles in the corner of the
Yeah.
arena? If it
Well,
does
that's what
such
I
a
do. I just
weird
I've
thing.
always just like click because I'm just
Like what?
ADHD and I just want to click a bunch. But some people just straight hover
a
over
clicker.
everything.
Yeah.
So weird.
I need to
I just
something
can't
fast.
believe the pets thing. It's such a
But that
meme.
thing was so great.
It's
Just
funny
click
because
on a
they're made
bunch.
because they're made to be clicked on.
Yeah.
So
I'm so
funny.
happy that you can mute pets now just by muting emotes.
Yep.
Wait, that mutes pets too?
Yes.
It does.
Come on.
I'm so happy because that stupid bolt dog was
Oh my
so
gosh, I love the
annoying.
bolt dog.
The
I
bolt
use
dog is
that.
great, but against you, it's like it's so annoying.
Yeah, I haven't seen an emote in like almost 18 months now, and I do not feel bad about that at all.
No,
I've actually
John.
never had someone actually click the bolt dog against me.
Jeez, I wonder why.
Runs around.
I wonder why.
I beat them too fast.
Oh no, it's funny today. One of the coverage matches that we were watching, doing commentary on. They had. It was just funny. They wanted to interact with the commentators or the stream, and they couldn't hear us or see this. They were on it was on 2-minute delay. They couldn't hear us or anything. They had the mulligan. They pulled up their chat to their opponent and just typed something real quick of like a frowny face, and they deleted it and closed it back, and then they just went back to the game.
That's why I have Epic Pen. Like just like you just have a
God.
pen for a desktop and you can just write shit on your desktop. It's great.
Nice.
Whoa.
Yeah, I use it whenever I'm doing commentary, or like if like they're doing like you're allowed to live view. That way I could just be like, so I'm talking about this card here, and I'll just circle around cards and stuff. It's if you ever watch LS from League, he has the same program.
It's like ESPN.
Yeah, it's like
Circling all
ESPN
the-
freaking.
That's
Circle the
amazing.
Guy.
I love that.
That's so cool.
Yeah. I can link it.
Because like sometimes when
I want that.
like I've done commentary for a couple tournaments, and sometimes you want to point out an interaction or a certain card, and you have to like explain it. It'll be cool to just like point it out or circle it.
Or if you have like
here,
a laser.
I'll put it
pointer.
in the voice chat.
Yeah.
Speaking of
Yes,
commentary,
please.
I had a question for somebody in here.
Okay.
Samson, are you busy
No.
March or May 1st?
May 1st? Let me double check.
All booked.
Should be. I don't think I have anything happening that day.
Do you want to do commentary with me for half of the Good Wars Championship?
Potentially, yeah. I'll let you know if there's anything happening that day, but I should be free that day.
Okay.
Shouldn't be.
Charles
a
or
reason why
James
not.
going to be doing half of it.
Hey, sounds good.
So I'm gonna have a busy weekend. I'm gonna be doing that for half of it, and then I have the actual stream league on the next day, May 2nd.
All on one monitor.
Yeah, all on one monitor.
You just have a second monitor, Jesus.
We have
Honestly-
we have a second monitor fun going on right now.
Finding out about this
You can
pen
get one
makes
for
me want to do
$100.
this.
Like little $100, and you can get yourself a second
Oh,
monitor.
did you miss the whole monitor conversation? Oh,
Yeah,
he was-
Samson
No, I
missed
didn't,
the
I didn't know
monitor.
he has one. I've known he's had a second monitor. I keep telling him.
He claimed 2 wouldn't even benefit him. That's what we're. Wouldn't even
like
benefit.
I could just do everything on one.
Yeah, there. Thank you. Good reaction. Just.
So if James gets this second monitor and he says "fuck this," John likes games will buy it off of him.
I have 3. I have 3 monitors. I
yeah, but-
have
yeah, but
my
like,
main
what's-
monitor, my second, and I have a giant fucking like 50-inch TV.
But like, what's the point of having 3?
So I can have my game on one side, my OBS on the other one, and then I can have Discord or whatever like browsing software I need, or usually MTG Melee because I need another one for that.
It's honestly, I
why
could
is
see
it
it-
why is that a need instead of just a one?
It's not a need. I can get away with 2. It's just 3 just makes life easier.
But like you could just get away with 1.
No.
James, you're such a troll, dude.
You're such.
Oh my god.
This is the new meta. #1 monitor. Put it on Twitter.
Oh my god.
The reality is, like, because I have 3 monitors as well. I have 2 PCs. One is a streaming PC, so like that's why I'm kind of actually looking over here a lot of the time. This is actually my streaming PC, and then I have 2 on my main. If I get your monitor, I'm literally giving it to my daughter, like so that she has more monitors. Like I kid you not. Like
See, Connor is already in the market.
I cannot imagine forcing my daughter to stream on one monitor. I literally would not subject my
But it's
child to
not
this.
that bad.
Wait, is that what she's doing right now, John?
No, what? Yeah, she is on one monitor.
Honestly,
Like-
James, we need to do a challenge where we can just.
Just
You're
no,
like,
just no challenge.
I need a little better than that, like all the way down to flip phone streaming.
Wait, what was that? Your voice broke out. I heard. Can I do we're gonna do a challenge, and I heard nothing after that.
No, I was saying we can get like a black and white TV. I want to know what is for streaming. How bad it can be where you're like, no, this is perfect. Better.
I think I would have to go down to like a like my phone with like my phone with like a TV, like one of those old school freaking like twisty TVs where you had to like dial it up.
James, you would have a ham radio, and you seriously, you would literally have a ham radio. Oh, this is fine.
I'd make it work. Why would you need anything else? You have a hand radio and a freaking flip phone. I have a Razer phone. That's all I need.
I hope for the days when I can listen to esports.
A
on
Razer
radio.
phone.
Yeah, I have a Razer phone. You know, the pink one, the hot pink one.
Those are
They're
back
so
in
sharp.
style. They
They're so
resold
sharp,
them. They're
man.
really
Wait,
expensive.
did they really resell them?
Yeah, they brought them back.
There's an
I
actual.
wouldn't-
Razer can make-
I wouldn't be surprised if Razer phones were like
smartphone.
$300. No.
I'd probably get a Razer phone if I can cut my vegetables with it.
What?
If it's so sharp, the Razer is so sharp, I can cut my meal prep.
We're just have like chef.
All right,
we're
James.
Chef Ramsay phones now.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a cooking stream with my Razer phone.
That's if you could stream from the front of it, so you can each when you.
Imagine slicing a steak with a Razer phone. Would have been possible.
No, you triple riveted all through the handle, and you have like freaking serrated side of your phone, and just like freaking slice it and put it on an infomercial.
So I do have like one interesting topic I do want to bring up is like how you go interact with your fan base. Because ever since I won that 5K last week, I've had a boost in fans, which is just like people follow, which has been great. But I also found out that someone made a fan account of me.
Oh, that's how you know you made it.
You're there. What is it? Samsoni2?
No, Samsoni1 fan account. And he's like, he tweets all my shit and talks about stuff. And like, also, I know they're watching me on stream because they tweeted out recently on stream. It's like Samsoni1 just confirmed that he is not like the creator of this account. What I'm just gonna be like, who is running this account?
It's actually Jaffer's alt account.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh yeah, totally. Totally is.
Samsoni, now that you have a fan account dedicated to you, I think now's the time for you to start a OnlyFans. Now
There
you
you go.
can strike while the iron's hot.
Oh yeah, the Jaffer just linked it in.
That is funny, Samsoni. And actually, we had a weird thing right at the beginning of this. I mentioned that Ziggy Sawdust actually has an imposter who goes around to streams pretending to be him. It's Ziggy Stardust. And it happened to me, and I thought that's who he was.
It happened to me too.
Before I knew him.
Oh my god.
Now,
Samson,
do you
there
guys
has to be somebody on your team. They're following everybody on your team.
No, it's nobody in my team because I asked all of my teammates because it happened. I got the notification from my teammate at like 2 in the morning, and it's like, yo, a fan account of yours just followed me. I'm like, wait, what?
Jaffer, don't shift the blame, Jaffer. We know this is your alt account.
So do you guys have fan fiction?
I was gonna ask Samsoni, yeah, beyond that, you said you won that 5K.
Hmm.
And you brought you a bunch of viewers and stuff. You asked how you were. Did you just find that a lot more people are engaging with you then?
A lot more people are engaging. The one like viewer count like blew up again. Like, but I don't think I've had these high viewer numbers ever since I did really well with the Rakdos deck kind of during Red Bull, and just like a lot more people being enjoyed, which I've been grateful for. I love it when people are just.
Dude, it's so weird when you blow up with like a singular like kind of archetype because you kind of like get this like cult that
Yeah.
they
Yeah,
find like
look
you
at
get
Rumty.
all
Oh my
these
gosh,
like
we need
black
this- we need
red
Rumty
like
in here.
regular
Look
Rumty.
at Rumty.
Exactly. Like this
Yeah.
like yeah exactly.
Well, that's why
Like a
I
cult-
did it. After
You
I
almost
did
built a cult.
that was the thing because after the Red Bull event, that's basically what I just focused on was only just Rakdos decks, but I also just enjoyed the color combination.
Yeah, you always play that anyways.
Why instead of Rakdos decks did I hear Raptor sex?
That sounds like a new thing.
I bet if you'd had 2 monitors, you.
No, like interacting with fans nowadays is really weird because there's a lot
Don't
of
clip
people
that.
that are great and
That's
a lot
awesome.
Of
Well, I'm really
a lot of
happy
fans
for
that are
you.
great, and a lot of them just like kind of chime in my chat, and I'm just like, all right, you're new here. Welcome to my chat. My old viewers know I find the shit out of you people.
Yeah,
I'm
That
perfectly
is
fine if you guys want to act like idiots or anything, but if you're gonna act like an idiot and be wrong about it, I'm gonna flame you to high heaven.
yeah. This is why we're gonna have Samson on the show every week.
There you go. So I can
Yeah.
just flame everyone. I think Jaffer can attest on how I just flamed his entire tournament that I organized. The first ever Gudo Awards, I'm just sitting there being like, it was awesome too. Like the first, where I'm just like, you guys have an hour to sign up and submit your deck list. You have half an hour to submit your deck list. You guys got 15 fucking minutes. I'm not helping you. Get done. 5 minutes left.
dude.
You don't submit it, I'm not helping you.
Dude, Samson would be freaking lethal with his freaking like moderator like Discord status. If like Samson, if you were actually in the Stream League, Jaffer can attest to this. If you were in the Stream League Discord as one of the mods on the last one, you would have been flaming. I'm telling you, like nobody submit, like, actually I think probably like 30% of people submitted their deck list until like an hour before the tournament started.
No, dude. Running tournaments is tough.
And
And,
this
actually,
is
I'm
streamers.
never going to do it again.
It is definitely tough, and I am so happy to have people to help me out with it. I would be lost.
Listen, it's like when you go play paper at your LGS and you see all the operation going on behind that and stuff, like all the people working behind the cashier, putting up postings. It's exactly that, but online.
Yes, it's like
It's
even
so
worse.
much easier at an
Ima-
LGS though.
But you can
It's so much easier.
at an LGS you can actually like talk to them. At an LGS you
But
can
you-
like say, hey,
You
whoever hasn't
still
signed
can't
up,
do
sign
that
up.
with one person, though. You know,
Yeah.
you need a group of people to handle that kind of operation.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, the thing is, for the Stream League, I can't thank the people enough. Like, StriderStone was amazing, Jaffer was amazing, like, just everyone that helped out was
Yeah.
like so good, and like definitely, I definitely would not have been able to do it without them. Maybe if I had 2 monitors, I would be able to.
I didn't help out that much though.
Well, yeah,
I
I
agree.
mean, you were like, besides the people that were actually admins
No.
that actually played in the tournament, they couldn't help me behind the scenes because they were playing. But like, there was a few people, including Strider, that were just so insanely amazing. I wouldn't be able to do it without them. Like, they're like, oh well, we're like, because I was also commentating, so I can't like set these things up behind the scenes. I have to commentate too.
Oh no, yeah. Reminds me. I was doing the first ever LFM tournament with Jana and Cass.
It's a lot.
Are they doing those anymore?
Did you use your pen?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I just want you to host everything because I just want to.
It's like
So
they
just see
make
that.
lethal right here.
I just
Yeah.
want to see so much writing on the screen. All right.
Oh, it's terrible writing, but it worked.
We got to see it in like Rakdos coloring too. It's got to be like black and red colors.
I really just want you to do it like ESPN because it's
Yeah.
You got to do
all
the,
over the
no,
screen.
no, you got to do the John Madden impression. When they go to blockers, you're gonna be like, you got to seal here, you got to block here.
Pretty good. That's pretty good.
Well, if you ever like, I feel like sometimes ever drawing on screen, I feel like a Caro because like whenever doing like chess moves, like here, arrows everywhere. That's just me. It's like there's this line to this line to this line to this line, this line, this line, to this line. Clear everything.
See,
They did something I didn't expect.
See, there's
Okay.
there's this line, and we got Peyton Manning throwing to Marvin Harrison, and this angle here, and then we got this block on this angle and this left tackle. Then you got to just do it like that and just circle a bunch of things and put
Oh my
lines.
God,
everywhere.
imagine LSV doing stuff like that during like the Mythic Invitational.
That'd be
with-
so-
I would love it. I would watch every second. of
Yeah, I would watch every second. Of that.
Madden?
I would watch every second.
You
of
have
that.
to do it John Madden style, so you're just making very clearly obvious.
The thing is though, okay,
Yeah.
so let me the football does that because it makes people understand the game more. Like I think that would actually be beneficial to Magic because Magic is like a weird game to try to grasp, and like if someone's just casually strolling through Twitch and they go into a Magic stream, like it's such a slim chance that they'll understand what's going on. If
Well,
like
we
freaking
had,
LSV did that football highlight thing,
Oh my God.
it would help
Well,
so
no,
much.
but if you're
It's
doing
why we had
it,
Advantage Bar for
but
so
if you-
long.
if you
Remember
were
the
doing it-
Advantage Bar coverage?
Oh my God, Advantage Bar.
Oh,
That doesn't really help though.
but if you're
really.
doing,
No,
if
it
you're doing
didn't.
it like by
we don't
John
need
Madden,
it.
if you're doing it like John
well-
Madden, you'd be like, if they attack for lethal, it'll be lethal.
No, that's what I was saying. You'd be
Exactly.
like, lightning bolt deals 3 damage. Yeah, it'd be
That's what
hilarious.
Watsy really actually needs to do is like have markers on the freaking screen
And boom.
Oh, it
Yeah.
would be. Nothing would be
Big brain.
better.
to make
Nice
people
try,
understand Magic more. You know.
We never got-
There's a reason why we have our viewer numbers are like never that high. It's because I can walk into a League of Legends game or a Dota stream or a PUBG, CS:GO. I can go in there. I see the score at the top. I see what's happening. Be like, man, these guys just got fucking wiped.
Exactly. Yeah.
I
yeah,
look at a
know.
Magic
Right back.
stream and I see the board state and be like, I have no idea what the fuck's going on.
Well, that's like the
Exactly.
spectator mode, right? So you can go.
yeah.
Isn't that kind of what they were thinking about doing, but now they're not going to?
They were like a year ago, back in like closed
There was
beta.
some
They were thinking about spectator
Controversy
mode.
about
We
that
haven't
on
even
Twitter.
talked about any of the drama from the week.
I know.
We kept
A lot of
mentioning we
drama.
were going to get there.
Do you want to talk about drama? Do you wanna talk drama
Well,
from
because we
yesterday?
had the we had the loading ready run drama.
Oh my god.
What happened with that exactly? All I know,
Oh.
some
Do you want me to
people
explain
were
it?
complaining about some of
I'd
the
like to hear
time
Samsoni
zone
explain it.
and stuff.
So basically, the TLDR of what happened yesterday was someone on Reddit or whatever happened thought that it cannot read top down. The published thing said that they're going to do sealed, they're going to do some draft, and then they're going to reveal a commander precon in that order. And people on Reddit thought that, 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time is when they're revealing the precon. No, and so everyone got so hussy-fussy that they weren't revealing the precon at a reasonable time for their time zone. And everyone just kept complaining about it, like when they're showing it, It just kept going on and on for the entirety of the stream. Just being entitled pricks to be like, show the freaking precon. I have to go to bed soon. I'm like, just go to bed. It'll go up on YouTube tomorrow. I promise you.
Absolutely nothing new to me, because
it's just people complaining. It's like, why aren't you showing this now?
That is
because I don't wanna.
So much of MTG Twitter.
Well, yeah, and then you have all the.
So much.
We have our own MTG booty, right? That's a thing. Yeah.
Oh, that was great. I loved that. Everything about that was great.
So
And
much
that'll
good
happen
drama.
because like one person,
One
that-
guy.
One Mitgo guy.
The commodification of the body.
Samson, your fan account just followed me.
Are you being serious?
Yes.
Feels good, man.
So the fan account is in the chat right now.
Probably.
Hey,
I don't know who it is.
Can I get a follow too, please?
Yeah, no, I love Samsoni. I'll take a follow.
I'm really trying to get 1,000 at the end of the year. Can I please get a follow? I'll take anything. I'll pay you $5 a month to like all my posts.
Deal.
Someone's gonna think it's just Samsoni1, the regular one, not the fan account. He really likes Herbie's posts.
Oh my god!
Likes every one of them.
Oh, dude! Speaking of alt account, have anyone seen the Twitter account with like the Croaky says funny things?
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
I have not. No,
I haven't.
That person watches all of his stream. I mean, like, I thought it was funny at first, but it's like every something else he said. I was like,
it's like every
they
hour.
do not have
It's
a
like
job.
every hour. It's like they have to be a mod, right?
It's got to be a full timer. You'd have to sit in there and like tweet that out every.
way too much time on their
I
hands.
want to see their Twitch watching stats. You know what? You get that email at the end of the year, like they're like how it gives the top 3. It'll be like Croaky 3 times in a row.
Oh, 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro.
Dude,
Rocky's probably pays that guy, dude.
Probably.
Who knows?
I mean, I was watching another podcast not a while ago, like this week, and like there's some like streamers that have like 10K viewers and 20K viewers that just don't pay their mods.
No, yeah.
I didn't know that was even a thing. People pay their money.
Yeah.
I'm going to be paying them my mods once I get enough funds to do so.
What viewership do you think that should start, by the way?
I think around like once you hit like partnership level, my personal opinion. Like that's
Oh
just.
my
But I'm also of the opinion that you should get paid for your work. I'm very much of the mindset that if you work or do something like a physical labor, no matter what it is, you should be paid for it. That's just the mindset I have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with that. And not even just partner level. I think if you are a full-time streamer, because you can be a partnered streamer and still have to work your job, depending on how your living situation is. But if you're a full-time streamer and someone else, like I would pay someone to watch me full-time to mod for me, for sure.
Yeah. A lot of my mods
So,
now
like-
don't hang out in chat as much, so that's why I haven't been doing it at the moment, just because I don't really have any consistent people to watch, and I just moderate the chat myself.
Yeah, I
If
do
I
that
ever
too.
get- If I ever get to that point, like I would think that I would maybe just like offer like a percentage of my Twitch payout or something, so that
Yeah,
when it does
that's-
make money, they're like, okay, I'll pay you like 5% of my Twitch payout or something.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Right?
So at that point, they get like $1,000, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. That's how much money we all make for our Twitch payouts, right?
Yeah.
I mean, 5% of Herbie's Twitch payouts got to be around 1,000.
Yeah, you know.
Easily.
5%.
I give him boosts with marbles.
You give him boost by marble steroids and sock crocs.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Oh, he did it again.
Herbie, you know what you should just start doing for marble prizes? Just
What?
order whoever wins a pair of Crocs.
Oh my god.
You know what? You guys
Colin-
are talking about this. It's making me wanna.
I have
Yeah,
it.
I don't know. I think I
have
should
the
give away
idea.
Crocs.
I have the idea, Herbie. Crockies.
Let's hear it.
Croc.
Oh, you can do little charms. You know, like the charms I have here.
Oh my god.
You can do charms of Crocky's face on the Crocs.
Oh, that's funny.
Right, Crocky's. For some reason, you're watching this. Let's get into business.
So I have a question for the whole group here. Has everyone been a paper Magic player before Arena?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jeffrey, your camera's frozen, by the way. What's everyone's opinion on open decklist versus closed decklist? Because I was seeing this also online.
Oh yeah, we talked about this earlier.
Yeah, I was
Am I
actually going to
here?
talk about it too, but I'm glad you brought it up.
Am I alive?
You're back.
Yeah.
I just had kind of a
Okay.
nuanced opinion. I really like them in tournament deck list, like the gameplay, kind of being able to do that. But for content creation, I'm kind of with John. I like if you're just streaming the ladder, I think it would just be kind of like extra time. I'm fine with closed on the ladder, but for tournament play, I always like him when. So I guess it's just like a dual opinion.
So for me personally, again, I'll just kind of summarize the point I made earlier. I think that closed deck lists are better for everything except the very top levels of play, because open deck lists discourage innovation, right? If I'm going to catch you by surprise, I need to get game one, right? And then I need to steal game 2 or 3. So if we just want endless mirror matches in moderate and lower level tournaments, then fine, open deck lists, do that. It is better for competition, in my opinion. Like, you get better play when that is the case. But, and yeah, okay, again, if I'm watching
I
LSV
agree.
versus Nassif, I want them to both have their open deck list, because I want to see the absolute best plays that can happen. But I don't think that's profitable for lower level tournaments. I think closed deck lists are actually better, or because it encourages people to bring rogue deck lists.
Rogues, it encourages Demir rogues. That's what we had.
Non-tier lists or whatever.
Yeah, I kind of find it's just whatever I mean, that's a because like the highest level tournament play is just you're just standard grinding or casual play. So it kind of just has to fit the situation. What do you think, Samsoni?
I'm honestly I'm a fan of both, because
Yeah, I
I
agree.
did grinding for the longest of time before Arena was a thing. Went to every single competitive REL event that there was on the West Coast that I could go to, which was meant I was traveling 30 events, 40 events a year. And I liked having closed deck lists because it meant that you had to engross so much time into knowing the format, into knowing the more your opponent plays their first land and being like, you are playing, that immediately sums it down from being 200 deck lists to 10.
Yep.
I know just from the moment you play your first flash land, your first basic or whatever, I know what you're playing from there.
Yeah.
But for online tournaments and everything, for standard, I do enjoy the open deck list because it creates less of a hassle. It allows for more creative sideboarding, in my personal opinion. I think you don't get a lot of creativity in the main board anymore, but all the creativity is now coming from your sideboard. Because both players now know what your sideboard cards are. Now you're both sitting there being like, what are you boarding in? What am I boarding in? What are we taking out?
Right.
I think there's another aspect of open deck list that we haven't gone over yet. That is playing one-ofs in your main deck, so your opponent has to play around almost all of them. We see a lot of open deck lists that have 7 one-ofs, and if you're playing into 2 mana, which one are you playing around? Because you know they're in their deck. But if they had them all in their sideboard, you would just never play around them.
No.
Yeah.
I've gotten plenty of times by one-ofs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it forces your opponent to play around them since they know they're in their deck.
Mm-hmm. Or you can be like me and just don't play around them.
I was gonna say, some people like Nisman literally just play brawl.
Yeah.
So let's play singleton copies of every other card.
There's a thing when I played competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, we would me and my brother decided that we were going to put this trash card but in our sideboard that was also just insane if it ever went off, but your opponent had to always play around it because they didn't know if you put it in your deck or not post board. So your opponent has to play around it because they know it's there, even though you're never going to side it in. I think that's an aspect of open deck lists that I think not people need to think about more often, and I think that occurs a lot.
I was gonna say, Jaffer, you should read Bushwookie's comment. Kind of funny. They played against almost a singleton control. Did you see that?
Was it Lutri?
Did they win? Did they win any decks, Bushwookie?
Let me pull up
Or did they win
Bushwookie.
any matches?
No,
That's pretty.
I'm saying
I'll say
that's
nothing
what I'm
else.
saying. Like I agree with Bushwookie. Like it really just makes your opponent like have to really think about what to play around. And if you play like a bunch of one-ofs, your opponent's just like kind of screwed.
You got to
They did
decide,
well.
right? Because like to do that, to just have a bunch of one-ofs, you sacrifice consistency. So you just kind of have to like weigh out the value of each one. Do you want consistency in this tournament, or do you want like surprise ability, kind of variance kind of thing to catch them off, like flank them in a way? So I don't know. It just kind of depends what you're going
Yeah,
for.
it's
He
like-
said
it's
it was
like-
desperate control. That's a mismin list.
it's like-
I almost played that list.
It's like increasing the variance,
exactly
but
what
you
that
also
is.
know a deck list, but you're increasing the
I'll
variance.
share a link for the
Yeah.
list. Like this is that's a jeez. Here,
It's
it's in the-
hilarious.
it's in the Discord voice
Yeah,
chat.
we don't talk about what Yelling Frying Man said. Like every like aggro-ish white deck is gonna be playing Mana Tithe, and it's gonna be very annoying.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
You see how many singletons are in this deck?
Yeah.
Might as well,
That's great.
Playing.
I love
might
this.
as well play
I
Lutri.
love and hate everything about this.
Might as well play Lutri at that point, and you know stream off one monitor.
There's a single Thraben and Spectre in the
I
deck.
saw the single Thraben.
Yeah. Single with Raven.
And
Great.
Esper Control.
They're probably just using it as a card.
Probably. They went 5 and 2.
That's actually really good. But I think so. That would be the ultimate achievement unlock.
Well, it's also like I kind of feel like the open, kind of go back to the open deck list thing. It's also kind of weird because when I won the 5K with my deck list,
Humble
I
brag.
got a lot of like I was talking to Howline Minds about this, and he was telling me just like, yeah, I don't know what to do with the against you in that spot. I'm sitting there, be like memeing around with him, and be like, oh, you lose clearly. But it's just like, oh, no, you need like counter spells in this spot. He's like, no, I don't know what to do against you. I looked at your list. I'm like, how the fuck do I play against this?
Like, and also with when you play a singleton deck, there's so many cards in Historic that do almost the same thing.
Hmm.
Like you have like Fatal Push and Blood Chief's Thirst, and you have like Disfigure and like all these cards that like do kind of the same thing.
We're gonna have like 4 1-mana hand attack spells.
Yeah, and you have and you have like Thoughtseize and Inquisition and Duress and like the other black one, Spectre Shriek. Like you have like just a bunch of stuff that do like almost the same thing.
Spectre Shriek.
Listen, I played the heck. Listen, I tried that card.
Has that card ever been cast?
Yes, by me.
You've cast it?
Well, I'll explain why I haven't seen it.
Who has cast Spectre Streak in this chat right now?
No.
You
Never
cast
once.
it, John? Who in
Okay,
chat?
I
Who in
cast almost every single card on the
who in
client?
Twitch
Okay.
chat right
I
now
can go deep.
has
all right.
has cast Spectre Streak or even know what that is? Ziggy Sawdust says yes. Wouldn't put it past him.
The hell is that? No, I've never heard.
Here,
of
what is it? What is it?
How come I'm not getting clips from you all every week? Oh, because I didn't get a good clip yet until literally yesterday, and I'll be clipping that.
Because
I
I'm a
just don't have
miserable
it
human
clipped.
being, Strider. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I got
Strider.
my
Oh,
note.
Strider. We do have a clip here. Can someone do the Can someone? I think whoever has that clip of Herbie with his socks, his sock Crocs.
Oh, that's a good one. We need a clip of Herbie telling us where he performed at and what his
This is
band
why.
name was.
This is why I
Yes.
don't send Strider clips because all my clips are all non-MTGA related stuff, like the socks, Crocs.
Why does Strider need
Sock-
clips?
It's just not arena related, so you know you're just not getting that stuff.
It's
from
2
me,
hours till you close it. Do I really have to go make a clip right now of my mono red? Who has the who can go into my freaking highlight and highlight like freaking my my mono red Bone Crusher Giant play? Can someone do that? Because that deserves to be looked at.
I got my my brash taunter stolen, and then I top Star of Extinction. So that happened to me on stream yesterday. I had a brash taunter combo. I don't even know. It was one of those steel cards. I couldn't believe it.
For Chron War?
No, it was permanent. It was one of the permanent blue ones.
Like,
Oh, low
But
mage.
that was like
Low
that was
mage.
the ultimate, and I still cast it. So, and I lost.
Please, why?
That's a low mage, right?
Yeah, Lil Mage is that one. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Mage's domination.
Look at Strider saying bolus clutches.
Bolus's clutches.
Strider, I would have you in here, but we have 6 people. I don't know if we can put 7 in here.
Ugh.
We'll just have him overlaid over someone
actually
for like
thinking
5
of,
seconds.
going soon because I was thinking of doing other stuff right now. So Strider.
Well,
can take my place if
Strider
you want.
actually has to edit, so he can't be in here. Yeah, he has to go record. But yeah, you can leave if you want. We can just do 5.
Yeah.
We were doing 3 and then 4 and then.
And I showed up.
All right, by
Yeah.
the way, Herbie,
I
you're
was thinking,
awesome.
being like, what the fuck's happening here?
Thank you for coming on the podcast today. You're amazing. Everyone follow Herbie. Shout out Strider.
so much.
Can you shout out Herbie for me?
That was fun.
Actually, Harding, you want to jump in?
I'd love to do it.
Strider doesn't have time, but you want to jump in, Harding? I don't know if you have time, Harding, either, but we're gonna be going for like another hour.
Harding's
All right, Harding, just join my Discord general voice chat, and I'll have you in here.
All right, later, guys.
All right, later,
See ya.
Herbie. Thank you very
See you
much.
later.
Hopefully, we'll have you again next time.
Don't work too
Or
hard.
some other time.
Sure, peace. Never.
Not to do. We got a Harding in here now. Oh boy.
What's up, Harding? Are you named after Warren G. Harding?
I'm not, as I am
Oh,
Canadian.
okay. Oh,
Hey. You got a cam, Harding?
I do.
Oh, Harding, I had no
Facebook.
idea that you could see the Streamcast podcast thing.
I moved him in.
Oh, thank you. Perfect. Appreciate it.
I'm on Samsoni's fan account right now. I'm gone.
Yo, what's up, Harding?
My account is like so like it's gonna provide me like endless entertainment for like the next week.
It's providing all of us entertainment right now. That's amazing.
Yo, what is
It's a lot.
up,
I
Harding?
appreciate your fan account.
Hey,
That's awesome.
Let's hear from Harding for a second. How have I feel like you started streaming fairly recently, right? Or maybe it was like a year from now.
I started streaming was back in November is when I started. I was in a tournament and I decided, hey, I'm just going to start streaming. So I turned on the streams and had no cam, no mic, and was just playing a tournament.
I started the same way, except for I wasn't in the tournament. I was like, I'm going to start streaming today, and that's what I did. But yeah, so I feel like that's a lot of people's stories.
Watch, right?
But listen, Harding is the best kept secret of Magic Twitch. Okay, you have to follow Harding 33. Okay, if you're not following Harding 33, you're doing something wrong. All right, we're gonna give you a shout out in chat, or unless I shouted you out. I don't think I did.
Awesome.
Samsoni, I just went to the fan account. It's a picture.
Yeah. It's like a slowly cropped photo. You like scroll down and like read the post that it does. It's great.
He's got your Twitch link to the thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait. So this isn't a fan account. This is an impersonation.
Bro, I'm
No,
gonna like all of these.
It's not even like a impersonation.
I am
they're
liking all
not-
these tweets. I am liking all of these tweets.
I love him. He's in my Discord. I don't know who he is. Or they. I don't know who they are.
Yeah, Nate, just start liking every single tweet.
Oh, I'm liking all of them.
I'm doing that too.
3 followers. One of them's Jaffer. That's awesome.
Oh my gosh, what if they're watching right now and they just start impersonating all of us?
Pretty sure they are.
That'd be funny.
Someone starts impersonating
nothing
Jaffer.
Makes me happier.
Someone starts impersonating Jaffer and is like, "We have Good Wars number 4 coming in 3 days." And Jaffer's like, "What?"
If it's a fan account, it's gonna be like Cheddar Wars or something different.
There we go.
It's gonna be Blue Cheese
No,
Wars.
instead of cheese, it's gonna be like the Milk Wars. I don't know. Just do what's before cheese.
What's Fungus Wars?
Turd war.
with like a mushroom on it instead of cheese.
Yeah.
The Strider says Cow Wars. That should be my tournament name.
Cow Wars.
Yeah.
I like Bovine Wars. That's actually not bad.
What about Bull?
Oh, I
Bull
just had a
Wars?
good name. Way to just escape me.
Oh my gosh, was that a freaking Croxa joke?
No,
Okay.
but you just made it into one, so now it is.
We need Samsoni's fan club to host a tournament so we don't know who they are, but we can all play in this,
everything. I'm just like completely clueless.
like
to the whole
MTG
thing.
Melee.
It's gotta be like it's gotta be official.
It's got,
They got my org backing them, and I'm just gonna be like, "How the fuck did you get them involved in this?"
It's like
It's a
sponsored
qualifier.
by Cool Stuff and Fade to Karma.
Yeah. It's like a qualifier for the Mythic Invitational. It's Samsoni fan.
It's not only that, but it's like top 32s qualified for the Mythic Invitational, and there's like 33 players. It's like
And of course,
it's like
pictures
auto-
that really shitty cropped out picture of you. It's not even doesn't even fill the whole circle.
Yeah, it's got like a circle, but it's also like a different picture like right next to it, but not cropped all the way. It's like from Google Images.
Like But the profile image is already. This is just a really poorly cropped photo of my photo.
Oh.
I wouldn't be surprised if like that actually worked, to be honest.
I believe it.
I mean, because they're you, and they could just like decide to be a more official tournament guy that's also just you.
This has brought me more joy today than any other thing.
Wait, would you let that happen? Wait, hold on. Would you let that happen? Samson?
I just hope someone makes fan accounts for everybody. We get Charmander James.
I know, right?
Here.
I hope so too. I hope everyone gets like to the point where they get a fan account.
We got.
I got a fan account now. I'm just reveling in this, being like, I don't even care who this is. I want to know who this is, but at the end of the day, it's just gonna spoil a surprise. It's like Joker who like never revealing like Batman's secret identity, because it's like that's how the fun.
Christmas, you heard me. Charmander James is
we got Charmander Jimmy.
That one's a good one right there.
Yeah, we got Charmander Jimmy. We got John doesn't like games. We got like
John hates games.
Yeah, John hates games. We have like irate Fennelly.
What? Irate? Just a mad version of me.
Yeah. And then
no, instead of wrestler, it's like kickboxer or something.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And then we have like Sharding 33.
46.
Yeah.
Sharding. Sharding 30.
Oh my god.
We officially gone into poop jokes.
God damn it, Jaffer.
Oh my gosh, Jaffer, what is going on?
What are you talking about?
Oh my gosh, everyone follow this.
I'm literally in tears.
Oh my gosh, wait, I didn't realize that your picture was actually in the fan account.
No, yeah, and it's like poorly cropped, like I said.
Wait, hold on, Samson. Why is Carnage Gaming following this?
Are they?
Yes.
No, they're not. It's no, it's my teammates.
That would be hilarious if they were.
I know, right? That'd be fucking great.
All right. I want to see at least 10 people follow this account. I want to see this at 13 followers. I'm doing it right now.
Bro, you know what I want to see? I want to see them have more fun. That's what I want to see. Then we'll be happy.
It's gonna take a while. I'm up to like 600 now.
Well, we gotta really conscript a lot of people.
There you go. You just get a bunch. Just hire a bunch of bots to follow the account. There you go.
Yep, there we go.
You definitely can't do that. It's illegal.
Wait, hold on, I'm doing it right now. Samsoni1. If I type in Samsoni1, does the alt account just come up?
Just type fan to Samsoni1.
Fan.
Just type in Samsoni1 fan. Oh my gosh, they actually retweeted something that you tweeted. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I was talking about this like literally 5 minutes ago.
Wait, hold on. They're actually super active. They're more active than you are.
I know, right?
I'm pretty sure they're gonna get like. I'm pretty sure if they started a stream in like a month, they would have like more viewers than all of us.
Probably. I believe it.
Bro, if you get a Sharding 33 account, it's so hard.
Yeah.
Listen, Sharding 33 is where it's at. That's a good name. I don't care who you are. It's a good name. It's got to be like SHARDING, so like where it's like you didn't mean for it to happen, but everyone thinks
exactly.
So you guys never answered though. Do you guys have fan fiction about you yet?
No.
I mean, I technically have like a few Pokemon games that feature me.
The only thing close to like fan fiction, which is just rumors of like people being together that I've had, and that was just like way back when with me and Jana, but those got squashed pretty quickly.
Yeah, there's fan fiction about me now.
Wait, what happened with you, Samson?
How do you even find? I just looked it up. It's just my tournament.
What happened with you, Samson?
Oh, just way back when me and Jana were interacting a lot, a bunch of people were shipping us together. That's the most like only like fan thing that ever happened.
I mean, you technically have more fan things than all of us have combined.
Yeah, because you have a fan account.
Apparently.
True.
I'm fanfic. There's fanfic about me.
Yeah. Give it to us.
Does someone want to make a John Hates Games account?
No. It's not a fan account. It's like the. Hey, I actually really enjoyed it. It was a Star Wars fanfic.
Wait. So someone like posted your picture?
Huh? Yeah, it was Jaffer. Jaffer wrote it.
What?
What are you talking about?
Not really.
Okay, explain this Star Wars. You were the main character in a Star Wars fan fiction.
Yes, I was one of the main characters, not explicitly.
Do you
the main
know the
character.
person who did this, or were you just like on?
Yeah, no, I know
You're
them.
like, whoa. Okay.
Oh no, they showed me, and like again, it was super tasteful. There was no, there was nothing, untoward happening or anything. It was a
There's
good
nothing
story.
in NSFW.
Like it was super, like it was flattering. I did not expect that.
I
Right?
kind of liked how earlier you were like, oh, but if you go on Earth, man, and I was like, that's not the fan fiction I'm looking for. But that's okay.
No, I mean no, it was very tasteful and everything, and like
Strider, be quiet.
Star Wars. Whoa.
That's some
Oh
heresy.
my gosh.
Who has the ability to ban him
I
on?
dedicated my right arm to Star
That'll
Wars,
be me.
and that actually sounds weird.
Dedicated it.
So for me, I have an
I
interesting.
don't think you
I have
want
an,
to rephrase that, Jaffer?
Have you seen my arm?
I have an interesting
I didn't even
Star
know
Wars
that.
experience. I have an interesting
Well,
Star
that's
Wars
really
experience.
cool.
I started out watching Star Wars movies at like the third or fourth one ago. And then I just recently, as of like 6 months ago, started watching the original ones again. Or not again, but for the first time. So I like went like super convoluted order.
And is there a
Well, like
culmination? Did you like the movies? Or?
Yeah, I like the movies. I just didn't like Jar Jar
You
Binks.
like the thing there? You're just like, oh, I watched them.
Samson's fan account just replied to my tweet.
Oh my gosh,
No way! Oh, let's get in there.
No, they just followed me.
No way!
Yeah, this is the like most entertaining things that sliced bread.
They followed me too.
Samson's fan account just followed me.
Yep.
Are they
Yeah.
following
I'm being
every one of
followed
us?
as well.
Oh, wait, they're just here.
They're
No,
watching
no,
the
I told you,
stream
they're
then. They
literally
have to be.
everywhere.
Samsoni fan page, show yourself.
It's
It's
All of a sudden, we get like there's a new Samsoni like Twitch account.
oh my gosh, it's Ziggy Sawdust.
It can't be.
No, it's
I
not.
doubt that.
There's no way.
It's Siggy Stardust? Wait, what? He's got 2 fan accounts?
Well, so nobody's made the Samsoni2 Twitch account, so if anyone wants to hop on that train, you can.
I like Samsoni too. That's a good.
Or you can go like
someone
way
needs
back when to you can go like way back when like Xbox 360 like guest accounts like Samsoni1. Like always have like a bracket and a 1 next to your username for the guest accounts.
Yep.
exactly.
Yeah, Samsoni1, Samsoni12.
So someone needs
Let's
to
go.
Someone needs to make an irate. Someone
Let's go.
no. Someone needs to make an NateFennelly account, and someone needs to make a StriderMTG account.
Chapter.
Shafter? That's awesome.
I kid you not.
Shafter MTG. Beta cheddar.
The 7 people in this chat are like on it.
Oh man.
I wonder if Strider's getting any work done. Being in the
No.
Strider's like, no, I can't join. I literally have so much work to do. Keck W's in chat.
Yeah.
Also, actually, I revoke my JohnLikesGames alt account. It's John Hates James.
John
Yeah,
hates
yeah.
James.
No.
You could do John likes games, but JON likes games. That'd be a
Excuse me,
good
there's
one.
literally dozens of us. Who's that?
Stefafafa. It says,
John-
yeah, there are dozens. Yes. That's-
Fa-fa-fa-fa-fa-fa. Fa-fa-fa.
All right,
Stefan.
I have a topic that I want to talk about.
Okay.
And there's something I saw on Twitter today, and it's
Was it about-
related. It's
a lot
related
of
to if you're comfortable or okay with, as a creator, for viewers to see you as a friend and expect reciprocation.
Well, I don't know if you should expect anything from anybody.
Well, I know
That's just like a philosophical.
Well, I know, but that's the question, though. A lot of viewers think that the creator that they watch, regardless of what game it is or whatever they watch on Twitch, is like actually supposed to be the creator is supposed to be there for them for everything. So I want to hear what you guys have to think about that.
I
because
feel
there's
like
a
John
thing on
has
Twitch
something that he wants to
John,
say
John
about
has something
this
to say. What
first.
would you like to say, John?
Strong opinions on this. I don't think you want to open this
Okay.
can yet. You guys.
I'll
go.
give a pithy answer, and then you can. I don't think you should ever expect anything. That's that simple. Why would you do that? But also, I personally love talking to my people, so they like anybody who's in my Discord or whatever, we just chat whenever they want to. So like that would be my only fear of really big, because you don't have the man hours to do that, like personal hours. But yeah, like why would you just expect somebody to do something? You just shouldn't do that in your life.
Nate lost 17 followers.
Wait, what?
So my opinion on this is like I'm very okay just being open to everyone. I encourage everyone to be together and be a community together. And if you have questions for me, or it's just like, yeah, absolutely. But I make it pretty clear at least I hope I make it clear to my viewers that I am a person that you can look up to. I will be an idol for you to aspire to be, or aspire to like achieve the same things as. And I'll give you advice on certain things, and I'll give you advice and help you, or like if you have any questions or stuff. But I'm not gonna. But if you're expecting me to like be there to like help you like with money or stuff like that, like, I rarely tell people I'm just a person. I'm just a monkey in front of a webcam. That's apparently is good at children's trading card games.
It's a nice skill.
Apparently, yeah. I'm not gonna like help you out in like a super situation. I will give you advice, but unless I know you for like a very long time, or if you've been in my chat for a long, long time, like don't generally give anyone any special treatment.
Like I am kind of with you on that, of like I'm not like, and if it involves like money or anything like that, I'm not gonna. Same thing with what you said of that, but like I want to build a community of like, and everybody that comes to like watch me, like they're really friendly people and they like to talk a lot, and I care about people, and like I'm a really open book. And sometimes that's not good, I feel like, but I don't know. I agree with both of you on it.
All right, so let's hear from. I mean, if Harding, you don't want to say anything, that's fine. I know this is like one of your first times hanging out with us, the first time actually. So I kind of just like asked if you wanted to be on here, and you're like, sure. But you've been a loyal part of the community for, I don't know, like at least a month now, and I appreciate you.
You've been part of mine.
Yeah, I appreciate you, what you bring to the chats and everything. The way I feel about it, and then we'll get to JohnLikesGames' crazy response here apparently.
Oh, he's itching to go.
He's I can actually see the steam lifting his hat off his head. I can see the steam lifting the hat off the head right now. The way I feel about it is that I really do love helping people. I really do like helping people through things that they have hard times with. And anyone can come to me at whatever time and ask me a question or ask me some kind of advice. But for me, I agree with Samson to where I like when that becomes like something that they're relied on for, especially because I'm in front of so many people and I can't be a therapist or anything like that for like 30 people or anything like that. You know what I mean? Especially when we all grow to like having 500 viewers or 700 viewers, or even not even if you care about the viewers, maybe even just like 100 or 50. You don't have like the time or energy to even, or at least just I can talk for myself, to deal with that many people's problems, and it can actually become a burden on a lot of people, a lot of streamers, and streamers actually have a lot of it keeps them up at night thinking about the people in their communities, like really hard problems that they're dealing with. And at the end of the day, I am a streamer broadcasting myself in front of people, and if I feel the need to help out literally everybody, then I'm not gonna be the creator that I want to be. Like I love helping people. Don't get me wrong, and I will help people. But when it becomes like a thing that they're depending on me for, I can't be the dependence. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Harding, did you
go? Yeah. Do you want to say anything, Harding, or John can talk?
No, John, go ahead.
There's no coming back once John started.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. I'll go let him go.
All right.
I'm just muting my mic at this point.
So here's the thing. Again, I've been on Twitch for a long freaking time, right? And we're talking like since 2011 or whatever. And there was, as a viewer, right, and on YouTube and stuff, there was a period of time where I felt like LSV was my friend, right? Like, but there's a huge difference between someone being my friend and me being their friend, right? Because he was in my living room every single day. And I kid you not, I was watching LSV content every single day. I would rewatch LSV content, right? But LSV did not recognize my username, right? Because he was my friend, but I was not his friend. He didn't know me, right? So, and there is this thing where, particularly as streamers that put out a lot of content, you know, a lot of us here stream a few hours every week, right? Like, if someone is an avid fan, you can literally be in their house every single day. They will know about your past. They will know about your family, even if you're vague, right? They will know how your day went. They will know how how you interact with them. How, are you friendly? Are you not friendly? Like, is that just because you're not friendly doesn't mean that's not endearing to them, right? Maybe they like that sarcastic response. That makes you feel like their friend. Just because you're not, oh, hi, I'm so glad you're here, whatever. Like, some people want that. Other people don't. Other people want you to be like sarcastic and maybe even call them names or whatever, because that's how friends react, right? So again, I am your friend. You may or may not be my friend or whatever, right? So there's this huge divide and breakdown in the mind of your viewers where sometimes they will feel like they have developed a bond that may or may not even be real. Again, we all have lurkers that hang out, sometimes a considerable amount. They may never say anything in chat. I know most of the time when I would watch LSV live as opposed to on YouTube, it was on the TV. I couldn't type if I wanted to. And yet I heard, about, again, this is way back, there were relationship struggles and there was all this kind of stuff. Most of it very, very vague, but I caught every blessed piece of it, right? LSV didn't hear about any of my stuff, right? So when viewers are reaching out, a lot of the time it's because there is this disconnect in how much information is shared. It doesn't necessarily mean you even want that. I had dinner with a viewer last night because I'm that kind of person, right? We had a charity stream and stuff. We set up, there was donations given and everything. And I literally carved out a time and we had one-on-one dinner with this viewer.
Your viewer's your wife.
I don't have a problem with that. But that viewer knew all about me. This was the first time I ever met his girlfriend, right? He's in chat every single night. And he's been with this girl since 2014. This is a huge portion of his life. He knows all about Wife Unit. He knows all about my 2 children. But even though I had a desire to be his friend, I could not fill that for him, right? In the way that I would like to, right? And now again, I'm trying to develop that relationship. I would like to be more closer friends with this particular user, right? I would like that because I do think we get along. I think things are great. But if he was to come to me with all of these deep issues, I don't know what his childhood was like, right? He knows childhood stories from me when I set myself on fire, when like he knows all that stuff, but I don't. And that disconnect can be hard on some viewers. So I think sometimes us streamers are hard on these people because they're weird sometimes. Like they're asking for things that we just can't give and they don't understand why. Well, that's because, darn it, you're their best friend and they may not even know it, right?
Yeah.
And that's a deep topic because, again, for the record, I agree with every one of you. I think all of you, to a certain extent, are 100% right. We can't necessarily be that for these people, no matter how much we want to, because it's such a one-way thing, right? There's 20, 40 hours a week of us spewing and a few sentences of them chatting, right? So I know, like on Twitter and stuff, particularly from streamers, people have been really hard on these people because they do come across as weird. But to a certain extent, psychologically speaking, this is a deep, deep subject, so I'm good. I just want to get that out there. Yeah.
Whoa, that was like 18 minutes faster than I thought it was going to be.
Very perfectly fine, reasonable points.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with anything you've said.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything either.
It's very hard to also make that disconnect between you and your viewer base, especially if you are trying to be personal, especially if you are trying to be very open.
I also think Sorry, Samson. You can keep going. Sorry.
Oh no, you can go off. I was about to.
I also think
Go
like
off.
it's kind of like a like what you were saying, John, about you actually spending time and hanging out with one of your viewers and getting to know their girlfriend and things like that. I feel like that's kind of a slippery slope. Like then if your viewers know that you did that, then everyone's gonna want to do that. So I don't know like if you've known them personally before or for like years or something. But like maybe other viewers would be like, oh, I want that kind of thing too, and then now all of a sudden you have a bunch of DMs asking to like further your relationship with them. Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
So how do you combat that? Like what's your thoughts on that?
Well, again, it's not about the money for me personally. The way this turned out, how I ended up having dinner with a viewer, right, and in one-on-one fashion or whatever, is we had a charity stream at the beginning of the month for all those flood victims in Kentucky. Just absolute horrible situation. Doesn't look like they're going to get any government help and all stuff. So we had a charity stream, and in the charity stream, honestly, it went great. There's I can't speak highly enough about how much the community came together and everything. We raised like $2,300 and stuff. But at some point, we were in the middle of it, and a viewer goes like, hey, like, you're not up the ante here, because I put $1,000 of my own money. So they were kind of giving me a hard time. I'm like, yeah, okay, we can do that. I'll up the ante. If we raise up to a certain level, they were like, we'll have dinner or something with somebody. We can auction it off. And I'm like, all right, we'll do it. We raised it to that certain level, and we did. So, I would, if I open my Twitch DMs now and all of the people of my viewers that are just suddenly flooding my DMs or whatever, we would work something out. I actually believe that. But it would probably have something to do with, charity and stuff, because that's not a thing. In the same way I don't do dancing bear stuff. You're not going to pay me money to, put a sock on my head or something. I'm not desperate for money. We make content. I make content to entertain you, but I make content to entertain everyone else as well. Just because you want to see me with a sock on my head doesn't necessarily mean everybody does, right? So yeah, I am okay with that, and I don't care how weird these people are. Some of these people need help, and I'm okay to give some of myself, but there has to be a delineation in your private life where these people, recognize that I only have so much I can give, right? And if that is not okay, then it's just got to be a no, and that's hard.
Strider, if you can share your video on Discord, that'll be awesome.
John, that was so great, and I didn't mean to laugh, but when you said dancing bears, I interpreted that as bears, not BARE, and I was just like, what is this content, people? Dancing bears? Like, is this something I should know? And then the sock on
kind of I flame like a lot of my viewer base is also just because so they can get to know that just like, hey, I'm not just your friend. I will make fun of you, and I will call you out on if you talk bullshit. Just to let you know, I will be there and help you out if you need advice with something. But if you say something stupid in my chat, I'm sorry, I'm flaming the fuck out of you. I'm not. I will be your friend one instant, and then I will be a bully the next.
Sure. Again, that is the friendship some people crave, right? That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Just because you are like that does not insulate you from this problem, right?
Oh no, it doesn't. But that's my way of sort of trying to hopefully it's my way of separating myself from having that sort of issue down the road, sort of thing. But sure. I know they can't because I have met some of my viewers in person. One of my viewers actually we booked a hotel in Vegas, and we all roomed together for DB Vegas. It ended up being a great experience.
Strider?
But I also knew them for 3+ years. You okay, Strider?
What?
I don't think I can.
No, we're good.
You what?
What's going on?
This is.
No, we cool.
This is the content we crave.
Something's going down in Sodium City, right?
Someone's going up.
Should I look at Discord real quick?
My camera's mounted upside down.
Intentionally?
Okay. Well, yeah, that's just how it needs to be mounted to be in the position it needs to be in.
For this content.
For it to open upside down.
for all this stuff to be where it needs to be. 'Cause the monitors where they're at.
You have more than
And
one
I-
monitor? Why would you need that?
I have 3 monitors.
Thank you.
Bro, just use one monitor.
Strider, can you
What kind of big baby bitch only has 1 monitor? Get the fuck out of here.
Please someone clip that. Please someone clip that.
Please.
Yeah, I mean, technically I have 4 because I have my projector up there that goes to my TV screen area, but I mean, I just use that for like the TV stuff. But yeah,
I
James
have
is still using carrier pigeon for his communications.
I have 4 monitors, Strider.
I don't believe you.
Good.
Samson.
Hmm.
They tweeted.
I saw he posted it.
Did
in
they
the
tweet?
chat. They did.
Yes.
Jaffer just sent me some.
Yeah, I don't even know if I can flip my camera in
I can
Discord.
picture just Nate putting on tweet notifications for this account.
Oh my god. They said one of them.
Camera.
They said one of them being the great Samson himself.
I know. I know Anthony Sim.
Is he in chat? Is he in
Follow
chat?
me. I told you he follows me around. They follow me around.
I really hope this person's in chat and has the Twitch username. Same.
They
as-
gotta be in chat.
Please make that Twitch username if you're here.
And then you
1, 2,
make the
3, hi friend. What if it's 1, 2, 3 hi friend? Because you always say hi friend to everybody.
Oh yeah, what if it is 1, 2, 3 hi friend?
Literally 5 seconds ago, I am in chat. He's here.
Wait, really? Wait,
We
where?
love you, Fansoni. We love you, Fansoni.
Wait, hold on. Where are they? I'm looking.
He
in
just
chat.
tweeted it. I'm here in chat.
Chat.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought they. Is it?
And they
is
just
it?
said it in chat.
Wait, is it 1, 2, 3 hi friend?
Hi friend.
I also really like Fansoni. I'm gonna take credit.
1, 2, 3 hi friend. Are you the fan account? The fans.
I don't want to know. We don't
Fan
need to
account.
know. It's
Oh
more
fan
fun.
account.
my god, it is.
It's more fun to know to like never know who it is.
Oh, they're not gonna tell us. We know that.
They're not the. They're
No,
not,
not the fan account.
You're not the fan account. I love that I am in chat.
By the way, real quick, do you want to do this as every Saturday instead of the StreamCast podcast 1v1? Does some number of people want to be on here every week?
Sure.
I can make myself
If
available.
I got time, yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
obviously
that's
not.
time.
Obviously not everyone's gonna have a certain time available, but if a few of you want to do it every week, then I'm down because this is super fun. I mean, unless Strider ridicules me every stream.
No, then I'm definitely joining for every stream.
I mean, you get another monitor. Stop being a big baby bitch about it.
Actually, I'll get another monitor if Strider gets off the ceiling.
Maybe I don't know. I have to learn how to flip it. Have to figure it out.
Is
Bro,
that,
this
is that even
is the
possible in
fastest
Discord?
growing Twitter channel on.
Yeah,
How
yeah,
many
fastest growing Twitter
followers
channel
is
like
it
literally
now?
on planet Earth. Like,
Go with that time.
Oh, he's gonna remain anonymous.
It's making your name else. Good. I don't want to know who you are. It's more fun this way.
all right, Strider, did you have something you wanted to say about the subject that you wanted to be on here so bad while you're editing?
The friend thing?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I have a little bit of a different opinion because I'm much more of a smaller streamer than a lot of the bigger people. Because a lot of the really big people, they talk about how they're not a friend and they're an entertainer and all this other stuff, right? And that definitely works for them because, again, kind of like what John was saying, it's impossible to establish a relationship with all these people, which is mostly true, right? I get to know a lot of people in my chat because my chat is very active for how many people I have.
Mm-hmm.
But most of people in my chat, they're more like employees to me. Like I pay them, I feel like I pay them in content and they pay me in the time that they invest in my content. So I ask them for advice. I'm like, hey, what do you guys want to see? Do you have suggestions for emotes? Do you have suggestions for merch? Like, what do you want so I can provide it to you? They tell me what they want, so they put in the time to give me ideas to do what I need to do in order to give them what they need. And that to me seems much more of like an employee-employer relationship, because that's exactly how I would run a business. That's kind of like how my current company runs the business. They're like, okay, well, what do you need in order to get to the place where you need to be in life? So if somebody needs to be entertained and be happy in order to just get along in life, that's my goal. I'm trying to make them happy, stuff like that. Obviously, kind of like what you said, I can't spend a bunch of time with individual people, but I can do what I can do. If people say, hey, you know, I'm having a rough day, is there any chance you can play a deck that does this, or is, you know, something like that? Do you want to do a direct challenge? Or, you know, usually I can do something, or, you know, there's just little things here and there that I can kind of do from time to time. But for the most part, it's, you know, I don't think anyone expects me to be a friend. Just like most people at work, you're a work friend. You know, you usually don't go out of your way to hang out with a lot of people that you work with. Sometimes you do, but it's very rare. But that's usually what my mods are, or some other streamers. Like that's to me, that's what the difference is. Because I trust the mods, because my mods have to protect my channel. If something happens in my chat and they don't do something about it, it puts my channel at risk. And if my channel is at risk, then obviously everything's bad. Because if somebody starts typing stuff and my channel goes unmoderated, my channel gets banned. You know, and that's unacceptable. And a lot of people just don't understand that. A lot of, you know, shit posters, I guess. They're like, why is everyone so sensitive? And I'm like, it has nothing to do with that. And, you know, I've had to actually talk with a lot of these people. I'm like, hey, it has nothing to do with the fact that anyone's sensitive in my particular channel, because my channel is very, very open to everything. Like, it's almost impossible to get banned from my channel unless you're breaking the Twitch terms of service. And that's kind of what everyone knows. But everyone's just a part of the same thing. Somebody's pissing off everyone exiles that person from the community. You know, it's like, it's just one big lump of people.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's expecting anything from anyone. It's just a collaboration of people. It's just a clump.
I feel the same exact way as you do there with the worker analogy. But when it becomes an ongoing thing, and I'm not a big streamer either by any means. I'm like, you know, small streamer, but and I just don't have time to be like that person for a long period of time. I'd be more than happy to help, to, like, you know, give advice or help out, you know, a few times. But like when it becomes like a constant thing, I just don't think I have like the even just personally have like the mental capacity to be that person for you, you know?
Yeah.
Does that make sense for anyone? Does anyone agree with that?
Nah.
Or if you disagree with it, then let me know. Yeah, well, I want to hear the sides here.
For what it's worth, I do think that's, you know, part of the difference between being a male streamer and a female streamer, right? And like it is going to be much more difficult for that delineation to take place for a female streamer, right? Because just like I said, how I was LSV was my friend, but I was not LSV's friend. People will develop feelings, particularly again for female streamers, and then expect some kind of reciprocation, right, of those. Which
I can think of a number of kittens watching Jenna's stream.
I'm sorry, what?
I can think of a number of times of that happening during Jenna's stream.
Yeah. Well,
really.
And
well, there's a lot of girls. They don't. I definitely wouldn't say, you know, they're selling their body, because most girls don't. Most girl streamers, they definitely don't. There are some that do, obviously. There are some guys that do, obviously. There are a lot of guys that sell the boyfriend experience, and there's a lot of girls that sell the girlfriend experience, and that's kind of what that is.
I don't think there's something inherently wrong with that, though. Like, that's definitely a thing that Twitch streamers do, that they sell the girlfriend experience or boyfriend experience. That's a thing that people do. That's fine. I think that's fine.
I don't think it's fine. I think it's bad emotionally for a lot of people.
I can see that.
I think I just simply think it's bad mentally. Psychologically, it can fuck with people. In general, it seems innocuous. You're like, oh, I'm just trying to be their friend. I'm trying to make them feel better about themselves, blah, blah, blah. And, it seems really nice. It's like, you're doing a nice thing, but it's fake.
Yeah,
It's not
Mm-hmm.
real. It's not genuine. Even if you think it is, most of the time it's not. Like 99.999% of the time. And that sucks because the other people don't know that. And so, and then they're giving you money and you're selling that experience. And that's kind of what sucks about it. And
I
the
haven't
thing
seen
that
in a while, but I guess I just don't ping the just chatting section that much either.
I have to
Yeah.
admit, I don't even know what this is. What do you mean selling the boyfriend experience? I really only watch Magic streams, so I honestly don't know.
it's kind of all over the place. Like if somebody keeps donating a bunch of money, putting a bunch of bits, gifting subs, it doesn't even have to be all that. But somebody who's spending a ton of time in your chat, always constantly talking back and forth, and they're always there. It's kind of like establishing that relationship, becoming a friend. You're selling that experience. If someone they're like, oh, I've never had a girlfriend before, or I've never had a boyfriend before, and they're trying to just be a part of that. They're trying to be a part of something. And a lot of times they feel that donating to those people will help get them more attention. It's just, it sucks. It sucks mentally, and I would love for people to see it.
Well, it just seems more like a product of people not having somebody personal lives, right? So they're just emotionally latching on to something that they have available to them. So the root cause of the problem would be like a personal issue, right? Not the streamer.
Well, yeah, it's both. It's the fact that the streamer encourages it and allows it to happen.
It's kind of like, think of like the kind of like the weird kid. Like, say you're the weird kid in school, and you become really good friends with like one of the popular kids that you end up develop feelings for, kind of thing, and they just feel bad for you because nobody wants to be your friend.
Yeah, exactly. So like if people are picking on you, for instance, and then some jock comes around and sticks up for you, protects you, and then you're like, oh my god, this guy actually likes me. He's a friend. He's sticking up for me. But really, they're just being a really good person.
Yeah.
Just try not
Seems
to.
like it's better than being a bad person.
Yes, agreed. But the people that are not, they're not used to that type of connection. It just gets to that point.
Yeah, almost have that.
Yeah, I
really
think if
how
you're
society and how you treat mental health in this society.
I think if you're one of those streamers
yeah.
that operate that way, I think you have to just be aware of that and deal with the consequences, because there's hundreds of streamers, if not thousands, that sell the girlfriend or boyfriend experience.
Oh yeah, for sure. But they just don't know it, and that's the part. Or they do know it, and they don't know that it's bad.
Yeah.
And that's the worst part about it. That's just the part that sucks. And unfortunately, it's just the reality of the situation.
They realize it until the community gangs up on someone. You don't mean to have your community gang up on someone.
Yeah, it sucks. Because my
thing that I remember happened with Tomska, with the creator of Astiff, where he talked about changing his community from identifying his community as a person to being a whole unit. Because when you defend a community as a person, being like, hey you, how are you doing today? Versus hey you all, hey you guys, hey friends, that sort of thing, creates a completely different social context in your viewer base's mindset. Being like, oh hey, I'm his friend or something. And it's like, no, it's like, I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to all of you. Big difference.
Yeah.
But I think it makes it especially a weird dynamic when you're a smaller streamer and you have say you have your stream and there's a few people talking in chat, but maybe there's like a couple minutes where no one says anything, and there's this one person that's like talking every 30 seconds or so. There's clearly one person that wants to talk to you, right? Like I'm gonna address like them as their Twitch username, and I'm gonna like have a conversation with them because they're talking to me. That's how I see it.
Yeah, it's definitely something that you kind of just fall into the trap of. But at the same time, there's been a lot of people that I've streamed to, and a lot of people that show up in my chat where they just talk about how they like smaller streamers because the large streams, their chats just get lost in the mix. They want to be heard. They want to establish that type of friendship connection or the boyfriend or girlfriend experience. They want that type of mental connection with somebody.
Yeah, but there's also like a different breed of people that think. I'm sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
And it's whether they need it in person or not. Because for me, I'm kind of like the same way. I like a lot more of the smaller streamers just because I can actually talk with them, develop some type of relationship. But for the most part, it's kind of more of a network thing at this point. Because I mean, I'm a mod in like 50 channels right now, and
it's a lot.
yeah, it's just like it's
Y'all know that VIP is a role you can give people, right?
yeah, yeah. It's just it's a bit ridiculous, but I've just been around for so long, and I've networked with so many streamers that it just kind of became a thing, and I don't know. It's nice to know all these streamers and kind of help them out with some of their streams and their technical difficulties and their bots and stuff. Sometimes they just need help. But it pretty much stops at that. There's very few streamers that I think that I would be really good friends with outside of Twitch. It's very, very few. And
like
So our racquetball date is still on, as what you're saying.
I see Samson kind of like figuring out which streamers he would hang out with in real life. I saw your eyes moving, like you were thinking about it.
My eyes went just like, who to hang out with?
Yeah, I knew you were thinking about it.
You, not James. You.
yeah,
I definitely think I would hang out with anybody named Sharding.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Because I already know most people wouldn't hang out with me because I'm not necessarily an easy to get along with person, which is perfectly fine, and I understand that. And I mean, it's one of those things that I have understood for a very long time because I'm definitely not everyone's cup of tea. But I can always establish some type of relationship, whether it's on a professional level, a personal level, or on a friendship level. And I know those boundaries, and you can establish those boundaries. But a lot of people don't know how to do that because they just, and it doesn't have anything to necessarily do with mental health like a lot of people blame it on. It's just the fact that they just don't know.
Yeah.
They just simply don't know.
Speaking on what is the whole small streamer vibe versus big streamer vibe, I've heard Ashney Christ, if you know who that is, anybody knows who that is, talk about okay. No. I've heard her talk about she's written a book about streaming and has a whole streaming YouTube thing on how to be a better streamer and things like that.
Who is that?
Ashney Christ.
Ashley Christ or something.
She's bigger on YouTube than Twitch now.
Yeah, she's much bigger on YouTube. She doesn't hardly stream on Twitch anymore. But one of the things she said about people liking smaller streamers, I think it was her. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was. Is that people like the small streamer vibe because they feel like they can, it's way easier to interact with the streamer and have them have conversations and have like genuine interactions with other chatters in stream. And then and then once you get to a point where you're hit partner, or maybe you have like 100 average viewers or something, and you could attest to this, Strider, that like it becomes a lot harder for people to be like that with you if you have like 100 average viewers than if you had like 10 or 15, 20. And then a lot of times when you get to that high of numbers, or 100, maybe 200 average viewers, then the people that like the smaller vibe will just stop watching you. Probably.
Well, luckily for me, like I've always been able to get that back and forth between my chat, because you look at my chat, even when I only have, maybe 75 to 100 viewers, my chat moves just about as fast as people that have 500 viewers.
Yeah.
That's because I identify as an entertainer first more than a Magic player. Because I'm definitely not. If you want to see a Magic player, you go see like anyone on this panel. More than me. Everyone is a better Magic player here than me. It just period, right?
I mean, deck building is a different story. You're freaking insane.
Yeah, but that's just because I mess around all the time, and you're not going to get good at deck building unless you try random things. You're never going to know what's really going to go together if you just look at stuff and you're like, that'll never work. If you don't actually try it and mess around with it against 50 other different decks and random meta decks, you're never truly going to know, right? And I mean, there's a lot of card interactions and stuff that I figured out that a lot of bigger streamers have taken and turned into quality decks, but none of my really, really good decks have ever made it to big time except for one, and that was only standard for about a month before it rotated out. And but yeah, it's just I'm definitely way more of an entertainer than a Magic player, and that's why my chat is so active, because I focus way more on the chat than I do on the game, and that's intentionally. And I just don't care about anything else. I would much rather hang out.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that we've had a couple people on here.
Care.
I think that's the thing that I really like about Jaffer, John. Not saying that anyone else doesn't do anything that isn't entertaining, because everyone's entertaining in their own way. But Jaffer, JohnLikesGames, and Level 99 Herbie, and you, Strider. I can't even speak for myself because I really don't think I'm this way. But like, regardless of like, you're just very entertaining streamers. Like everyone's entertaining, but I feel like even Level 99 Herbie, since he's not on this panel right now,
ridiculous.
Herbie's like such a good entertainment streamer. Like Herbie is like he'll do reacts, or he'll do like karaoke, or even he'll do Magic, and he'll do like marbles. Not to say that if you just play Magic you can't be entertaining, because you've shown that you can be a Strider, and honestly everyone's entertaining in their own way, and that's subjective, so I can't say either way. But if it was me, like I would watch Herbie regardless of what he's doing, and because he's just that entertaining.
Yeah,
there's some streamers like that.
And there's so few people that I would actually watch play Magic, because to me, Magic content is extremely boring. Mm-hmm. It is excruciatingly boring. Mm-hmm. But that's mostly because I'm not trying to learn meta decks to perform in high-level tournament plays. That's just not what I'm doing. If I was, then obviously I would be. I'd be very interested in watching high-level streamers.
Yeah,
right.
Like you're like the opposite of me. Like I market myself very much more towards the audience of like, hey, are you someone who's trying to get better at Magic? Are you someone who's trying to learn and get into tournaments? They're trying to I consider myself more of a teacher and more of like less than an entertainer. And I very much think that I'm a player first and entertainer second.
Yeah,
which is why I send people over to your stream and to Charizard James's stream and to a lot of other streams. It really just depends on who is streaming at that time. But I can pull down the directory of who I'm following, and I'm like, okay, here's the people that I follow who are legitimately good at the game and can teach you what the fuck is going on. And so I'll just like show people my follow list. I'm like, here's the people. If you want to play a real deck, learn what tournaments are, go to these people's stream. Like I tell them just to straight up leave my stream. I'm like, you're not going to actually learn quality Magic here. You're gonna learn how to fuck around and have fun and waste your wild cards. That's all you're gonna do.
Yeah.
That's all you're gonna do.
I send people your way, and it's just like, if you want someone who's just gonna be entertaining and is gonna dick around and do whatever the fuck they want, go watch Strider.
Yeah,
I'm too much of a tryhard. I cannot dick around. I'm too much. If I find a deck, I'll be like, all right, so how can I optimize this? How can I improve its win percentage? So where can I do to make this match better? I'll just go off on a tangent for like a solid hour and be like, and I've made this tier 4 deck like tier 2 at best.
Yeah, and I do that sometimes too. I'll make a deck and I'm like, God, this deck is horrible. I need to change this. And as I'm thinking about what I need to change, I'll play like 4 more games while I'm thinking about it, and I don't even change anything. And in the end, I'm like, God, this deck fucking sucks, and I just delete it without even changing anything. I'm like, why didn't I just change stuff? It makes absolutely no sense.
This is the most wisdom from a floating beam.
Yeah, it's reverse floating.
Yeah.
It's like you're almost like putting. It extends into Jaffer's beard
between me and Strider in terms of content that we produce.
Yeah, Jaffer, just lower your head.
Jaffer, lower your head a little bit.
It'll be like we're in one of those Chinese finger traps.
Jaffer, lower your head.
Is that what
No,
they're
Jaffer,
called?
on the other side.
That's it.
Wait, Jaffer, lower your head on that side of the camera right now.
What?
Other side of the camera.
Other
Lower your head.
Other side.
No,
Other
other way.
side.
Other way.
No,
There you go.
Jaffer, get on your hands and go upside down.
Give him a high five. Give him a high.
No. Honestly, I think the only way we could even improve this Fansoni fan account is to enjoy the. Just kidding.
Yeah.
I got a question for all of you. Kind of going back to the viewers, like the viewer friend thing. Do any of you actually have a viewer that you found out that like kind of lives close to you, that you kind of became close with?
Nobody
and
lives in
our-
Iowa.
Like in person?
Yes.
Nate has been friends with the cornfields.
Yeah, nobody lives here.
There's been a couple people in Arizona that I found out that live close, and I think we were going to hang out at some point. I think there's been a couple people that we were gonna hang out at some point, and, like meet up for dinner or drinks or something, just like fuck around like we would at TwitchCon or something, just like
I
meet
would
up
do
and
that.
hang out or something.
I would honestly do that if I knew anybody that was next to me.
Yeah, and so there's
I-
been a couple people, but
I
I don't
found
recall exactly.
know one viewer of mine who's in the same province as me, but honestly, I found more like other streamers who like live in the same province to me. None of my viewers live in the same city as me.
Like,
I
the
have a
provinces are
viewer
so
that
huge, though.
lives in the same state as me, like 20 or 30 minutes away from me, and he's been in all of your chats.
Yeah, it's
most
Jummy.
likely.
Jummy
No.
lives what, like 20 miles away? Is it about 20 miles away? Something like that.
Wow,
It's Bush Boogie.
Jump 6 lives 20 miles away from you, Strider?
Something like that.
Wow.
We
So-
gotta,
so-
I think.
Wait, so he doesn't even have to donate to you. He can just hand you 20s.
In
Yeah, something
Europe.
like that.
Like,
Yeah,
or this-
yeah.
Which we can
Well,
because I keep
I told,
and-
he's in Gilbert. So I told Jummy I was gonna make him food sometime when the whole coronavirus thing was over.
Yeah,
I mean, we might actually do that. I have no idea.
yeah,
You know, if we count
Um,
friends from real life, then we
but-
probably all have people who watch us who are
But
live
I
close to
wanna
us.
meet up with Nate next. Nate is
playing racquetball.
Yes, absolutely, dude. I'm starting tomorrow. I'm doing a whole Discord thing. I still have to put it together. That was the other thing I was supposed to do tonight after I'm done recording, which I haven't even started yet.
Oh my god.
Motherfucker. So
He's like, I can't be on the podcast. I have to record.
I know. I was supposed to have 3 videos recorded, 2 by now, and I have 0. It takes about an hour and a half, 2 hours to do each one. So-
See ya, Strider.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough. But
What are we doing?
tomorrow, starting tomorrow, my Discord server is going to put together. It was like a betterment channel to where it would be okay. Write down your goals every week. Everyone has different goals, whether it's like a weight loss, a money saving thing, whatever it is, like improving your happiness, talking to somebody, like reconnecting with your parents, or whatever it is. You know, we do a goal every week. Whoever meets their goals for the week get put into a raffle, and the raffle does something. Like we all put in $1 for the raffle, and whoever wins the raffle, you know, gets all the money.
Yeah, there's
Something
another
like
there's
that.
another streamer that does something similar to that, and I've always really liked that and looked up to them for that.
Yeah, so I think just improving the community as a whole, like I'm starting to really look at it as a city.
It
Even
is
though
Sodium
Sodium City really is just like a meme, but it's part of the identity, and I'm really starting to think it would be better if I really, instead of just entertaining people, I think if we just improved all of our lives together, it would improve everyone's lives. Like I'm a salty bitch, and we fuck around and we make people rage.
You
Like
admit
that's
it.
what we do.
You admit it.
But there's no reason to not always better yourself. And if you think you're content in life, you're not. You're not. And that's what I want to try to spread a bit more.
Oh yeah, for sure. And especially when you start having like the amount of viewership that you have, Strider, it makes it really, really awesome when everyone's kind of striving to better themselves too. And it like I know that your Twitch chat is like kind of like you play meme decks and everyone wants to see the land destruction and everyone's like, you know, spitting memes in chat. But if everyone's doing that and they're also bettering their lives, like what more could you want? Like it's fun and you get to better your life.
Exactly.
Like everyone wants to be in your chat at that point.
Exactly. And that's the point where it almost becomes a friendship, and that's what I'm worried about. But I don't know if I don't know. I don't know. I think I still want to try it because I think it'll be more beneficial overall. But it's like if everyone knows everyone's goals for the week, and if this goes on for another year, 2 years, 3 years, everyone's known everyone's goals every single week for 2-3 years. Like that's intimate stuff.
It's also it's extra accountability too. Like someone in chat's like, "Did you do this week?" kind of thing, and you keep tapping each other.
And it's all over Discord, and you know everything about each other at that point. And again, that's when it kind of gets into that friend territory. And then what do you do?
But that's what I mean. Like, is it wrong to do your best to develop that friendship? Like, I think it comes down to your motivations, right? Like if you're trying to soak people, like I think that motivation is bad, right? Like, and I don't care if we're talking about developing friends or just like whatever. I think if
you're talking about soak people for money.
Yeah, I mean, like that's what I mean, or anything. Like if you're using people is bad, right?
Oh yeah. You should also never expect something.
I agree.
I think it was Harding that said that, or was it Samsoni?
That was me that said that.
Yeah.
Who's me?
Nate.
That was Nate. Yeah.
Oh, was it Nate? Yeah.
I think it's a verbiage issue. Maybe that's not.
Just never expect anything. You should always be able to give. And I learned from Gary V. And if you know Gary V, you know Gary V.
Yeah,
if you don't, you don't.
Yeah.
But it's all about giving, being empathetic towards people, but you should never expect anything in return, no matter how much you give people. You should never expect anything. So if you never expect anything, nothing happens. People should just, if you say, hey, I need help, just in a broad sense, people usually just help you because you're always giving so much.
Well, and that's exactly what I mean. And like, I think there's, it comes down to your motivations, right? Like, what is it you're doing this for? Why? So like, I was headed back home to Michigan, and I was driving, right? So I drove through
Upper or lower?
My viewers, right? So I saw one of our viewers there, but it's because again, this particular viewer has never donated any subs or bits or anything. This particular viewer is just, my friend.
Yeah.
I want to develop this relationship with my friend, and like so. I don't think that's wrong because again, I'm not trying to get anything, right? So developing that friendship, I don't think that's bad.
Do people think that it is bad?
Well, I'm trying to clarify what Strider's saying. I'm trying to figure out what that means.
I think it's fine to like develop friendships and that, because I know I have that sort of connection with a few of my viewers, but it's very few and far between. So a lot of the times, like my first viewers that I got from way back when I was like doing Hearthstone, Blade Souls, they pop back in stream, and it was like, yo, what up? Like I was having like them pop in, and it's kind of nice having them just having that friendly sort of conversation. And I don't think it's wrong necessarily to develop that relationship, but it's also ensure that you're also like you both know where you both stand. One of you is I don't want to. Okay, I'm going to be very. That's the German side of me coming out, and I'm going to be blunt here. You need to like ensure that both of you like understand that one of you is like almost like unattainable. You're there. We're there for you. You have to know, and that I will hear. But I'm almost like that thing you can never. I'm like the cookie jar on top of the fridge. You can never quite reach.
Yeah.
I'll give you a cookie every now and then, but you're never going to get the full jar.
Sure.
I know that recently Destiny was talking about this.
I was listening to Destiny talk about it. I think if we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah, probably. He was talking about how when he was younger and he was starting out and becoming a big streamer, he thinks that he took advantage of a lot of his like female friends. It was almost like a groupie status. And I don't know if that would also happen in a like in a friend way, because it's also possible that some people that are normally socially awkward and don't really have friends, they start streaming to make friends, and then they become really popular, and then they make friends, and then they start meeting people in real life. That could potentially go bad, but they just don't know.
It's fair.
Or they
Yeah,
don't care.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it's like it has that
Like if
I-
some people are, and it's probably not any of us. I mean, I'm not talking about anyone specifically, but this is just Twitch as a whole. Some people might know that they are taking advantage of people for different friendships that they know are not going to happen, but they're okay with it. They know it and they're okay with it, and they are kind of using it to get more viewers or something. I can't speak for anybody, but I think that might be the case.
yeah. But it's just the whole power dynamic, I guess, depending on I guess how you use that type of power dynamic. I don't know. It's interesting.
I mean, we know you like power dynamics because you play land destruction.
Yes. It's delicious.
What's the craziest land destruction deck you've ever built?
The Ball Sakdos deck.
You gotta
Great
tell
deck.
Samson about that one. It's Sakdos.
That one could legitimately be a tier 1 deck if someone built a sideboard for it.
Was that the one where you
100
sacrifice a bunch of treasures and deal your opponent's
100%.
face for each artifact you sacrifice?
No, but that one is also very good. But the other one, it's revolved around Cruel Reality. Cruel Reality, I think, is an extremely underrated card.
But it's also like 8 mana.
Yeah.
7.
7 mana
Seven mana,
enchantment.
yeah.
Okay.
Is that
well,
card
when
on
you're
Arena?
yeah,
Oh, this card.
What?
it's
Oh, it's a curse.
yeah.
Oh,
So
God.
if they don't sacrifice a creature or planeswalker, they lose 5 life.
It was really good, and then Binding the Old Gods got printed.
Yes, Binding the Old Gods definitely put a kibosh on that. So there's a couple things you have to do to change it. I think adding green yourself helps, but at the same
That's why
time,
that
when you're running land destruction, it's relatively easy to minimize their output, and especially since Stone Rain is coming out soon.
Don't you mean Strider Rain?
Yes, Strider Rain's coming out soon, and it's gonna be sad. I don't know. I might actually have to pick up Best of 3 because I think someone's gonna try to take my MTGA land destruction title away from me.
What?
Yeah,
No way.
You can be the Ponzo for Arena. There's a bunch of good Ponzo players made good Ponzo decks on Moto.
Mitko.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what I'm at. That's usually what everyone knows me by.
Ponzo guy.
So you just have to be the Ponza
The
Spike.
land destruction guy. Yeah, which is something I can do. It's what I'm known
I'm
for,
hoping
but we'll see what
Jund
happens.
becomes a thing in Historic. Like that's
already
not no, that's not sack. That's not food. Like
It totally isn't.
a knockoff, basically a knockoff of the modern Jund deck.
Crows tried, didn't work out too well.
I'm working on a Golgari deck right now. It's
Crows made a
rough.
huge deck though. Crows had the 6 mana Golgari sorcery that destroys stuff.
Yeah, Casualties War in it.
Yeah, Casualties
He went
War.
2-3 in the end.
But I
Casualties
feel
War
like
is
if you would
amazing.
make it like a
great card.
Jund list, you would need to make it more of like a Arcanist deck, like splashing green for something.
Why would you want Arcanist?
No, I'm saying like it would be kind of like that deck, like a lot of like 1 mana stuff, a lot of value cards. Like that's what Jund in Modern is, right? It's just like you play a lot of value cards, you play a lot of discard cards, a lot of removal spells, and you have like
the way how
You play
Jund
a
works
lot
is
of 1-for-1 and 1-for-1 cards in Jund.
yes, 1-for-1 Andy, right?
1-for-1 and 2-for-1. That's their game plan. And your game plan is that you never have really any bad matchups. Every matchup is basically a good 50-50 matchup better, and you're just constantly outvalue your opponent because just my card quality are better than yours. I will, in a game of top decks, I will out top deck you because all my cards in my deck are good.
Yeah, so
Right.
you play like Thoughtseize, Inquisition of Kozilek, and you just play like a bunch of like 1-for-1 cards, and you win off
It's
the
not
value
a
cards.
bunch of 1-mana spells.
It's not.
Yeah, there are
It's
1-mana
also-
spells, but it's
there
not
are.
a bunch of them.
It's
There's
you have like 8 of them.
you have-
No, you have 12 of them tops.
But there's other spells in there. Like there's Bloodbraid Elf, there's Tarmogoyf, Liliana, which Liliana? It's sometimes both of the 3 mana. Liliana Veil.
Well, yeah, but their top end is like 4 mana at the most. Like we're not talking like Elder Gargoyle and crap.
Yeah, but 4 mana is an infinite amount of mana in Modern, right? Like that's
turn 4. They say like everyone says that everyone takes a turn 4 format way too literally. By Modern being a turn 4 format, it's by turn 4 the game should be decided. The game isn't over, but by turn 4 you should know who's going to win or lose.
Yes,
exactly. You have turn 3 Tron.
There we go. The one thing Harding says.
So what turn is historic currently then? Because I would put historic. I would put historic at a turn 4.
Turn 4, yeah. Historic is turn 4.
But at the same time, is that I have massive swings in every single game that I play. Like my games are typically decided on turn 1 or 2, but I swing it back every single time. That's just what all of my decks do.
Yeah, and that's kind of like what Magic's of Zion philosophy right now, where they just constantly want to have like these big, huge swing moments where you just claw your way back, where it's before it's been very telegraphed and you very much know like I'm in a losing situation, I need a miracle and I have to get out of here. Where now it's just like I just need a top deck Emergent Ultimatum. I just need to get Coco. I just need to get Corvold. I need to get a reanimate spell so I can get my Spirit Dance from the bin and unload all my auras.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you need that one card, and then you're like in the game again.
Yeah, back even to like Nissa who shakes the world and all that, right? Like that's
top deck Hydroid Graces.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Oh crud! I just accidentally drew 6 cards, and your counterspell is meaningless. You know, like
and I just gained like 6 life.
Like, oh, this game is back and forth. Then I drew Witch's Vengeance. Good game.
Yeah, or like this game is back and forth. I just drew Uro.
Yeah, every game's been decided by let me find my I win button, and that's it.
Magic's been slowly turning into a 1.5 player game.
1.5 players.
Can you imagine if we got miracles in Historic?
I wouldn't be sad for that.
I have no idea what that is.
Miracles is a fun mechanic. It's you can cast a spell for reduced cost if it's the card you draw for the turn.
Miracles is when you beat goblins. That's a miracle.
After Escape, you'll beat them.
I beat goblins all the time.
I beat them all the time.
All right, it's a clear joke, monk ass.
Gordy the console. That's all you need.
Hey, that's not a good one.
Strider is like the person that will play like a Golgari land destruction deck, which is like splash double white spells like Wraths.
Yes.
It's not like a rule deck that I played against, splashing double white spells for Skyclave Apparition.
That's probably my deck. It sounds exactly like the deck I wrote.
Like Gruul.
Having Apparition. Yeah, Gruul, but it's splash white for Apparition. It had Coco and in it.
That's definitely not mine. There's way too many creatures.
or like Strider will be like, I'm playing like whatever color is land destruction that's not red. Splash Anger of the Gods.
Yes.
It's like, how do you even do that?
Anger's an amazing card.
Such a good card. I wish I could have the arena artwork in paper so I can not have that artwork in paper.
Is the arena artwork not in paper?
Nope.
Oh.
Yeah, we have a artwork by a certain person who's a butthole.
Oh. Well, there you go.
I like Sweltering Suns in Historic. That's a card that I really like.
Everyone likes Sweltering Suns, and then every time, because when I give a deck list to a streamer, they're like, Anger sucks, and then they always replay it. Before they even play it, they go right into Sweltering Suns. They take it out, put it in Sweltering Suns, and I'm like,
it's not always better.
I'm telling you. And then all of a sudden, they're like, oh, all these sack decks, all these decks that keep casting stuff out of graveyard. I'm like, oh, it would be interesting if you had Anger of the Gods. Oh my god. It's like I put that in the deck for a fucking reason. I'm so glad you can pay 3 mana and cycle that. Oh yeah. Makes
a lot of people don't realize that
fucking
Historic
sense.
is like 90% graveyard-based decks. I think there's about 2 decks that don't use the graveyard, and I think one of them is Gruul.
Yeah.
And the other one is, I think, mono green.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. There's so much of it.
I use the graveyard in my mono green deck.
you have scooters. No, yeah. Even Mono Green does it. It's just It's just Gruul. Gruul is the only deck that needs a graveyard.
Yeah.
Mono Red uses the graveyard with Key to Lava Rancer, as well as the 1-mana 1/1 that shocks.
Yeah,
Sure, let's
Gruul
go.
only uses a graveyard if you count Colossus. That's about it.
Not really.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know
sideboard.
exactly.
Yeah.
They're name decking it now. It's really pissing me off.
Yep.
It's a good card, but yeah, it pisses me off.
Annoys me.
I still think Raiden should be a 4 in every deck that has white.
Raiden? Yeah.
Redain.
Oh,
Right, writing. I don't know. It's Raiden.
Yep.
Redain's great. Love that card.
Such a good card. Any card, any
I back
white deck.
someone has that shield against me. I'm like,
Yep.
That shield is so good against sack decks. It's
so good.
ridiculous.
There was a card that you kept saying on coverage today, Strider, that like I was like, please don't say it that way. Say it the correct way. I can't remember what it was. What?
Thought Steve?
No.
Nick Cage in a boat.
No.
Nick Cage in a boat. Yeah. Nobody, not a single person played Nick Cage in a boat. I mean, nobody
did
plays it
today.
in Historic.
No.
Nobody played it today.
Who plays it in Historic?
Actually, because of his Strider and the Good Wars #1 saying that is I wasn't using Nick Cage in a boat as my dress. All of my dresses now are all Nick Cage in a boat.
Damn straight it is.
Strider
I'm
put out a
slowly
TikTok.
getting everyone converted. Everyone's getting on the Nick Cage in a boat train.
I will never be converted.
Strider put a
You are
TikTok out
trash.
about Nick Cage in a boat, and I've been on it since.
See, I'm telling you.
I will be playing the person's face, like the person's face on the duress until the end of time.
And I
And
will
the
call
Hellraiser
you,
dress.
and I will call you garbage every time I see it.
I keep using the Urza's Saga Duress art.
See, that one's acceptable because it's limited
missed
and
out
not
on
many people have it, right?
Yeah.
That's acceptable.
My favorite work of Duress.
Look at
Secondary-
that. PVT Joker in chat is just on my
Dragons.
side.
Oh, wow.
Dragon's Duress is also good art.
Oh, and Ziggy Sawdust. All right, there we go. All right, no Nick Cage train. Here we go.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
I don't understand how that's the best art.
This is shit art.
It just
What is
looks
wrong with
worse.
people? It's so good. It's perfect. It's like it's perfect.
I could see that as like an alt Fibblethip art, but not like but not like
It's
duress.
so good. It actually looks like they're under duress.
Yeah, I
Poor
can't
Nick
wait.
Cage. Poor Nick Cage. It's like just before the bees.
Did you know Nick Cage actually just did recently did a movie that's literally a knockoff of Five Nights at Freddy's?
No, but it sounds amazing. Yeah, it's
Alright.
fucking Nick Cage in a boat. Come on, people. What is wrong with you? I don't understand. What do you not understand about this?
I love
It's the
it.
most ridiculous thing ever. Like, why does it exist in Magic?
Mm,
That's why it's the best.
Why does land destruction exist in Magic?
because they
Because
hate
it's
you.
the best. Exactly. The same statement applies.
Because it's the best. What actually,
Exactly.
Nate, I actually don't know what deck you like to play the most. Like, what's your style of deck,
Oh.
Nate?
Team of Reclamation.
I'm pretty sure it's just like
Control.
nonsense.
Yeah,
I
well,
would say it's blue control every time I seen the stream.
yeah. I play a lot of control, but I've been kind of playing around with just ridiculous mid-range decks, top end like planeswalkers and stuff for fun too.
I feel like if I played a mid-range deck that had a top-end Planeswalker, it would just be Sarkhan
just-
the Masterless.
Yeah, that's a cool card too. I just really like control. I like how it plays. I like personally. So
You people
Sounds
hit your
very
counter
good.
spells.
Samson, 14 minutes ago.
I know. I posted it in the chat.
I feel like if I ever played against Strider, which I have, I would just build Mono Blue Tempo immediately.
Fuck
I
my
mean, control is like one of those archetypes that's like a very easy archetype to like get the hang of, and once you get into nitty-gritty of it, then when it starts like really getting into the difficult part of like piling that deck to relatively good success.
Which one?
Which-
Mono Blue?
Just control.
oh
Okay,
yeah,
so-
yeah.
I
It does
have a-
feel like
I
it
have-
builds
I
on
have a fucking,
itself.
I have a fucking 80 card Just Guy control deck that I have Yorion in there for shits and giggles. It synergizes with like 8, maybe 10 cards.
Hey, that deck is fantastic. I've taken
It's great, and it wins the games when it really shouldn't.
Listen, can we
I
get
haven't played it in
can we get a
SCG.
shout out real quick for Harding's beard? I mean Sharding. Like that's
Yeah.
a freaking good beard. I mean, oh wait. Oh, what's up, Strider?
What up?
that's a good freaking beard. Oh, and Jaffer too.
Thank you.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh,
Get...
Jaffer trimmed his down.
They're definitely
Yeah.
adorable. Yeah.
They're adorable little things.
Cute. I remember my first beard.
I mean, I'm looking at JohnLikesGames and Nate's beard, and even Samson. I'm just like, I don't know.
I just have like, I didn't shave for 2 days.
Nate's got peach fuzz from 7th grade.
Yeah, there you
Yeah,
go.
no, this is from Jaffer's tournament. It's ridiculous.
I got stash here, and then just like a bunch of fucking neck hair. That's all I got.
You're like an old Civil War general. Have you ever seen those old portraits? They always have just a neck beard and nothing else.
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, it reminds me of my like freaking 8th grade history book.
Perfect.
Oh yeah, exactly.
My young ass to remind you of something old.
I mean, JohnLikesGames. I think I've seen you one time not wear a suit. Actually, twice. Actually, wait. Would you consider the thing you wear?
Did you see his muscle shirt?
No.
Oh, him and his
I've seen
muscle
John.
shirt.
He actually looked good.
John without his suit before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, see, that's the thing, right? Like, it's, you know.
It runs in the Likes Games family.
Definitely.
Well, since I can't grow a beard like Strider, you know, I've got to be known for something else, I guess.
Muscle shirts, yeah.
Muscle shirt.
Muscle shirts.
Definitely.
Clearly Steve loved it.
There's the
so.
best body you've ever seen under that suit.
What's the thing with streaming is that it's really good to know where you market yourself.
Oh yeah,
Agreed.
for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I just
So
so happen to mark
it's like-
myself.
to try to wrap it. Sorry, to try to wrap it around to back to our previous conversation. We were talking about viewers. It's like I think if you know where you're marketing yourself, it's much easier to get that same basis with your viewer base.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think if you like Pokemon, you'll just like me. No,
You never play Pokemon.
I've never played
I'm trying
Pokemon.
to consider myself a mentor. That's where I kind of
I've never played Pokemon
love
on
poker.
stream, but I've played Pokemon a lot, like in the early times of Pokemon.
Pokemon trading card game was good. I've heard good things about it right now, so it's actually in a pretty good spot.
Which one?
Trading card game for Pokemon.
Oh yeah, I actually played competitively for a little bit of time, and I really
Have
did.
y'all picked up that Bridge
No,
card game?
I really did.
Probably have the
Pretty cool
Monopoly
trading
man
card
showing
game.
up.
I played
Bridge is
Pokemon
super
competitively for a little bit, and then I got burned out after the first big tournament I entered. I didn't make day 2 because of a single draw, and my opponent had to top deck 1 card to win. Actually, it was 2 specific cards they had to have, and they had both of them, and I was really sad. And then we drew, and then we both didn't make top cut.
Bro, I bet he beat you with a Charizard.
I didn't even play Charizard. I played Drampa, Espeon, and freaking Garbodor.
Yeah, I have a question for all of you, but I have a question for. I just want, John. I don't know if they actually stream anymore, but I found your stream through a small streamer named Flexplosion.
Mhm.
Yeah. Who's that?
He just laughs. He's like, yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm familiar with Flex, but what I haven't seen him online in ages. I don't know.
I haven't either. I haven't. Like, he was like a kind of became a friend, like a streamer friend of mine, and he would come to my streams regularly. And then last I saw, he was streaming League of Legends regularly, and just dropped off the face of the earth of Twitch.
How long ago was this? Because I've never heard of this person.
I might have
Bro,
named.
these stories are so great. These like how people met. Like the same thing happened with me and Strider. Some in chat, I guess, who watches me was like, "You should go raid him." And raided Strider, so he's raiding.
No, that
him.
was. I'm pretty sure that was me. I was
Was
like,
that
I was
you?
like, go
I
raid
didn't
Nate.
remember who
Yeah.
did it.
That was
Yeah,
actually me.
that's
I remember this.
yeah.
Yeah, it was me.
Yeah,
And then
it
we were
might have
just
been, yeah.
we were really good friends since then. So it's like, how cool is it that a community can for each other?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I
That's insane.
knew who you were, and I was like, I honestly just think you're super underrated, and you should have like way more viewers. Like honestly, you should just like have 100 viewers watching you. Seriously. So I
Yeah,
was
because
like,
you were like, Nate
Thank
plays jank, and I was like, sold.
Yeah, and it turned
Usually
out,
I just rate anyone who plays historic. So if I see historic in their
That's fair
title
enough.
and they have a camera and a mic, I'll raid them.
yeah, because
They're not standing
pretty
up.
much
Strider
all it
does this thing
requires.
where he goes to the streamer before he raids them and kind of scopes it out a little bit, and then but I knew he was gonna like you, and it just happened that one day that you were playing Land Destruction.
Yeah, I was playing Land Destruction. That's funny.
The thing is I didn't even know you were playing Land Destruction until he actually
Really?
went to your channel. Yeah, I didn't know.
That's hilarious.
James, I believe the way I met you, you found out about my stream through Samson.
I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah.
Rated me one day or something like that, and then you rated me one day, and I'm like, I have no clue what the heck this is, and I was like completely confused because I wasn't used to raids.
I forget how I met you, Jaffer. I think
I became a regular of yours, and I rated you a couple times, and then
and then I rated you back. Right.
and I found out about you because I was actually curious about when I joined the Team Aether thing. I was curious about the streamers on there, so I was checking out some of the streams, and I just found yours and just hung out.
I have a really cringe story of how I met Strider.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't even remember how I met like anybody.
I don't think you remember how you met me, but I think you remember when I tell you, Strider. But I'm pretty sure you do remember.
I don't really interact with Strider.
It was like my first week streaming. I was like not even affiliate yet, but I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make affiliate my first week, and I eventually did. But my first week of streaming, I went to Strider's channel because he had like, I don't know, probably 40 viewers at the time, and I was like, I'm gonna get to know streamers, and I'm gonna ask them how they got to this point, right? Because I'm like super pumped. So like, I even did this to a different streamer, and they kind of like frowned upon it, and they were like, "Don't do this." but what I did with Strider, and I regret this, but it's super cringe, is I went to his stream and not even knowing him before, and was like, "Hey, how did you become affiliate? How long did it take you to become affiliate?" Just like out of nowhere. Like, okay, if you're a streamer and you go to a streamer's channel just to ask how they became affiliate because you just started streaming and start talking about your stream, please don't do that. It's very cringe.
Yeah.
I clicked accept affiliate button.
They say
That's the proper answer for that one.
But I did
It's
that. I did that for
very-
Strider, and not even knowing that he was going to become one of my good Magic friends. And I was like, I asked those questions, and he was like, I was like, how long did you? I specifically remember how long did it take you to become affiliate? And he was like, are you okay with me telling you the answer to chat, Strider?
Yeah, that's fine.
And he was like 3 weeks. So when he said that, I just like didn't say anything else, and it was my personal goal to get affiliate before 3 weeks. Because I was like, if he can get affiliate in 3 weeks, and he can have 30, 40 viewers in his chat, then I can too. And I feel like I had a good mindset behind it, but I had no clue what Twitch etiquette was. I had no clue that I was actually being the most cringe streamer ever, and that people do this all the time.
Yeah. See, I don't really mind it much because yeah, it is cringe as fuck, and everyone in chat knows it's cringe as fuck. So nobody is gonna go to your channel and check you out, and it'll probably sway them from doing it. But also, any advice that I give people, I mean, almost 100% of them won't take it anyway. So, I mean, if one person uses the advice and gets success from it, that's fucking awesome, and maybe I'll get some type of recognition out of absolutely nowhere. I'll be like, oh, cool, that's awesome. But for the most part, I have no problem sharing my secrets or whatever, because I mean, there's been people I've rated in the past that I've tried to help and stuff like that, and they don't stream anymore. They don't come into my channel ever, or they just don't exist on Twitch or YouTube, or just nothing. So, I mean, it happens all the time, and it was the same with Ollie Eldrazi. He said the same thing. He's like, you're honestly the only person I've ever actually helped on streaming that's actually done anything with it. So that was always interesting to hear.
Yeah, there's literally
so
one
rare.
person, actually two people, not one person, not including you, Strider, because you've helped me with streaming a lot too. But there's one person that's like, I appreciate that he's gone like actually out of his way to like be like, yo, this is cringe, stop doing that, or like, you should probably do this way because this way it like just random streaming advice. and I don't know how many streamers he does this for, or if he's doing it even just to help me out. But Danny T Law has been actually gone out of his way to help me, which I'm super grateful
Danny's
for.
a fantastic person.
Yeah.
Danny's an awesome person. You ask him for anything, and he'll easily help you out with any sort of situation when it comes to streaming.
Yeah, I was lucky with Danny because we became close before he even started streaming. And because he was a One Piece fan and I was a One Piece fan, or we still are, so we still talk about it all the time. But it was just like him and I were friends before he even decided to start streaming. So I helped him with streaming, and then he'll throw me a raid or give me a shout out from time to time. But our audiences are so completely different that we don't really have any crossover, but we both still encourage each other and help each other out where we can, and that's really because Danny is just a ridiculously nice person, and I appreciate him for what he's done.
Yeah, like I feel like if you had an opposite streamer, it would just be Danny.
Yeah.
Like it's like best of 3. It's like not always historic, or usually not. And just a nice person. Okay, that was a joke.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Exactly. But
and he's more of like the spike level streamer, like actually competitive, doing well in tournaments, kind of thing.
Did you just read chat?
Yeah, I read chat. Basically, just Nate. Yeah, just Nate. Have you seen Nate with his shirt off?
I was thinking of doing the MTG singlet, but I lift now, so I just explode out of it.
When are you coming to Arizona, Nate?
Well, we were planning on doing it in a couple of months, but now we didn't really want to fly, so we were going to do a little driving trip out to Colorado. So it'll probably be either later in the next spring.
Perfect.
Every time you're in Colorado.
So
you gotta practice, because I'm still playing tennis. I don't play racquetball, but I just went.
Dude, I haven't even played tennis in forever. Oh, by the way, I told you about Prince of Tennis, right? Have you watched
Prince
that
of
yet?
Tennis? No.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Does anyone else play tennis?
I don't know that.
It's a great sport.
Yeah. I used to think it was stupid and a really lame sport until I watched Prince of Tennis, the anime. And then I started
The
playing
anime
tennis.
got you into sports? How often does that happen? I was watching this anime of the NFL and now football.
Well, hey, iShield 21 is a great anime. iShield 21 is amazing if you like football. I hate football and I would still never play football, but that anime is amazing. Kuroko no Basket, since I'm a basketball fan, I love that one too. And then Yakitate Japan, it's a bread baking anime. And I mean, I bake all the time, so that one hooked me from the start. That one's ridiculous. But
that's awesome.
Prince Tennis, that got me into tennis and actually taught me some tennis things that like the actual pros do, the good people. And so I was like, ooh, since I'm really bad at the game, it was really funny to play against other beginners and doing stupid stuff.
I mean, well now I want to watch a freaking curling anime.
A curling anime gets into curling.
Curling's fantastic.
It's jiu-jitsu anime, but
it's not for everybody.
But
finding an active sport that you like is good for your long-term health, for sure.
Dude, Dance Revolution, that's what it's all about.
Well, yeah, DDR is the best sport.
Hell yeah.
If you're not into sports, get into martial arts.
Has anyone?
Yeah, see, that's what I did, but it was brutal to me, so I like doing.
I love martial arts. I've done martial arts.
Has anyone seen Devin Nash's ability to play DDR?
Oh no, he plays Just Dance.
Oh, Just Dance. That's what I meant.
Yeah, I play DDR. He plays Just Dance.
What's your favorite Samsoni?
Hmm?
What is your favorite martial art?
Taekwondo, mostly because I have long legs, and so it's Taekwondo's mainly kick based. But close second would be Wing Chun. But also because I just spent I think I spent 4 years doing Taekwondo, 5 years doing Kung Fu, Wing Chun.
I didn't do that. I did Taekwondo for about 6 years, and then I did Jiu-Jitsu wrestling. That's all I did.
I saw the sun one time.
The only wrestling I do is whether to play green or white.
Oh,
Filthy aggro players.
No.
Okay.
Mythic Matt.
question.
Mythic Matt
Alright.
was a wrestler, by the way.
Oh yeah, he
Samsoni1.
was.
Oh yeah.
That's the only
Yeah.
other wrestler I've ever met who
Samsoni1
plays
is.
Magic.
Oh, that is true. That's right. You guys became best friends in the matter of
Immediately,
2
literally in the
minutes.
matter of seconds.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
Was that on
Yeah.
a podcast that you heard that, Nate?
No, he rated me, and
Yeah.
then I didn't know him very well, but he mentioned it. I mentioned it because he saw my user, and he said he was a wrestler, so he didn't immediately. So he's like, "Oh, did you actually?" It's like, "Oh, nobody knows this."
I thought you honestly were
'Cause,
just
like-
a long distance bike rider.
Yeah, this is a green screen.
Oh yeah, we went over this. Like you can't have just like boxing gloves in the middle of the air. You have to have something that can stay on the ground.
Yeah, there's just not that much crossover with, but I think a lot of people.
There's
Like,
not much
yeah,
crossover in sport and from sports and Magic. I mean,
No, I mean, like, I remember going to F&Ms and stuff, and any athletics or anything. It didn't seem like there was much crossover.
Yeah, I don't think.
I mean, there's
yeah.
like, running and biking. You find a lot of like in MTG, I think, like that sort of style of athletics. I found some pretty fit ones, just not like sort of the brutish ones. I'm not gonna lie, most of the.
Yeah, your mic keeps
Not
cutting
the
out.
Yeah,
brightest.
if you lean towards your mic, like your mic settings might be taking your voice out.
Does this fix it?
Yes.
Yeah.
should.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's so much
Yeah,
better.
I'm sorry.
You need to fix
What?
your
So
sound
what did I
setting.
have to repeat? How much did you miss? The whole thing?
Half of it.
Like,
You kept cutting
like
out like halfway.
70% of what you said.
I'm
You were
so
just
sorry.
like-
Okay,
you were like,
I'll be right here for
yeah,
you.
so I was,
It
they
was
didn't
called
even
a
know
great-
I
it was called
honestly
Mike
can't.
I
Mike.
came in and
I'm
we
like
were
you,
having all
Samsoni.
the-
I'm literally like you. I like
and it
have.
was-
I got.
Wait,
Like,
why did you
Like,
And
What?
this is why I have a boom mic. I have a
Look.
shotgun mic, so it's completely out of frame. And why you're not even talking into the microphone correctly? What are you doing, Nate?
this is it, isn't it? This is the
No,
microphone.
you
How do you
don't
talk to me?
You don't talk into the top. You talk into the side. Oh my
That's why I'm
god!
not picking him up.
What are you
Oh
talking
my
about? Talking to the side?
god!
That's
Yes,
why it's not
because-
picking him up.
You're
Oh
me
my
right now.
god, Nate!
Your microphone is top down. You need to talk into the side of your
Oh,
microphone, not the top
no.
of your microphone. This side.
This
Put it
over
in your
here? What?
Yes.
I thought you
Yeah.
could hear me better over here.
Holy
yeah.
shit!
Okay.
Nate,
You have your
Oh,
microphone like this. You have like at the top bit. You need to talk to your microphone like this and talk
Okay, so
into that angle like that.
so is this better?
Yes.
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 Yeah.
How would I know that
Oh
though?
my god! You look at the fucking instructions. No, not the side like that. It's the
Like in
all
down
right.
here.
Like talk to where your knobs are. Talk to where
No,
your
we're
knobs are.
cutting out. Fucking hell.
Well, okay, so is this better?
Yes.
Oh my god, so
Yes.
much better.
Holy shit! You actually sound like a person.
This is amazing. Mythic Matt, we were just talking about you. Love you, brother. Appreciate it. I just wanted to take the time while people could actually hear me.
You didn't know that either. I know. I tried to tell you, Mythic Matt, and you missed my message.
I'm just gonna hold this from now on.
I was just like, maybe he doesn't care, or maybe he.
I honestly didn't know. I stream all the time. I thought people could.
Luckily,
no.
people have been able to hear me. No, he's still
No.
talking into
Nobody's
it
ever-
sideways.
I thought you said it was sideways. I was supposed to use.
I said talk into where the knobs are.
Oh, down here. Okay, there we go.
Like,
Oh my gosh, that's so much
There's
better.
knobs on
like
both
on the
sides.
side where the two knobs, the two. Oh my!
Where
I wish I had my fucking Yeti still. All right, you see where you see? He's licking it like an ice cream cone. Oh my god! Hashtag not a butt plug. All right.
Yeah, seriously, it's like nobody's ever been.
Okay, you see
Feel
you see
bad and
that
they just
blue
keep
logo?
chatting.
You see the blue logo on the side of your microphone?
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay,
Blue
so
logo.
that side of the mesh. Yes, that blue logo. Yes, that
Into
logo.
here.
That is the
I thought I was
side,
gonna
the
kiss it for a
mesh.
second.
That is where, yes, that is
Hello.
exactly where you talk into. That spot right there.
Should we all just do an ASMR stream right now?
Oh my god, I'm so loud in my ears.
No, you're so amazing now.
No shit.
Yeah, because now you're actually talking into the goddamn microphone instead of talking over it.
I hear the sound of my own voice. This is insane. Bro, this is gonna improve my stream. Not
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
lie.
it really is.
People can hear.
You're welcome. I didn't know what mic you had. Had I known, holy shit.
I just know
I
how to play.
thought Magic was gonna make me alcoholic. I didn't think this was gonna make me an alcoholic. Fuck.
And this is why I'm the IT guy of MTG streamers.
Nate, at least you don't have one monitor and do that.
Oh yeah, no, I can see the chat at least.
No, I can see my chat too.
Now I just feel like they've been not knowing what I was saying and just feeling bad for me.
You're welcome, Matt. There you go. You're welcome, everyone who has a Yeti.
Wait, look at that! Look at that! Nate, Strider just made you the next 100 viewer Andy streamer.
You said I was underrated, Charizard. This is why. Me.
Oh God!
Nobody
He's
can
still
cut
cutting out.
Because he still has it angled to the wrong thing.
Yeah, he's still talking into the side.
You're still talking.
You still have the thing fucking backwards.
Hey.
There you go.
Wait, I thought this was right.
There you go. You got it. Yeah, you got it.
There we go.
I'm just memeing you.
Yeah, it should be where the blue logo is, but it also depends on what knob part or what knob setting. Tell me what knob setting. What kind of knob are you?
Just so you're aware, Steve and I set this up a long time ago, and he thought it was pretty good.
Okay.
And you've watched me stream before.
Yeah, I can't see the mic on the camera.
I'm blown away. I feel like I'm being trolled. This Ashton Kutcher is popping out, punked. Also, I love Guinness, by the way, so you just earned kudos there.
By the way, quick
shout
shout out to my fiance Wisdom Beauty in the chat, waiting for me to call her.
Oh, hey, Wisdom Beauty.
Shout outs to Wisdom Beauty.
Yes.
Massive shout outs.
Shout out to
Shout out to the person who can deal with this fucker every day.
Yes. Oh my God.
Steve.
James.
All right.
Yeah.
Serious question.
Are you going to get 3 videos done tonight or not?
That's a serious
That
question.
is definitely not a serious question. That's absolutely impossible.
Sickies.
All right, maybe. Okay, since I don't know your fiance, I won't ask. It's fine. We're good. Never mind. No more question. I have no questions. Questions have been dismissed.
Oh man.
Oh my gosh, Nate. Yes, let me fix your microphone stuff for you. And Matt, okay, I can help you too. Matt, send me a picture of your knob status. Yeah, and
send Strider.
All I'm saying is, when you
picture of your knobs.
How are you supposed to know if nobody ever tells?
Exactly.
Very simple.
The instructions tell you, number
Just so
one.
you know. You've all seen me stream before. First time hearing of it.
I haven't. You always raid me.
Oh, that's true. What does that say?
That I am at a later time slot.
Yeah,
that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Samson starts streaming at like 3 a.m. Pacific time.
I stream at 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
I know.
And I'll go until whenever the fuck I feel like going off. I don't work now.
When I wake up in the
my
morning, I'm
Discord.
expecting Samson to get off streaming. It's like he streams so late, so it's like he can never raid me. I'm always on the other side of the raid.
Yeah.
Because I'm from Eastern.
Samson, you should have just claimed yes. Like you could have fooled me. I would have just believed you. You should have been like, yeah, dude, I'm there all the time. I'm lurking all the time. What are you talking about?
I'm not a liar. I'm an asshole, not a liar.
Okay, that's fair. Fair enough.
I have a couple more topics to go over, but we're gonna go over those next time. I'm gonna go ahead and cut it off here. Thank you everybody for coming out, and we are going to we're gonna do this next Saturday for sure with whoever's available. If you have something going on, please don't do something. Don't join it if you have something going on. But if you are free, then let's do it. Everyone follow everyone. Let's give some shout outs to the streamers that are on here. Shout out to
I gotta get to recording. I'm like super fucking late.
shout out to Harding33. Also shout out to StriderStone.
I'm like 5 hours behind.
I remembered at like 8:30 when Strider's like, no, I can't.
I can't be on this. I got editing to do.
Yeah. He told me, because I asked him. He goes, yo, James.
I told him like
I'm
a
so
week
sorry.
and a half ago. I was like, no, I can't do it. Saturdays are my recording days. Saturdays and Mondays. I was trying to do so much extra on Saturday because I didn't have a lot that I could do on Mondays, and that just went out the fucking window. All right.
And,
All right, bye.
See you, Strider.
Bye.
Yeah.
All right.
Are we all heading out?
Shout out to Jaffer. Well, I won't even finish the
Why we all
shout
just
outs.
like shout out
Yeah.
to say where we're all from.
Shout out to JafferMTG. Also does awesome tournaments like the Gouda Wars. I mean Shafter MTG. Oh, sorry. Also shout out to JohnLikesGames. Very much a trooper for being on here the entire time.
Yeah.
He has an awesome story. By the way, listen to the StreamCast podcast, !podcast in chat if you'd like to listen to that, and listen to John Likes Games' story. One of the best Magic stories you'll ever hear. Even just in person stories. Not even about Magic. Just like everything happened and then he overcame everything. So go ahead and listen to John Likes Games on the podcast. Shout out to Samsoni1, best Rakdos streamer.
Amazing fan base. Check out their Twitter.
Yeah, best.
follow my fan account on Twitter, because my god, like that just
literally.
That's just like giving me. They had posted 2 fucking posts as we were doing this. It's great.
literally the best. Literally the best. Actually,
they just asked how you became affiliate.
Me personally?
No, they asked how Samson became affiliate.
I became an affiliate when it was first introduced into Twitch. So that's how I should tell you how long I've been streaming on Twitch.
That's a while.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know when they came out with that.
It was about 5-6 years ago.
That is a while.
Wow.
Yeah.
I managed to get there when I was streaming Blade and Soul.
Yeah, if you're sub to me, make sure you unsub, because then so then you can sub back to me to make sure you contribute towards my Get Another Monitor fund.
No, you just need to buy it, and then John said he'll buy it off you if you don't like it.
Oh, that's the wrong Twitter handle. I'll go follow this fan account because apparently it's fucking great.
And also shout out to NateFennelly, aka Irate Fennelly, because he's like the maddest streamer on Twitch. Also very underrated. Go follow him. And also shout out to Floofys. And did I do Harding already? Pretty sure I did Harding already. Okay.
Yes,
So shout out to Floofys. And also shout out to Level 99 Herbie. And that is everyone that has been on the StreamCast podcast today. And we will be doing this format again next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern. And then if you aren't available at 7, I would like to have a certain number of people that are on at 7, like me and like 2 or 3 other people. And then we can add people as like you finish doing your life stuff or whatever. If you can join at 9 or 10 or whatever, we would love to have you, just like Harding did, just like Samson, just like Jaffer. So I would like to have it a continuous group of like possibly a continuous 6 or 7 people. But you can obviously leave.
Call this like the After Dark Streamcast or something like that.
What was that?
You should call this like the After Dark Streamcast or whatever. Like
yeah, I'm pretty sure like the Samson crew and like is just like at that point it's just After Dark. Like Samson and Strider, whenever they stop streaming, it's just like it's late.
Very true.
What was that?
It definitely is true. It would be late, because that's when I started watching with Samsoni. It was late because it was during lockdown and I wasn't working.
Yeah, so shout out to Harding for saying that, and that Tron was on turn 3 as the only things he said today. All right.
Twitch chatter. We'll have like someone from Twitch chat join in every week, maybe. That just is me bullshitting out of my ass. None of this is confirmed.
I mean, if there's a streamer and we're cool, and that we need like another person, then I'll ask if someone wants to get on the podcast for sure. Like I did today. I was like, hey, Floofys was in chat. We had John Likes Games and Level 99 Herbie on, and I was like, hey, Floofys, want to join in with us? And he was like, sure. And same thing with Harding. We were because Floofys was leaving to go eat. And then I was like, hey, Harding, want to join in? So I want it to be like that with some streamers, that even new streamers as well, because it really does help get some new streamers' names out there too. And I also am all in for that. And also to just join in with the rest of the boys and hang out. And I mean, I would love to get some girl streamers on here too. Like, I don't want it to be a sausage fest, except for when I want it to be. But thank you everybody for hanging out. Thank you all you awesome people for hanging out with me as well. And have a wonderful rest of your night, folks. And we will see you next time in the StreamCast podcast at 7 p.m. Eastern. When are you guys streaming next? Harding, when are you streaming next?
I'm streaming this tomorrow at 10 a.m. for the SCG.
Jaffer, when are you streaming next?
Tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time.
John Likes Games, when are you streaming next?
17 and a half hours from now.
Samson, when are you streaming next?
It's 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time for the SCG.
Nate, when are you streaming
I have
next?
no idea what the fuck I'm playing.
Monday 7 Central.
Monday, 7 Central? Cool. And I will be streaming next on Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern. And we'll see you all next time. Thanks for hanging out.